whoa. Uh-oh.
Some people are concerned that they might have to go a long period of time without getting outside food, either because of shortages, price increases, or a supply chain crisis. Well, I'm gonna show you a solution right now. You see this tote right here? This tote is capable of feeding you breakfast, lunch, dinner, and yes,
every time you wake up to take a piss, your prostate swells up like a balloon.
Fuck!
But this 15-second Vicks...
Wait, she doesn't even have a Wait, what do prostates even do that women don't have them? It must be something reproductive, I guess, right? I feel like the only thing I've ever heard about men's prostates is they get cancer. They make the coom? I thought that's what your testes and seminal vestige, whatever bullshit, and... It's an accessory gland in the male reproductive system and a muscle-driven mechanical switch between urination and ejaculation. It's described in gross anatomy. Is there an ungross anatomy or clean anatomy? Huh. Okay.
Before we get to that, I want to give everyone a chance to... You're going to have to reset your camera.
Yeah. Do you want me to do that now?
Yeah, do that now. And then before I give you a chance to do the shout out, I'll do my introductions here.
All right.
Hey, everybody. Time for me to get very real with you.
Uh-oh, we're getting real.
I shipped way too many Mother's Day gift boxes to Amazon. I'm not even talking about, oh my God, we're having a crazy sale. You know, boing, buy yourself. Like, if I don't move through at least half of what I sent there, Coffee Brand Coffee is going out of business. That's how bad it is. So I marked them down 10. I'm only making maybe 15 bucks on these. So I marked them down $10 today. It is a Mother's Day gift that has our very popular Coffee Brand Coffee, our Colombian roast, our yogurt-covered pretzels, our chocolate-covered espresso beans, and our delicious honey sticks. I'm hopefully asking people to, Mother's Day's next weekend, to click this link, which I'm going to pin. Yeah, I really made a huge mistake. I'm not going to make a video about it, a standalone video about it till it gets closer, but I made a huge mistake, and I'm hoping that you guys can think of this as not just supporting the channel, but also getting your Mother's Day gift out of the way. The link is in the description as well as it is here. I'm hoping that I can get you guys to dive into this Mother's Day gift box and really pick up a bunch of them. Yes, I am absolutely serious. I'm just going to be totally honest. My cost on these boxes after Amazon fees is close to $80. I made a huge tactical error. It's my first time. So I was like, I'm going to jump into Amazon.
Do you think if there's a liberal majority in the Supreme Court, they should take back the immunity ruling? Absolutely yes. That ruling was a catastrophe. It was way broader than it needed to be. It was wholly inappropriate. It wholly fails the Supreme Court's arbitrary political questions doctrine, all that bullshit. I think it was a ridiculous. I think that that should be immediately gone. So as soon as we have a liberal majority on the Supreme Court, which I think could happen as soon as 2060, we should get rid of that.
And I want to do these gift boxes to try and get by. And I was fine making $20 per box if it meant new customers. But now I've marked it down 10. I may have to mark it down, more. But I'm hoping, like, literally everyone can, if you have somebody who needs a Mother's Day gift, or if you have someone, your girlfriend, Or if you just want a coffee gift box, I'm hoping that
Come on,
today you'll
guys.
buy. There's a $10 coupon you can clip, and then everyone who buys it, please come back and leave a review. Bad judgment by me, 100% mistake, very, very bad. And I don't have any other way to put it. 2 years ago, we sold 2,000 gift boxes. This year, I said, well, if we sold 2,000 or 2,500 2 years ago, we should be able to sell Amazon. We should be able to sell 5,000 on Amazon. Wrong. So far, we've sold about 400. Now, Mother's Day is only a week away. Most of the purchases will come this week and next week, but I need a massive day. I need a massive day. It has the chocolate-covered espresso beans, the honey sticks, the yogurt pretzels, and 2 bags of our delicious ground coffee. I don't care about the K-Cups. If I don't move, I need a massive day. It has the chocolate-covered espresso beans, the honey sticks, the yogurt pretzels, and 2 bags of our delicious
Wait, where is this guy from? Is he somewhere up north? Biggs? 2 Biggs? I heard that. Is he Canadian? This motherfucker. Biggs?
ground coffee. I don't care about the K-Cups.
Oh, is he from Wisconsin? Would make sense.
If I don't move these, literally, Coffee Brand Coffee is in huge trouble. Like, big trouble. I waited and waited before I told... If I sell 3,000 of the 5,000, I will survive. And then maybe I'll rename it Father's Day and try to sell it for that. But yeah, I totally fucked up. There's no excusing it. There's no sugarcoating it. I had a call with the team. I basically said, like, it's a very real conversation, very real chance.
Why is it costing you money to go through Amazon? I'm like half listening, but it sounds like for some businesses you have to hold inventory. It's not like made as you go. So if you end up buying a bunch of shit that you end up not needing, and you're stuck holding inventory that you haven't sold, you're kind of fucked.
I shut the door because I just gambled too big, even to ship these back and take them all apart.
Your AK is pronounced Geisley, but make sure to look into their controversies on mags. Is it Geisley? Is that how you pronounce it? Thank you. What controversies on mags?
You know, I have to pay almost $10 a piece just to ship them back from Walmart. It is a extinction level event. I'm not like, this isn't a shill. This isn't a grift. Like, the $10 off is only for subscribers. No, there's a coupon. There's like a little coupon thing you see. Oh, I'm not sharing the page. Let me share the page. Here it is. So there's a little coupon that you can clip for $10 off. It's actually a really good product, but I should have built a product that was in the $60 to $70 range in a much smaller box. I probably put too much stuff in the box. The box,
Damn, Mother's Day coffee gift box, $100
is too damn
each.
big. So I'm asking
for
for
the
a
moon
bit of a
there.
bailout. Hopefully you guys will make this your Mother's Day gift, or you will pick one up just because you get the chocolate covered espresso beans, the yogurt covered pretzels, the honey sticks, all the stuff. I really, really am fucked. Like, I'm just being dead serious. So if you have somebody who you think this would make a great gift for, awesome. Or if you want to just pick one up because it's a good deal on our coffee, and these snacks, I would appreciate that too. Yeah, bad. I just told Luke before the show, like, I'm in huge trouble. No more gift box ever on Amazon. If I at least
Oh, look, they marked it down. $79.99 now, boys. Hell yeah.
sell like 3,000 of these, will be okay. I'll only lose $100,000. But
Again, he has probably genuinely done more damage to mothers than 99.99% of humans who've ever lived by furthering sexism through his culture war videos. Damn, okay.
if everyone buys them and leaves a review, maybe more people will buy them on Amazon. I launched a advertising campaign on Amazon with a $10 CPA. Basically, as long as I break even or even lose $10 on each, I need to sell them. And I'm telling you, like, our chocolate covered espresso beans, this is all really, really, really good. Yeah, I fucked up. I went too big, too fast in the middle of moving to Amazon. But if you're in the market or you know someone, definitely check them out. Yeah, and if you're mad about the coffee ads, I did one in an hour and 17 minutes, Henson. So maybe just relax.
Ooh.
It's not Amazon's fault. It's my own fault for overestimating and taking too big of a gamble. So you should have just bought the dip when Trump started the tariff thing. Yeah, I should have. Should have. Absolutely.
Bought the dip. The dip? What, the dip? Is that an inverted dip?
But if you don't drink coffee, I'm not going to tell you to just buy it if you don't drink coffee. But if you do, or you know someone who does or whatever, check that out. Let's bring Luke back in. Luke, I want to give you a chance to reach out to the people, let them know who you are, where your content is, and what they kind of find.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate all the support of independent media.
What does their commercial look like? Hold on.
Inside this box is the best Mother's Day gift you could possibly imagine.
Wait. Is the whole video AI? Or is there like an
Inside
actress
this box-
and this is like AI voiceover? Or
Box is the best Mother's Day gift you could possibly imagine. Moms don't want flowers or generic junky gifts from big box stores, and that's why you should consider a Mother's Day gift box from Coffee Brand Coffee. A premium selection of fabulous snacks and coffees that any mother would love. From chocolate-covered coffee beans to yogurt-covered pretzels, and one of my personal favorites are these honey sticks, which is so great to use in a Coffee Brand Coffee teas. She also gets this 003 roast, which is like a great daily roast, and if she wants to switch it up a little bit, it comes with a blueberry cobbler blend, which actually smells and tastes like blueberries. All of their coffees are freshly ground and roasted, so you can ensure that mom is getting the best
the vid was probably filmed in non-English language? What? No, the lip syncing is perfect.
quality possible. So if you have been stumped on what to get mom for Mother's Day, look no further than Coffee Brand Coffee.
All right, listen up, shoppers. I've got a hot tip that'll save you from buying.
Would you buy that coffee box? Seems nice. I'm going to be honest. Maybe this is my autism speaking. If I'm going to get something from somebody and they want to spend a lot, just get me like a lot of the thing that you know I like. Like if you know that I like chocolate and you're like, oh, I want to get this dude something awesome. Like, look at this. $38 for a 36 pack of Hershey bars. Hell yes. Hell the fuck. Just get me some shit like this. Okay? Get me some shit like this as opposed to like box of chocolate assortment. Like, I don't, what? No, the little things, all the extra wrappers. I even like most of these, but actually I think I like all of these. But like, you could spend $40 on this, or just, god damn. Isn't the point of a gift in that it's shit you wouldn't normally get? No, fuck that. If it's shit that I wouldn't normally get, that means it's shit that I don't want. Otherwise, I would get it. Do you think you pushed back as much against the settlers in the West Bank document as you generally do when listening to pro-Palestinians talk? Yes. The only issue is that when I say people who are the crazy settlers deep into the West Bank are fucking crazy, everybody in my chat just kind of agrees with me. There's like one dude that disagrees all the time in Kick Chat. Is his name Blue David? He's like my ultra-Zionist fucking guy in that chat. But nobody really disagrees with me, so I don't want to talk about it much more. But then when I say shit like Hamas is crazy, there'll be 400 people that come out to argue more. So the impression is that I'm fighting way more against the Palestinian narrative than the it's Blue John, sorry, than the Zionist one. Why aren't we seeing more resistance for former presidents and candidates? If they don't act now, all except Obama will be too old / dead to do anything in the future, whereas Paul Ryan and Bush? Well, Paul Ryan wasn't a president. I don't know if Paul Ryan even has a political anything now in the U.S. because of, like, he had a bright future, but he never got to actually realize any of it. Obama's been out making speeches. Bush, I think, didn't Bush say he wasn't supporting Donald Trump or something? Like, I thought it was a pretty historic statement for a president to make that comment. I feel like past presidents have been talking more than I think they probably ever have that I'm aware of in U.S. history. We're gonna cover India, Pakistan now. Every time somebody asks, I put it off by another 12 hours. So. Did you see the exchange between France and Israel on West Bank colonies? Nope. Should I follow my favorite streamer and liquidate most of my crypto holdings?
What percentage of your saving are in crypto? Please don't ask this because it's going to make my parents upset. Guess what percent of my liquid?
I'm no longer adjusting the volume. If things are too quiet, I'm going to sit there and you're going to suffer through it until you harass everyone else on the internet to turn their shit up, okay? I am tired of how much shit you guys gave me for my audio shit for fucking ever. And it feels like every other streamer that I listen to, their volume is so fucking quiet. So I don't know if my audience is just autistic or you guys are deaf or how I'm the only one with an audience who makes me turn my shit up. Okay, fuck you.
Net worth I hold in crypto. I'm just curious what you guys think. I said percent. Okay. Here's some interesting guesses. Some interesting guesses. And obviously it fluctuates depending on the price. I thought 10, but now it's going to 50. If it's more than 40, it'll make me angry. It's more than 40, Dad.
Why are more than 40%? Why do all girl streamers get lip fillers? Because lip fillers have become insanely normalized for women who are like in online culture stuff and like in like Miami, LA or whatever. Most women don't even consider it like cosmetic surgery or anything like that. Or it's almost akin. It feels like it's almost akin now to basically makeup.
And I'm not going to answer anymore. It is more than 40.
Jesus. I'm not commenting on, I don't know if she has lip filler or not. I'm sorry. I just saw somebody in chat ask that, but I'm not commenting on hers or anything, or if she even has it, or if it's good or bad or whatever, but.
Mm-hmm.
Gatherer Old and Kick Chat said, Destiny, Dean is live on YouTube if you want to try and chat, bait a DGGer to donate to him to get him to read it out. Somebody messaged me earlier and said that Dean said on his live, on his TikTok live, something to the effect of, I won't debate Destiny. It's not worth my time. I think I'm a better debater. My Jubilee performance was better. Something like that. But there's no, you can't like link, I guess, like a video on TikTok. So I don't know. I don't even know. Yeah. But somebody told me that also. So maybe that person is completely lying and misrepresenting what he said. Why do we care about Soy Dean? I think there was like a brief moment in time where it looked like people like Dean and Parker were kind of like ultra debater, but like based libs. So like they were big debate bros and they were on the left and they were young, but they were like solidly libs instead of like socialists or ultra wokies. But I think they're getting, might be a little audience captured. I don't know. I'm still waiting for something to be posted where it's like, Destiny, you missed this. And there's like some convo where Z is talking to a bunch of black women and she calls them all like ratchet and the N-word and says she's gonna like rip their weave out the next time. Like some crazy shit where I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. I get this. I understand more now why people are mad at Z. Like there has to be something else. But I don't know. Did you ever look into any of the fraud claims that Peyton brought up? No, but I mean, she won that case on summary judgment. So I mean, like, what? I don't know. Fucking, I got my own shit. Speaking of my own shit, I said ask me in 30 days, but I'm the hold on, let me I always have to check and see what's like been publicly filed or not. Okay. For a where are we at? They file so much shit incorrectly, and the docket ends up getting spammed like fucking crazy. So like, what was the last thing that I read on here? It would have been their it would have been in support of their preliminary injunction. Would it be plaintiff's reply in support of motion? Would it be this here? Why doesn't it say how many pages this is? Did the judge not sanction them? The judge hasn't like done much yet. The judge has only intervened in our case or had a hearing for one thing, and that was for the temporary restraining order, which they were rightfully chastised for because everything about it was stupid. Can you explain to people that say it's unreasonable for you to request the legal identity of the person because you most likely know who it is anyway? Yeah, we're going to get to that. Because I'm going to make some allegations here. Because all of this, I don't think people realize how absolutely fucking ridiculous all of this shit is. And I don't know if it's being driven by like a lawyer who should be sanctioned, or if the other like plaintiff is actually like encouraging like illegal behavior or what. I'm not sure, but whatever. Okay, hold on. Let me download some of these. Let me buy these documents that I have in my email inbox. Yes. Usually when you file some of these things, like you have like a 10-page limit, and they filed... So they filed to have like an extension or an increase on the page limit because they had so much important stuff to say when they were filing their support for their preliminary injunction. And all of it was just all like the random crazy shit that they say. Hold on. What was this? Was it this one? Plaintiff changes amended evidentiary objections to declarations of dependent. Okay. Response to evidentiary declaration. Was it this? Hold on. I guess I can show this because it's all public anyway. How do you feel about every single one of your friends besides Dan dishing you on something so fucking retarded? Listen, it's online shit. What are you gonna do? It's okay though. You find out who the real ones are. You find out who the real brothers are. Okay, not this. Okay, and I think this is what I think we just filed this yesterday. Wait, where's the notice submitting amended certificate? Wrong event, wrong event, wrong event. Nice. Okay. If you win the case, what would be the consequences for her? Would she have to reimburse some of your legal fees? I don't know. Let's see. Where is the I'm just trying to find the, where's it like their 20-page filing for the preliminary injunction? Oh, it was this. Plaintiffs reply in support of motion. Okay. Yes. Federal court system, have my money. Yes, I will support the government. No, it's not this. This is the motion for the increase in page limit. Okay, this is the response. This is the long one. No, this is not it. Holy shit. Filed by, this is me. Am I fucking retarded? Hold on, I am. Okay, what did you link me? Response and no, it's not. I'm not looking for our response. I'm looking for. Okay, this is ours. Okay. Okay, this is our big reply to their preliminary injunction request. The preliminary injunction that they're seeking is ridiculous because they're trying to enjoin me from behavior that they have no proof that I'm engaged in. I'm not even really being accused of being engaged in it, kind of. And everybody knows that I'm not engaged in it. So like the big things that they're looking to enjoin are things like the current distribution of this video on certain websites that I have no control over, but they're trying to enjoin me from doing it. So it's fucking retarded. We had our big response to that. And then they filed another response to that. Well, I read this one on stream. I'm looking for the last thing I read on stream. Apply and support motion. Response and support. Okay, is it? Okay, fuck it. Let's just. Thank you, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, this was their big meme. Okay, so one thing to keep in mind is the okay, I'm restating some things that we've known. There are 4 causes of action listed on the initial complaint. You have the federal one that has to do with their CARDI claims. What does this stand for? Fuck me, whatever. It's the federal statute that has to do with sending material from one person to another without consent of the person to transmit the material. Nothing to do with revenge porn or recording. It's just like a transmission, basically, to an individual as well. It doesn't have to be published anywhere publicly, but it's a transmission from one person to another, basically. When the person who was involved in making the video didn't want that video to be transmitted to another party, to a third party. So the big issue with the main issue with their case is that the main issue with their case is that they are the only like evidence that they have of any of this, the transmission of this video taking place to that Rose person were before this law actually came into effect, which would mean that in the United States of America, laws don't take effect retroactively, generally, unless there's like a special carve out in a congressional statute or in some city, passing a law. You can't sue people for things that weren't illegal at the time they did them, generally speaking. So regardless of the factual matter of whether or not anybody was okay with anything being sent, before even getting to that, you would say that this case doesn't have a leg to stand on because there's no evidence that actually happened when the alleged activity was illegal. So that was one of the things that we called out in our response to their preliminary injunction, basically saying like, hey, the complaint is a fatal flaw. This federal statute that you're suing under wasn't even in effect, so this whole case is meritless. And if the federal claim gets shot down, the other 3 claims are state claims, meaning that the whole case would be dismissed from federal court, and then they would have to refile with the other 3 claims in state court. I would say I'm confident that they wouldn't refile this because the other 3 claims require like a lot more, like malicious intent and stuff, and they're stupid. They shouldn't even be on this in the first place, but whatever. I don't think they would refile, but honestly, these people might. Who the fuck knows? But those become like unwinnable. Like I would almost represent myself in those, except I'm not that arrogant. But they're like really stupid claims. So one of the frustrating things that they've done. So in the complaint, there's 2 things that they did that were a little bit annoying to me. The first thing they did was they misrepresented a conversation between me and that Rose person by having the dates flipped to try to bring it in statute range. Some people say it's because some screenshots were posted in European time zone, so the month and the day were flipped. I would argue that it's probably up to your due diligence to figure that out before you file a fucking lawsuit, because it was very easy to figure that out. But they didn't, so whatever. So that was one issue. And then the second issue is the plaintiff brings up in the complaint, the plaintiff brings up that a supporter messaged her and said that the supporter's sister had been in contact with me and had received the video in the complaint that's the subject of the complaint 2 months ago, which I have no idea what that's in reference to. It's impossible. But I'm like, okay, I don't know. It's interesting that you would include that. One thing that I get very frustrated about is there's a lot of like, some people are pointing out that like, oh, Destiny has good lawyers and they have bad lawyers, and that's why, you know, his side is performing better. That's not true. The issue so far has nothing to do with good lawyers versus bad lawyers. It has to do with like I would say bad faith arguments or explicit lying or abuse of the court system versus a side that is not trying to lie or abuse the court system. So for instance, when they filed this complaint initially, there's absolutely no reason why they shouldn't have had all of their affidavits or all of their declarations in line. That's very easy to have done prior to filing this complaint. Sometimes you can make the argument that like the publicity of a lawsuit or something like that maybe would open up maybe something before even discovery where somebody else would want to jump in and file an affidavit or declaration or whatever, maybe. But all of those arguments are completely destroyed due to the fact that plaintiff decided to make a huge Substack post publicly beforehand to maximize the amount of attention that this entire ordeal would get. And she already said in her complaint that there was a message from a supporter who said that their sister had received something. Okay, so they already had all this, despite the fact that they lay this out in the complaint. So there's 2 huge issues that I have, okay? One issue is that they made a bunch of claims in the complaint that they didn't attach any evidence for, like light evidence. I'm not saying you have to like prove any, but they're like, there were no declarations, there were no affidavits, there were no nothing. And then 2, they want to talk about or bring in so much stuff that's not a part of this complaint. Nothing having to do with any other person is relevant to the complaint that plaintiff has filed against me. Despite the fact that, and I don't want to bring up names or anything, because some people obviously have a lot of issues or whatever going on, but if you know anything, you'll figure it out. But like, there's at least one person who's tweeted like several times, like, I don't know why my name keeps getting brought up in this complaint. I'm not a part of this case. I don't know why they keep bringing my stuff up here. I'm not a part of this. But plaintiff is, for whatever reason, just likes to keep adding a bunch of other shit in here, which is not part of the complaint. You're not supposed to do that because it's extra shit, especially given the fact that like plaintiff literally asked for an extension on the page limit here so that they could file a 20-page support of their motion here as opposed to the normal 10-page, just so they can include a bunch of other stupid shit. Okay, so sorry, I'm venting. So before I was kind of like just kind of covering this objectively, reading it and giving my perspective objectively as objectively I can. Okay, now I'm complaining about at this point, I feel like this is just bad behavior. Okay, so a few bad behaviors is they keep bringing up, okay, warning for children listening. Okay, careful. They keep bringing up evidence over and over again that is not supporting the thing that they keep alleging. Okay. Destiny, is it normal for court documents to be written so passive aggressively? The other videos from his seemingly vast, it's amateurish, especially when you don't have the evidence to back it up. So they keep referring to something. So for instance, that Hannah girl that tried to bait me on Discord into making statements, I guess, that she immediately posted to Just Feels Discord server. They keep citing this as examples of like, oh, he's still offering to send, the video between him and Pixie to other people. If you read Hannah's own affidavit, I'm very explicitly and specifically referring to videos of me performing oral sex on women. None of these have to do with anything related to any video with Pixie, and they didn't actually have to do with anything related to the Kiwi Farms videos either. That was totally unrelated. I think we've responded now, I think on 2 or 3 different motions about that, but they keep bringing this up over and over and over again. I don't know why. They have never responded to it. That declaration from that person doesn't further that, but they just keep bringing it up, which is very, very, very fucking annoying. They're also very eager to say like, well, hold on. Sometimes defense is bringing up stuff that's not relevant exactly to the case, even though they keep bringing up insanely random, stupid things. Like here, they say that Bonnell is taking advantage of this forum to intentionally cause plaintiff further humiliation by publishing her private sexual information, saying that me mentioning the fact that plaintiff was the one who suggested making videos and she eagerly wanted to and all that, that was like improper, that I shouldn't have said that. And then in their next claim here, they say that I don't know why Stephen is implying that we said 15 witnesses came forward to say that they'd received videos of Pixie. We were just saying that 15 people told Pixie that Bonnell had randomly shared videos with them that weren't related to her. Then why the fuck is that being brought up in this complaint? That has nothing to do with any of this, right? Why? But whatever. Okay. I've gone over all of this kind of. I feel like opposing counsel is acting in insanely bad faith. Wait, I said that it's. No, bad faith. We'll get to the insanely bad faith shit. One of the annoying things that they did, do you have avenues to complain to the judge? We'll get to that. Ask me that in 10 minutes, okay? One of the very annoying things about this, aside from the fact that they keep ignoring, over and over again, like all of my responses to everything. Wait. Sorry. Okay. It's not related to any of this. Wait. At Destiny, would it not have been best to do a joint suit with you against Kiwi Farms? If you were actually concerned with holding any of the like the more disgusting parties involved with this accountable for like actual revenge porn or whatever, then absolutely. A joint suit would have been much stronger. It could have been a mass tort. It could have been a class action. There would have been way more resources dedicated to it. The chances of getting the feds interested in it would have been way higher. The pressure on the other parties, I don't even know if Kiwi Farms would be a called out party here. I don't feel like way strongly about that claim, but against the actual person who did all of the public publishing, absolutely, like civilly and criminally. It could have been much stronger, but that's all fucking completely now fucking in the shitter. Okay, fuck. What was I just saying? Okay, that's not important right now. What was I just saying? Oh, but that person probably doesn't have a fuck ton of money, so. Okay. Oh, okay, I remember now. So one of the complaints that I brought up before related to the big 20-page bullshit that they filed. Oh my God, fuck me. Is that, so they know that their complaint has a fatal flaw, meaning they haven't met any, or they're missing one of the elements to the federal statute. Remember, an element is a necessary part of a thing, okay? They're missing one of the elements of that statute, meaning that None of the behavior that they allege happened were even in date range of the statute. And if that's the case and that element is gone, that means that that cause of action is gone, which means that the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction to hear the case, which means the case gets dismissed. In a response to our response to their request for preliminary motion or preliminary injunction, they bring on another magical declarant. I won't say her name because they tried to file it redacted, but I believe in the redacted filing, they called this person Abby MC. So who knows who that is, I guess. Okay. There are a few annoying problems with this filing. Hold on, I'm trying to see what is public on here. Oh yes, please God. No, stop. This is a little disjointed now, but I'll tie it all together for you at the end. For what I am pretty sure I understand what's happening. Destiny, is it not worth it just because you can't pay? I don't know how it works if you can't pay penalties or settlements. Well, it's not worth it because it's so much more of a clusterfuck. Like it would be a very strong looking case if you had 5 or 6 plaintiffs that were all together in either a mass tort or a class action against a singular defendant who was alleged to have done, and you would go on the mens rea here, you would say like an actual like revenge porn like publication who could still do the same thing over and over again, by the way. That would be a very strong civil case. That would be an unlosable civil case. And it would almost certainly, well, I shouldn't say almost certainly, but it would have very strong legs to get carried by the FBI as well in a submission to the DOJ. Because now you've got multiple plaintiffs, you could do, you know, discovery and work during a civil case and everything. Like it would have a lot of legs to stand on. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this was the declaration that was submitted. Okay, a few things, all right? One, first issue. No, wait, I'll get to this. Hold on, let me read through this first, okay? Opposing counsel is incredibly obstinate and combative, all right? Generally, litigants will hate each other, right? It's civil court, you're suing somebody, okay? You're upset. Opposing counsel should be their lawyers. They don't have a personal stake in it, you know. They do phone calls, they try to represent their clients best they can, but they're not like actually, you know, angry or obsessed with each other. I don't think that's been the case here, okay? I think we filed yesterday a statement in response to, as part of their 11th hour submission to try to save their preliminary injunction and the entire case, they bring in this other person whose name is redacted, okay? When you redact somebody's name or when you file something under seal, okay, just to be clear, that filing is protected from the public. It's so that the public can't see it. You can't hide shit from the defendant, okay? It doesn't work. I don't even know why I have to say this because it's so obvious. You can't have anonymous and random witnesses or accusers come forward and not reveal that person and throw them onto cases at the 11th hour to claim that they're willing to testify or whatever without the other person even knowing who it is to be able to defend themselves. Like, it's fucking retarded. And I would call it a procedural violation, but it's also, like, it's more than that. Like, it's, I don't know if it's sanctionable behavior, but it's like, what the fuck is happening right now? So we filed a response, okay. In connection with her motion for a preliminary injunction, plaintiff moves. So moving means that you're filing something with the court, a motion, movement, motion, LOL. Plaintiff moves to file under seal 3 anonymous declarations. Plaintiff's motion should be denied for 3 reasons. 1, plaintiff failed to meet and confer prior to filing her motions. Okay, so again, I don't know how it's shown in TV shows, but like, you don't typically just file something with the court And the other party's like, oh, fuck, we got to read the what are they talking about? Oh, shit. You have meet and confers beforehand. Remember, the court is here as kind of like a mediator, especially pretrial, to kind of like help both sides file stuff and get everything on the record. You should be having meet and confers in between filings to figure out, like, well, what are you guys going to file? Okay, well, this is probably going to be a response, and then we'll have this on the record. You're not just supposed to be randomly throwing shit into the docket to see what happens, all right? So one, plaintiff failed to meet and confer prior to filing her motion. So that means that they filed something. They filed a redacted filing without us even knowing who the person is. And then two, plaintiff refuses to identify the names of the declarants to defendant Bonnell's counsel. Okay, we'll get to that. And then three, the federal rule and statute upon which plaintiff relies are not applicable here. At 7:59 p.m. EDT on Friday, plaintiff's counsel emailed the undersigned stating, pursuant to local rule 7.1 subsection A3, we are meeting and conferring on the following motions. Motion to file under seal certain documents and its proposed order. Motion for leave to exceed page limit on reply memorandum, because they wanted to file an extra long, insane reply instead of just a normal 10 pages. The documents to be filed under seal are certain statements by witnesses, which purpose is to keep their names out of the public. You and your client will know their identities, because you have to. Duh. I apologize for not reaching out before. It's been an intense week. What are you doing so much with your time? Why are you taking this case on if you don't have the time or resources for it? They already used this excuse to be 6 weeks late in filing for their TRO, which the judge excoriated them for. It was stale. It was kicked, like, if for no other reason, just because I don't even know if she analyzed much of the merits of it. It was just stale. It was 6 weeks old. How are you filing a temporary restraining order 6 weeks after your complaint? But whatever. Okay, so at 11:40 p.m. EDT on May 2nd, okay, 11:40 p.m. EDT. So 4 hours, no, yes. So 4 hours later, okay, plaintiff filed her motion for leave to file declarations under seal. And then 25 minutes later, EDT on Saturday, May 3rd, after the deadline to file the reply papers, plaintiff filed the declarations in redacted form. At 10 a.m. on May 3rd, Bonnell's counsel requested unredacted copies of plaintiff's filings. Despite repeated requests, plaintiff refused to reveal to Bonnell the names of her declarants. While this opposition is directed to plaintiff's motion to file under seal, Bonnell also opposes plaintiff's belated request to exceed pages limitations for its reply brief. Plaintiff failed to meet and confer prior to filing her motion and unilaterally certified those purported efforts. Plaintiff did not carefully edit her reply papers prior to filing. They are repetitive, wordy, improperly formatted, and contained a myriad of extraneous and irrelevant information. The court should constrain plaintiff to the 10-page limit that they didn't need to file. And if we would have had a meet and confer beforehand, we probably wouldn't have okayed. I would imagine we would have fought on this motion to exceed page limit, because they didn't need 20 pages to say a bunch of like retarded shit. Okay. Okay. The local rules require a filer filing a redacted exhibit to contemporaneously serve a version of the exhibit upon all counsel that is either unredacted or that contains only those redactions authorized in connection with producing a document to another party in discovery. To date, plaintiff has not complied. Instead, plaintiff argues that because she elected to file redacted declarations under local rule 5.3 subsection B1, she is somehow excused from the requirements of subsection F of the local rule and contends that Bonnell has no right to receive the unredacted documents at this time. Plaintiff provides no support for this contention. At a minimum, Bonnell should be permitted to know the identities of the purported witnesses who are providing testimony against him. Further, plaintiff's reliance on Rule 26C1 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure and 15 U.S.C. 6851 is entirely misplaced, as those authorities have no bearing on her motion to file under seal. Rule 26 pertains to seeking a protective order in connection with discovery. That's another federal civil procedure. The code section provides that the court may grant injunctive relief maintaining the confidentiality of a plaintiff using a pseudonym. Neither is applicable here. A witness or somebody else is not a plaintiff. And also, yeah, no, this is stupid. For the foregoing reasons, Bonnell requests that the court deny plaintiff's motion to file under seal and order plaintiff to file unredacted versions of the declarations or strike them from the record. Okay? So here are the emails back and forth. So this is from their lawyer on May 2nd. Good evening. We are having a lot of trouble uploading some of the exhibits. We tried for a couple of hours without success with some of them. Attached is the full set of exhibits to plaintiffs' Jane Doe declaration that will be eventually uploaded. We apologize for the inconvenience. We will try to solve the issue over the weekend or as soon as we get some guidance from Pacer. Thank you. And then obviously my lawyer says, can you please provide us with, now, unfortunately, we do have a typo here. I will be getting reimbursed for this email. They better not have charged me for sending it. He says unreacted copies. He means unredacted copies. Okay. So my lawyer says, please provide us with unredacted copies of your filings immediately. So to be clear, we should have these before they're filed with the fucking court, right? How are you filing? Well, I'll get more. And then this lady responds, upon the ruling of the court on our motion to file the unredacted exhibits under seal, we will proceed to file the unredacted versions with the court, at which point you can access them. I would appreciate a response to my email dated April 28, 2025 regarding the Discord subpoena. Okay. Excuse me, what? You don't get to file anonymous claims that you've unilaterally redacted with the court to make publicly available to support other motions that you filed. And then if the court rejects your motion to seal, you can just strike those. And I have no idea, you never make available to me who any of the people are. That's insane. You can't, like, if this was the way that court worked, I could basically just say, oh, by the way, I have 10 people and all of them are jumping on board saying that the plaintiff is a murderer, by the way. All 10 of them are jumping on. All of their names are redacted. But don't worry, I filed with the court to ask to file these under seal, which also, I don't even know why that would matter, because when you file under seal, I still get those names. You still make those available to me. The filing under seal just protects them publicly, right? But imagine you doing this and then the court says, well, no, we're not going to agree to that. And you're like, oh, okay, well, in that case, then I take them back. Especially when this is the only person, by the way, that keeps the entire complaint alive. This is the only, because the whoever Abby MC is in the declaration, we don't know who that person is, but whoever that person is the only person that keeps this entire complaint alive, right? So obviously my lawyer responded and he said, without the court ruling on your motion to seal, you filed redacted declarations. Please send me the unredacted versions. In his belated meet and confer email to me, your co-counsel represented the documents to be filed under seal are certain statements by witnesses, which purpose is to keep their names out of the public. You and your client will know their identities. We do not. Please provide that information. Thank you. His response was, to be clear, because of your client's statements related to Jane Doe and any potential witnesses, we had to file these under seal. Once the court rules on the motion, we will proceed accordingly. If the court grants the motion, you will know their identities. Thank you. This is not allowed. You're not allowed to do this, number one. Number two, this is more irrelevant statements. They try to bring up like, oh my God, he made these statements about, who was it? Like Gisticle and Queeman? These people have nothing to do with this case. They're not part of this complaint. They're not declarants. They haven't signed affidavits. I don't even know if they're called out in any part of this. You can't just bring on random statements and say like, well, now because of that, we're going to break federal rules of civil procedure and just do wild, unhinged shit. It's like, you can't just file stuff with the court without making any of it known to me. And then if the court says, we're not going to file this until, and then just unfile it. You can't do that. And so this might be a little sarcastic or snarky. And if the court doesn't grant your motion, their identities remain anonymous, and then they don't respond. And then my lawyer says again, despite our repeated requests, you have failed and or refused to provide us with unredacted copies of the declarations you improperly filed with your reply papers on Friday. Your continued failure and or refusal to provide the requested documents violates Local Rule 5.4. If you do not immediately provide us with the unredacted filings, we will so advise the court and seek appropriate remedies, including but not limited to striking the pleadings, relying on the unauthorized declarations, and the imposition of judicial sanctions against you and your client. All rights reserved, sincerely. And then their reply, Mr. Bretler, note that Local Rule 5.4b1 provides in relevant part, quote, if prior to the issuance of a ruling on the motion to file under seal, the moving party elects or is required to publicly file a pleading motion memorandum or other document that attaches or reveals the content of the proposed sealed material, then the moving party must redact from the public filing all content that is the subject of the motion to file under seal. So I don't know if redacting all content means just what you want redacted or means everything that person is alleging. I don't actually know the ruler. I tried to read the underlying rule, but I couldn't interpret what that meant. However, again, this doesn't mean that you're allowed to not make it available to me. This just means that you might be able to preemptively file something and redact it publicly with the court, but this doesn't mean you can keep it from opposing counsel, from the defense. It's like a fundamental rule in U.S. legal system that you're allowed to be confronted with your accusers. Because remember, we're in the discovery phase now. Who am I even supposed to request discovery on if I don't even know the names of the people that are supposedly, witnesses or people that are supporting plaintiff's claims? But plaintiff elected to attach the declarations to the reply and file a simultaneous motion to file under seal. Defendant has no right to receive the unredacted documents at this time. Excuse me? What? It would also be highly negligent if we were to provide to your client the unredacted documents without the protection of their identities by the court in light of your client's public statements over the weekend maligning these declarants. So, no. That's not how any of this works. You don't get to just have random people jump onto a case, mask their identities, not provide us with copies of who any of these people are, especially when these other people are making public statements, which they have because one of these people allegedly, supposedly, possibly jumped on another fucking stream to talk a little bit about shit. But so what the fuck? Your client has also threatened physical harm to other individuals that have spoken out against him and in support of the plaintiff. None of this has anything to do with any of this case. For Jistical and Queeman, I'd kill them if I could. I'd show up their fucking house to do it. I do want someone to kill Jistical, though, or Lab, or Mystical, or Queeman. All those people can go die. None of this, if you really think you have a strong argument here, which fine, say you do. Say, okay, well, I think defense is trying to murder all of the witnesses or whatever. File that with the court. File it with the court, have a judge rule on it, file a motion for it, and then have a hearing on it. You can't just unilaterally decide, I'm going to just start having anonymous witnesses come forward and then file it and see if the court accepts it. If they don't, then I'll just strike it from the record. Moreover, you have the full unredacted substantive content of the declarations. The only redacted portions are those that would reveal the identities of these declarants. There could be no legitimate urgency for you or your client to know these witnesses' legal identities. That does not alter the facts or your ability to defend your client in these proceedings. So first of all, you don't get to make that decision, number one. Number two, you don't get to make that decision unilaterally, okay? Number three, you don't know, if maybe me having access to that person's name helps me at some point in discovery when I'm allowed to make requests. Who am I even making a document request to? Who am I even making interrogatory requests to or for admissions to if I don't even know the actual names of the people involved here? Who's to say that I'm in contact or have contact with any of them? You can't do this, okay? This is ridiculous, all right? For these and other additional reasons, we will not be providing the unredacted documents unless they are under seal. You don't get to make that decision. Or if you want to wait, then you can wait, but you can't file them first without us having copies of them. We consider our meet and confer efforts to have been exhausted. What? At Destiny, I think he said he'd only submit things if it was the case that he could remain anonymous. I heard Jessica say that on the stream last night. So here's a stronger statement I will make. I thought about saving these, but I don't even know. I'm honestly so over all this shit. I think there's a lot of very bad behavior going on behind the scenes related to this. I already have all of Jessica's contact info, and I've already served 2 opposing counsel discovery requests related to him. And I know a lot about conversations that have happened, and if I don't get copies of all of those, that will be relevant to all of these proceedings going forward. And that's true for several people involved that either think they're clever or cute or don't know that I'm aware that other people are involved in this. But here is my really annoying thing related to this. Okay. This person, whoever screen name AbbyMC is, that's making this claim about getting the video that's the relevant subject matter of the complaint from me, I think that this is all a lie. I think that all of this is perjury. And my conspiratorial thinking is the reason why these were filed redacted was to keep the name of the person out of direct hands of us so that the person could perjure themselves without accountability. That's what my feeling is. We're going through the discovery process right now, and I'm complying legally with all of my obligations that I'm supposed to meet for everything else. But I feel like this person was brought in to perjure themselves on a declaration in order to keep the case alive, with the hopes that they can somehow scrounge up or find something else in discovery, which they won't. And it is incredibly fucking frustrating that I'm having to waste more time, more money, potentially draw this out, depending on how long they're willing to lie, all the way to trial, because this person is making declarations, but why are there no exhibits attached? If you're literally claiming here that you have screenshots with conversations with other people, or you have screenshots of our conversations, why is that not attached anywhere? You could file it under seal if you want, but that's incredibly fucking weird. Yeah, so this is really fucking annoying. Yeah. In docket 65, paragraph 3, they argue they try to confirm before filing, but it's a fucking joke. You should show that. Wait, where? In docket 56, or docket 65, paragraph 3. Stop. What's the logic behind them doing this? I think the fantasy is that they're going to find something else, or in my nightmare scenario, I guess. But I guess it's not really, it's not a real complaint for me, because I guess I'm not a victim, or men can't be victims. So I don't think these are technically private. One of the things that their counsel brings up in the email to Andrew is that we haven't replied to their request to comply with Discord subpoena. So opposing counsel is trying to subpoena me, okay, on Discord and Instagram for every single video and picture that has been sent to or received from, or has been sent by or received from my account for 5 years. I would rather kill myself than give these disgusting fucks that is an insane fucking request. In the context of everything that this case is about, Jesus Christ. But that was the Discord subpoena that they replied to. I'm never complying with that. What an unbelievably broad and disgusting request to make of you. But like, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, everything about this case is just like so fucking gross. Okay, sorry, you said docket 65, paragraph 3. Although plaintiff's attempts to confer with opposing counsel was not made until almost 8 p.m. on Friday, May 2nd, due to time constraints, the request would have been received by defendant's lead counsel, Mr. Andrew Bretler, at 5 p.m. his time, California. Wait, what? Although plaintiff's attempts to confer with opposing counsel was not made until 8 p.m. on Friday, the request would have been received by defendant's lead counsel at 5 p.m. his time, California. Okay. Doc 44 was not filed until 10:49 EST. So they made a request to meet and confer at 5 p.m., okay, California time, and then less than 3 hours later, they filed? Jesus Christ. Keep reading. Sorry. Mr. Bretler was made aware of our filing deadline, but did not respond. Due to this, we notified the court that we would provide an update to our meet and confer efforts. As of now, counsel for I haven't actually read this filing, sorry. As of now, counsel for defendants have not provided any response to our request for a meet and confer regarding the excess pages. Regarding Docket 48, plaintiff's motion requests leaves for the declarations of 3 witnesses to be filed under seal in order to protect their identities. These 3 declarations were made in support of plaintiff's reply to the opposition of someone else who filed. Plaintiff elected to attach redacted versions of these 3 declarations to a reply brief. The portions of the declarations that are redacted are only those that would serve to identify the witnesses. The substantive content is not redacted. What does this mean? You can't have anonymous accusers coming forward. You can't do that. What is this? Like, you know everything about the accusers. They just are anonymous. That's not how this works in court. On Saturday, May 3rd, 2025, defendant's counsel, would this be the next day? Yeah. Mr. Bretler responded to the meet and confer request regarding our request to leave, or for leave, the file, responded to the meet and confer request regarding our request for leave, the file, the 3 declarations under seal to, I think there's a typo, by demanding that the undersigned counsel immediately provide him with unredacted versions of the 3 declarations. As of now, various communications have been exchanged, but no consensus has been reached. The undersigned counsel has communicated to Mr. Bretler that pursuant to local rule 54B1, he will receive the unredacted versions of the declarations after the court approves of the motion at docket 48 and they're filed under seal. These declarations contain highly sensitive, private, and confidential information regarding the non-consensual distribution of sexually explicit materials and related communications involving the witnesses. Excuse me, none of that is the subject of this case. None of this is relevant to this case. Plaintiffs and other individuals, these witnesses only agree to provide their testimony if their identities can be kept private under the protection of the court. Okay. This makes more... I didn't read this before. This makes more sense now. Oh my God, I just had a fucking brain blast. Some people have been communicating with me privately that... should I... Actually, I don't give a fuck now. They shouldn't be talking to me privately, and you should be communicating only through your lawyer. And the fact that they've been communicating with me privately seems to imply to me that there is a heavy amount of pressure with opposing counsel to elicit what I would say are obviously false statements in order to keep this case alive. And I think that is unfucking believable. I think you look forward to showing up in the next court filing. It feels to me like opposing counsel is in over their heads, don't work in this area of law at all. This Joan Peters person is some kind of immigration lawyer from Puerto Rico, and this other guy, I guess, is just I don't even know what law he does for everything. Maybe car accidents. I don't know. But they're in way over their head. There's way too much involved here. They don't know basic rules of civil procedure, which I understand is Civ Pro is your hardest law school class. I don't know. Maybe go back and take a refresher on it. And I think they're at a point now to where I legitimately, it feels like what they're doing is they are grabbing random people to perjure themselves, but they're telling the people, we'll keep your identity anonymous so everything will be okay, because some of these people have expressed a great deal of stress and frustration, and it feels like the stress and frustration has to do with the fact that they are they're worried because they didn't know that they would ever be identifiable because they are lying in some of their declarations. Maybe. That's just what it looks like. For all the reasons more fully set forth in plaintiff's motion, it is critical to protect the identities of these declarants. Then file a motion with the court and ask for it. You can't just throw this on and decide this unilaterally on your own. The undersigned counsel has also explained to Mr. Bretler, the defendant, has the full unredacted substantive content of the declarations. The only redacted portions are those that would reveal the identities of these declarants. Who am I serving discovery notices to? Who am I asking for information or documents from? Also, if you bring these people in at the last minute, we don't even have a chance to reply to stuff that they're declaring in their moving for a preliminary injunction. There could be no legitimate urgency for a defendant to know these witnesses' legal identities. That information does not alter the substantive facts or counsel's ability to defend his client in the proceedings. Excuse me, when these witnesses are alleging that I've sent them some kind of material, how can I even know the answer to this question without me knowing who the people are that are making allegations? Excuse me, what? Or counsel's ability to defend his client in these proceedings. As of now, despite repeated efforts, the parties have been unable to resolve the issue. Accordingly, plaintiff's updated certificate of conferral is set forth below as follows. Another thing that these guys haven't responded to, that I think we've raised this issue 2 or 3 times, they keep claiming that I've engaged in the deletion of evidence and the spoliation of evidence, which, by the way, I think is one of their motivating factors for getting people to tell lies about messages I've sent them, because I do back up all of my messages. I do have archives of everything that I've deleted, and I can see exactly the messages that some of the declarants claim to exist that I know for a fact do not exist on the exact dates and the exact times that we were communicating with each other. And I don't know if they think that I am just lying when I say that, but keep in mind that plaintiff has accused me of deleting evidence over and over and over again, despite never requesting a single document from me ever, despite never requesting any of this evidence from me ever, and despite not seeking any of the proper spoliation remedies ever. And also, they haven't responded to the fact that if you are telling me that I've engaged in spoliation because I'm deleting messages on Discord, why don't you account for the messages that your plaintiff has deleted on Discord? because they have, and they've gone back and edited stuff on January 20th, 2 days before serving me with a preservation of evidence request, which I would say is a clear demonstration of bad faith. And if they can't provide me with copies of the conversation from their perspective beforehand, then I have no idea how the fuck you can accuse me of spoliation when your client is literally doing that. Anyway, okay. But, sorry. There's like so much paperwork and everything in the background for stuff that I have to respond to, stuff that I have to reply to. It's these huge lists of like demands for admissions, and if I don't, then I have to say why I don't or whatever, and like all of these interrogatories. It's just so much shit. That's what I've been doing on my free time at night or in the morning. It's just a lot of shit that I respond to, plus all the money on the legal representation, all of this. But this is incredibly fucking annoying to me, because for whatever reason, even if I felt aggrieved in the beginning of all this, because I think that the start of all this was stupid, you know, whatever the fuck, it is very fucking annoying that I feel like now they're engaging in what I feel is sanctionable behavior, but what the fuck do I know? This just feels disgusting and gross and stupid to me, but anyway. There you go. She's actually editing messages. I might even have that in a public filing somewhere, but yes. I think I attached a link of an example of a message that was edited 3 months earlier. I think it was a message in November that was edited on January 20th, because you can see, it shows you in Discord when the message was edited. So it was the day they decided to file that lawsuit, or the day they decided to file me a notice, to put me on notice for a lawsuit, that they began editing messages in their Discord. So. But do you have the money to keep the lawyers all the way through? I will spend every single cent I have keeping my lawyers. I will never, ever, I'm never settling anything out like this, ever. It's expensive and it's annoying, but I mean, I guess I complained before that I'm wealthy and I have nothing else to spend my money on, so why not on good representation? Fuck it. How much is this whole legal thing sending you back? I think I've paid, around 140,000 at this point. So, you know, just like crashing 4 new cars into a wall. And I'm glad that I can support the local economy of California. I'm glad that I can support, struggling lawyers everywhere. that I can send whatever they need. Is there a certain point the judge reacts to their behavior? I'm looking forward to the magistrate judge going over the preliminary injunction filings, and then until then, I don't know what they actually respond to. But the Destiny lawyers rock, by the way. Yeah, they're good. They're good at what they do. But this case, in my opinion, hasn't come down to like having incredibly skilled lawyers that are navigating it in a very creating an awesome novel legal theory to navigate the case. It's more just like filing on time, filing correctly, understanding basic rules of civil procedure, and being responsive to and making good questions on the other side. Whereas the other side, and in my opinion at this point, is engaging in sanctionable behavior, I would say, or illegal behavior, I guess, but whatever. Anyway. Why not fundraise for the legal fees? I feel like I make too much money to do fundraisers. Just watch my kick. That's my fundraising. Can't you sue for the legal fees since this is clearly in bad faith? I mean, I would hope that if enough of this behavior continues to pile up, that I can do, that I can ask, I don't know if it would be like anti-slap or something, but that maybe I would be able to recover some of that, but who knows? Isn't there some professional duty for a lawyer to say this type of case is outside my area of expertise? Like I would expect to see. Yes, but my feeling is I'm pretty sure there are. I'm especially considering how aggressive and stubborn and I would say malicious opposing counsel is. I feel like there are personal relationships at play here. That's what the feeling is, but. How much research you do on lawyers before you decided on the ones you chose? So I did a lot of research on, and then I got a really good recommendation for an aggressive law firm that was helping me do the case against the actual leaker guy up in New York. And then when Pixie decided to threaten the case and then file the case against me, I asked them, okay, well, you guys obviously are on the plaintiff side of this. Who are the best defendants? Who do you think does really well on the other side? And this is a really well-connected New York law firm. They recommended Andrew and that law firm in California, who's been exemplary so far. They've been really good. I have zero complaints. So, yeah, but they're just very expensive. But it's going to cost you millions, Destiny, even if you get to summary judgment. I think that I seriously doubt I'd be looking at north of, if it ended up going all the way to fucking trial, which would be so obnoxious. My guess is maybe $750K would be the cap on all the spending on this, which would be a pretty gross amount of money. But the goal is still to get to, it should be gone in summary judgment, because the plaintiff has no case, unless they are willing. I mean, I don't want to give them, I guess, the illegal strategy to just get somebody to blatantly fucking lie all the way to trial and say, no, I am going to lie. But how does payment work for this? Do you pay them per each time they have to do something, or bulk at the end? Every month, I think generally law firms, usually initially you will pay a retainer. The retainer will be something they'll bill against, and then after the retainer is exhausted, depending on your relationship or how reliable they think you are, they'll just bill you monthly for cumulatively all the services or whatever. So how does this work if this goes to trial? Can the people giving them affidavits just refuse to testify? No, the whole point of an affidavit is that you're saying that you're willing to testify in the case, right? That's the whole point of filing these things. So has your lawyer been shocked at how the other counsel is acting? Maybe, yeah, but also I generally don't want to say anything about my conversation with my lawyer because that's privileged information. Privilege meaning it can't be used in any way, size, shape, or form at any of the trials. So if I mention anything about my personal conversations with him, it would probably be after the trial. Okay, this is like the only time I will do this. Okay. The only reason I'm just covering this is so that there's some perspective of mine out there, because there is so much other bad coverage of this. I have spies everywhere, okay? So I see Gesticle, and their Discord is all in cope mode right now, obviously. So he's spamming in all caps. This is only about my one instance of sexual misconduct. Examples of me engaging in this exact kind of sexual misconduct during the exact same time period, victimizing the same group of people, including the plaintiff, are not relevant. Correct. In a civil suit, if you want to have multiple allegations against a person, those people have to join the civil suit as plaintiffs. You can do it in a class action where you certify a class of people, or you can do it in the form of a mass tort where a bunch of people come forward and make the same claim with different representation. But yes, welcome to the real world. It's not a Discord chat, and it's not a Reddit chat, and it's not a forum. If you want to have people join a suit, they have to officially join it. You can't just randomly put in Redditor arguments in every fucking filing and say, well, what about that and that and that? Because those issues haven't been litigated. They haven't been litigated. They're not before the court. They're presumptuous of my character and other stuff. That's not anybody else's business to decide on right now. Like, yeah, so it's inappropriate. It's improper unless other people want to formally join the lawsuit. But, okay. Anyway. Would things be different, meaning plaintiff would have a much stronger case if the alleged actions happened after the date that law went into effect? Potentially. I mean, well, at the very least, the lawsuit would have legs, so they could sue. But the issue is that, in my opinion, and this would be, I guess, partially for a jury to decide. Obviously, the internet has their opinion. But the issue is that what they want to do is they want to invoke all of the damages that plaintiff has suffered as a result of not my action, but another party's actions. And the other party's actions is making this published on a website like Kiwi Farms. But that other party isn't named anywhere in the lawsuit. So to hold me accountable for all of those damages would be incredibly challenging. You're dipping into concepts in legality called proximate harm or foreseeability. So what you would have to argue is, and you would have to do this very cleverly and very carefully, you would have to try to argue that me sending the video to another person, it should have been foreseeable that that video would leak to somebody, would leak to the public at large. But that would be incredibly difficult because, one, you would have to claim that it was foreseeable for me, but not foreseeable for plaintiff, number one. And then number two, you would have to claim that it was foreseeable and I did it knowing that I would be immensely harmed as well, which is incredibly weird. And then you would have to argue the proximate harm is mostly on me, despite the fact that the at-large publishing of the internet was done by another party. It's just, even if they had that, and even if they were to theoretically win or get like, you wouldn't call it a conviction, a favorable ruling saying, okay, well, we think that this statute was broken, we do hold the defendant accountable. When it comes to calculating damages there's going to be a big question of like, okay, well, which damages do we calculate? And that gets very complicated because, like I said, I haven't published any of this publicly anywhere. You haven't brought up any of the parties that have published it anywhere. And plaintiff made a huge tactical mistake of exploding the lawsuit prior to actually filing anything. They didn't file an anonymous lawsuit under a Jane Doe, under a protective order, where they could have filed the entire thing under seal, which would have kept their damages claim much stronger. Because obviously, if it were to go to court, one of my counter retorts is going to be, and I have all the views for the videos over time, hey, look, this video had 5,000 views. After plaintiff made their Substack, this video has 60,000 views. How can you assign damages to me when the person publicizing this so much is incurring their own, they're essentially increasing the damage to themselves. And if you look at all of the underlying case law, it's a new law, right? It's 2023, I think is when it became active, or end of 2022. It's a new law, so there's not much case law on it. But if you go through and you read these cases, you're not going to find any example ever of plaintiffs publicizing their own leaked material prior to taking any of the defendants to court. It's just, but whatever. You know, what do I know? I'm fucking retarded, I guess. Anyway. Jesus. So can you summarize the stuff happening with Logistical? Are you going to sue him? They're a Canadian person, so I don't even know, number one. Number two, we'll see what happens. I've already put in a discovery request related to him, but he was talking about this on his stream yesterday, and I feel like, my feeling is that he knows that there is tomfoolery about, because I think he said on stream, I think he said that he was not going to join this unless he had guarantees or assurances that all of his stuff would be kept redacted and anonymous, which makes me feel like he also knows that there's improper stuff going on here. So if you lose a lawsuit, would you be considered a convicted felon? No, this is civil stuff. You would just lose a lawsuit. What are you restricted from doing while the case is going on? Nothing. Well, I mean, it's hard to work with people publicly, although I guess I'm talking to more people, apparently they don't care that much, but. Does this first-hand exposure to legal system make you appreciate the justice system or be frustrated by it? I mean, I'm frustrated by opposing counsel's behavior, but I feel like they're just acting insanely, so. Okay, anyway. Will you be able to make a statement on exactly what you've done wrong after the case, or is there a good chance that it will be dismissed due to the lawyer's incompetence? Everyone still calls you a rapist after it. I don't know. That's a personal decision that I'm going to have to decide for myself, because right now there are a ton. One, there is an incredibly aggressive, and I think personally invested, opposing litigation firm that is like hanging off of every single public word that I say. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if aspects of this, if this conversation will show up in the next fucking filing, right? So they are doing, they're just incredibly aggressive, number one. And then number two, It feels like they're like desperately searching for other plaintiffs. So I don't know if somebody else is going to try to file a case against me using the same law firm or whatever the fuck else. So I don't know. But we'll see. I don't know. We'll see how I feel after everything. But Jesus Christ. How often do you speak to your lawyers? Are available? They're very available. I speak to them as little as possible because you get charged for conversations. If it costs you 140K, how much do you think this is costing her? She only raised 50K so far. So one complaint that I would have about how the court system works is that I feel like in a way, some of this bad behavior is a little bit incentivized. I think that opposing counsel, the feeling I'm getting, the feeling that is being admitted is that they are working on a contingency basis, meaning they only get paid if plaintiff gets paid. So they're also incentivized in the same bad behavior because they're basically working on commission kind of. So that might also be influencing their behavior. That feels like a very weird conflict of interest to me, but whatever. Do we have a timeline on when they would next meet with the judge? No, that's what I kind of keep pushing for questions about. The next thing will just be this ruling on the preliminary injunction. But apparently there's not necessarily a timeline on that, so. You know what that cryptic Pixie tweet was? Or no clue? I have no idea. I doubt it's anything related to me. It's probably, I mean, I can guess, but I don't know. Probably something related to YouTuber or some project she wants to work on or whatever. Why would Pixie need to raise money if this case was on contingency? Good question. Since people are saying shit publicly and going on streams, at what point does it become okay to start just leaking shit? I mean, you can leak whatever you want. You're always fine to leak whatever you want. The only disadvantage, there are disadvantages and there are advantages to leaking or talking about some stuff publicly. It's just up to you to evaluate what you want. The biggest disadvantage to leaking stuff is that when you're having a conversation with your lawyer, that stuff is considered privileged information, meaning it can't be used against you ever or probed in court. So like, let's say that I'm talking to my counsel, okay? And let's say that I'm being accused by one side of stealing $100,000 from their house. And let's say that, and they're saying like, I know that you stole $100,000 because Luke said that you just bought a new car with cash. So I bet you stole it or whatever, some bullshit like this. Let's say that I'm talking to my lawyer and I'm like, okay, fuck. One thing that I'm really nervous about, and I don't think the plaintiff even knows this. I was actually at their house on the day that they said that the cash got stolen. So I'm kind of nervous about that, right? But let's say that they never figure that out or they don't know that or nobody alleges that. That's fine. But they can't subpoena or they can't on discovery say, I want to know everything you've said to your lawyer. And then your lawyer says, well, just so you know, my client told me he was at your house on the day the money was stolen. You're like, oh, fuck. Now I'm fucked, right? Because obviously if that was the case, then you could never confer with your lawyer because your lawyer is really just supposed to be an extension of yourself, right? So one of the big reasons why you wouldn't want to leak anything is because you're losing some of your attorney-client privilege if you do leak that stuff. And then there could be other reasons too, or not, depending on the case. It just depends. Are these complaints or opinions about the procedural behavior backed up by your lawyer or just based on your knowledge? Both. I usually have an inkling and then I ask my lawyer about it and he more or less affirms. But it's also obvious based on the filings and it's obvious based on the contention and it's obvious based on the on what the judge was saying, listening to the TRO request that the other side is acting quite improperly. So. Okay, I think last question. Somebody earlier said, why did she follow through with a lawsuit when she could have had you help her with her personal expenses like school and shit? Surely any lawyer worth their salt would say, yeah, just do that. The issue is that the amount of money that she wanted was at least 1 or 2 orders of magnitude higher than anything I would have ever. There's no world where there is a 7-figure payout, even if I lose the case, even if the jury fucking hates me, like there's no world where that is ever the payout. So one, the request for the payout was way too high. Number one. Number two, in my opinion, now there's not like a civil cause for action for any of this, and I don't know if any of this rises to any kind of whatever afterwards. I would say very obviously, I think that plaintiff was extorting me or blackmailing me. I think that all the elements of that crime are very easily and very clearly met. They were trying to compel me to engage in a behavior that I wouldn't have engaged in otherwise by threat of publishing some sort of private information that would have been humiliating or detrimental. And in exchange for keeping that private, there's a huge sum of money requested or some other thing compelled that you would normally do. Because plaintiff contacted me prior to ever contracting a law firm or anything, I think it's very easily, it meets all the elements of extortion or blackmail. Extortion, I think, or maybe it's blackmail, I don't remember. I don't even know the difference. One of those two, but all the elements I feel like are easily there. And so, okay. And then also I think that I think that maybe they think, so one, I think that she probably got gassed up from people saying like, oh no, like he's rich and people win millions and millions of dollars from these lawsuits all the time. So I bet, you'll get millions and millions of dollars. The problem, though, again, and I'll say this, if you follow any of these cases or if you read any of the cases, or if you just read the cases that they cite, if you go on Pacer and you look up the cases that they cite, sometimes there are big payouts, but dude, the defendants in these suits are insane. They're insane men. They're people who are like spamming explicit videos to their like friends and family, or they're making like 6 different accounts to post these videos like on, porn websites. They're insane defendants. So so sometimes it's just, even on some of these crazy cases, it's just like the max statutory payout, which is $150K. And then sometimes there's punitive stuff assessed, but the punitive stuff assessed is like for incredibly malicious behavior. But maybe a combination of like reading Kiwi Farms and a combination of reading everything else. Maybe Pixie has in her mind like, oh my God, like he acted so atrociously, maliciously, and like I think this is all intentional. And it's like, the fuck, dude, you're never convincing anyone of this, and it's just bullshit. So I don't know. And then on the last thing is maybe in her mind, because I'm probably going to end up spending a lot more on this than what she could have asked for. Maybe I'll just settle with her because maybe I'll just settle because I want to avoid the legal costs. So maybe that was what she was thinking. But I will pay 2 times more in legal costs than settling something like this, because fuck that. The idea of somebody getting like the easy next 10 or 20 years on their life by doing some insane unhinged shit like this, I'm good on that. But anyway, okay, there you go. Cut. There you go. Have fun, Carlos and Joanne or whatever, listening to this whole VOD. I know how much you guys love to type shit up into your motions and throw them into court papers by listening to my stream combos. How much do you think plaintiff believed the insane lies on her Substack, or still believes? I don't think she believed any of those. I think she knew all of that was bullshit. There's no shot that we're friends for 5 years and then she immediately hardcore insta super ultra rewrites every single. That's just impossible. I don't believe that. Do you think that she was genuinely suicidal, or was it an attempt to manipulate you? I mean, this is like double hearsay. I don't. In the video that was posted on, was it Professor Sunday? Or I'm sorry, not Professor Sunday. President Sunday's channel. Oh, shit. Wait a second. Oh, wait, hold on. What, is there a link to like the thing that I published? Wait, I just realized something. Despite the fact that everybody claims otherwise, because people think I'm legitimately, I guess people really do think, or some people I think, I don't know if it's my haters or what, think I'm actually insanely fucking arrogant. I do pass shit by. I pass everything I publish by my lawyers first. Some people are like, I bet he's stupid enough to think that he's smarter than his lawyers, and it's like, fuck no, I'm not fucking retarded. Why would I even risk that? A pretty good assessment of how smart I am. I would never risk anything that stupid. But I just realized, I wonder sometimes when I'm referencing things that I put in a first draft of a statement and not the actual thing that got published now. Where is the, I made like when I did like my mini festo, did I ever link that publicly anywhere? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, so the main things that make me wonder. So like, for instance, when Pixie was talking to people that she knew that I was in contact with, she's saying things like, this is where I believe the extortion shit is like pretty clearly maps on, right? I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with him or with myself and him based on how the conversation goes with you. Unless you decide you don't want to talk to him. Basically, I have my plans and course of action paused, and we'll choose something depending on if he agrees he has to make up / repent for the action and wants to work with me to find a way to do that, or if he doesn't feel that way. I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining, blah, blah, blah. Little anxious voice telling me to prepare for the worst. I'll have to start thinking of more extreme / nuclear options to deal with, but I'm trying to avoid spiraling down. Basically, that, and I think the next part of this message is basically saying that, like, don't worry, I won't kill myself immediately. I'll wait for the holidays or whatever. Basically saying that, like, depending on how my conversation goes with Erudite, if it's a bad conversation, she'll kill herself. But the weird thing was, and I don't have access to these messages firsthand, but I'm sure they'll be produced in Discovery because that's how this works, right? Were her messages to Aaron, or I'm sorry, so this is like double hearsay. These are Aaron's messages to President Sunday saying, Pixie was threatening to kill herself to him, but she told me this wasn't serious. It was just to get his attention. So, like I said, I've had the feeling that this has kind of been like a plot since at least December 9th. But like this would be like a pretty big conspiracy. And like I've said before, that I generally, I don't usually believe in like big conspiracy stuff without like a lot of evidence, because it would be pretty fantastic for that to happen. But I don't know. I feel like I've seen a lot of weird shit, and there's like a lot of connecting stuff that is moving in a certain direction, and yeah. But hey, you know, who knows? We'll see. The most damning part in my opinion is that she was baiting people to talk about the tape on Twitter, archiving replies, and then deleting the tweets. Yes, that is very weird. Yeah. But, okay. All right. We're moving on. Good times. Fun times. She says she only went public because of President Sunday's video, so that was just a lie. Yes, that was a total lie. But I show that in my... I think I showed that in my manifesto video, because she claims that she had to go public as a result of that. But if you see the leaked messages from, Aaron, you can see in those messages that I think like 11 days before any video was published, Pixie already had the entire Substack written, and she was shopping it around for opinions. So nobody forced her to go public with that. That's a lie. She just says that to make it seem like she was forced, maybe to defer damages that she would have accrued on her own or something, but... How are messages in Discovery proven to be real without platform confirmation? I mean, you take them to be true. If somebody's producing a message closest to its original form, then you just assume it's true. If it was like a criminal case, you might be a lot more stringent about things. But I mean, if I submit something and somebody's like, I don't trust this, it's edited, then I mean, I guess we can, I don't know what you want to do at that point, because anything literally can be edited. I can bring a witness to testify that it's a true and real message if you want, but I mean, Will either side subpoena Discord? Yeah, that's already been attempted, but the problem is those subpoenas are disgustingly overreaching, and they're going to need the consent of the other party. And there's no world where I consent to have every single explicit image and video ever sent or received by my account to the other party. That's disgusting and unhinged.
Our silence means.
Okay. Apparently this dude is some random small YouTuber who made this iDubbbz video, and apparently it was really well received. This guy's got 29,000 subs. It's got over 600,000
Our silence.
views. Let me see other stuff first. Hold on. Doom trailer.
The makers are still not responding. Defenses about to be breached.
Targets identified.
Damn, he's got a cape.
Weaponry deployed.
And a shield?
Impact confirmed. The Slayer has been activated.
Oh shit, are they doing parrying stuff? Or can you just spam block? I wonder how the parrying shit is gonna work. They didn't the shotgun hook. That wasn't in the first Doom, right? They introduced that in the second one. It's crazy. The first Doom played so well. It was in the first one. Oh, okay. Wait, no, that was only in Eternal. How am I getting contradictory answers? Okay, it wasn't in the first. Okay, yeah. The first one still played really well, and then they added that hook in the second one, which also played really well. Premium edition, downloadable content. Has there ever, in the history of all of mankind, been a single person ever to be excited about getting a digital art book? Oh my god, I got the coolest PDF. I feel like the cool thing was getting like physical art books, but you know. Hold on. Just seeing what else I opened here before we. Fuck is this? Okay. Did you see Pakistan violated the ceasefire within 2 hours? One of the most... okay, I'm drawing on my Israel-Palestine conflict and some of my Russian-Ukraine stuff here. So, in my personal opinion, ceasefires are one of the most kind of like memey things that news media can report on, and you should probably be really careful when you hear about people breaking ceasefires. What I believe, the formal understanding of a ceasefire means that you are no longer engaged in direct military conflict, and you're no longer engaged in stuff to further future military conflict or to assist with your current military conflict. So I believe it's the case, for instance, let's say that you draw a ceasefire, okay, and the lines are drawn up. If you were to resupply your front lines, or if you were to kind of like move armored vehicles around or whatever, all of that would be considered breaking a ceasefire. Also, like sometimes there are still battles or small conflicts that are going on back and forth when a ceasefire is called. Sometimes those might last for a few more hours afterwards, just because of whatever. So ceasefires are very easy things for people to kind of like play up in the media as showing that one side like betrayed a ceasefire, blew up a ceasefire, whatever. Sometimes they might legitimately be like huge violation of a ceasefire. Otherwise, or other times just like stuff kind of usually goes on a little bit longer past a ceasefire too. It just depends. But yeah. Just be careful when you read media about people breaking ceasefires. Like, not to say maybe in this case also for India and I was gonna say India, Russia. For India and Pakistan, there might have been a legitimate, like a huge military strike ordered after a ceasefire, and it was a huge breakage of it. That might be the case. I'm just saying in general, be careful. Which Metal Gear Solid game was the best, and why is Metal Gear Solid 3? I think 2 and 3 were both good. I will say Metal Gear Solid 5 was one of the most unnecessarily edgy games of all time. You knew it right at the beginning too. The second bomb. Why? It's just so cringe, but whatever. Hassan is aggroing India. What second bomb? There is... We're not going over all my disappointments with this game. But there's this, like, girl... How old is she? She's, like, 10 years old? There's just so much edgy shit in this game. Hideo just went so overboard. It's like, we have to reach into her stomach, and we have to take out the bomb with no anesthetics. So you have this, like, 10-year-old girl that's, like, screaming as they're taking this bomb out of her fucking stomach. Don't let her guts fall out. And they get the bomb, and it's like, okay, we're good. But then 5 minutes later, she's like, they put a second bomb in my vagina, and that explodes. I was like, Jesus Christ, really? Oh my God. Can we chill? That, really? The second bomb? I don't know. It seems unhinged, but... Yeah, Hideo did it again. Yeah, but Metal Gear Solid 5 did voice acting very well. Kiefer Sutherland was a great Snake. You're just so wrong. That's almost a bannable offense in my chat. Sutherland was shit compared to Hater. Hater was the iconic Snake voice, and he did it better. Face of Twitch and the #1 political streamer Hassan Piker is calling India a rogue terrorist state in defense for Pakistan. Which Metal Gear Solid game? Oh, never mind. You just asked that.
Violates the sovereignty of another nation state. So is Russia. A great example of this would be Russia. Any state that violates the sovereignty of another state and strikes civilian targets is a fucking rogue terrorist state.
Does that apply to Hamas? Or
she didn't even say India is a terrorist rogue state. I think she just said India is a rogue state. But I would go so far as to say, yeah, they're doing terrorism. Also, her analysis on the matter is putting the BJP guy in a very different light. Like she's coming across way more restrained and way more informed instead of just simply saying, I don't give a shit that there's no evidence, no direct ties to Pakistan involvement in the terror attack that took place. Who gives a fuck? They've been doing this for 30 years. We have to get blood. seems a little crazy to say, especially when you're trying to defend your position in the Western world by presenting yourself as
373 comments. I'm as anti-BJP as it gets, but we actually targeted JEM terrorists in POK. Proof is in the list of dead terrorists that were draped in Pakistani flag for some fucking reason and attended by ministers. It's regrettable that civilians became collateral damage, but comparatively, look at Poonch Rajouri. What was the military significance of killing 15 civilians, including 2 children, in a border district by shelling their homes? I know I won't get an answer for this here, and Hassan is the perfect representation of the, quote, liberal, end quote, meme, because he has stupid fucking takes like this. Stop! Don't call him liberal, he's a tanky!
Violates the sovereignty of another nation state, so was
r/India. When your point of view is only informed by your religious identity, and there's very little chance of talking any sense. Careful, Hassan doesn't even have the moral character to be religious. It's just the anti-Western shit. Do you own or have you fired a subcompact pistol? Do you like it? No, I don't like them. They suck. What do you mean? By definition. But I have a Smith & Wesson Shield and then a P... Is it a P320 SAS? Is that what that one is? Oh no, P365 SAS. I mean, they're okay, but they're subcompacts. What are you going to do with it? He is Turkish, and Turkey and India are not exactly friendly. People have their biases. D. Gukesh pencil sketch. Is this supposed to be of Hassan, or is this a random person? Why am I linked this? Oh no. Why was I linked this? Did you find the Cyrax stuff funny? What is this guy talking about? You've talked about this for like 30 days. What is the Cyrax stuff? Gukesh is the chess world champion. I linked that, but I didn't tag you. Okay, I don't know. Bro, I emailed you funny memes, bro. Then I instantly deleted them. I don't waste my time emailing you random shit. You know how much stupid random shit I get emailed to me? I don't care. Stop.
He grows stir crazy and mad from not having a computer to play around.
Have we watched this before? Maybe we'll watch it tonight. More content for you. Mama Max dropped a 3-hour-long video. I skimmed through that offline, or at least the one from before it, and it's just way too fucking boring. Way too much shit that I don't give a fuck about. It's funnier when he does like the deep, edgy voice and pretends to be fucking... what's the name of the guy in Saw?
Yeah, I think that I'm the one I think has gotten... I'm more extreme than Ian, where I'm like pretty anti-capitalist. I hate landlords. I hate the system that we're in. Like, I think the reason why I really like the charity boxing event is because at least we can like find ways to give money to people who actually need it rather than like just being, I think what really made me mad about boxing events in the past is that it's rich assholes betting their money to make money to like have people that are struggling to like make ends meet and pay rent watch them do it, and then they'll go home and like have a lot of money and like whatever, it keeps going.
And the fighters are exploited too, like
yes, usually yeah, but this is like, it feels way better where it's like these are people who are getting punched in the face for your entertainment, and your money is actually going towards people that like need it rather than watching like...
One of the most disgusting things in my mind about leftists is that you can have this is just so weird to me. And like there are arguments to kind of make this a legitimate argument, I guess. But like looking at the fighting example, you can have a system where this guy here and this guy here are poor dudes, and they're like, let's fucking fight, let's go. And they do it, and they fight. And they're like, okay, yeah, fuck this, let's fight. Okay, cool. And they do that, and they fight. Maybe other poor people or other middle-class people, whatever, start watching, like, oh, cool, look at these guys fighting. And then, like, two guys over here are like, oh, shit, you see that fight? And they're like, yeah. They're like, you want to bet on the outcome? And they're like, yeah, let's fucking bet. And now they're like, oh, my God, this is disgusting. This is the most disgusting fucking thing in the world. It's like, what? Just because other people in a betting market are making money off it, now it's fucking disgusting and gross? Like, I feel like you're either opposed to combat sports in general, or unless people are actually being harmed as a result of some gambling behavior, they're like forcing people into more, dangerous environments. And I think maybe you can make arguments for compensation for fighters. Like people complain that, dude, I don't do sports at all. That is Dana Webb, is that a real person? Is he the founder of UFC? That he takes like way too big of a cut and doesn't give the fighters a big enough cut, according to some people? Oh, Dana White. I don't know. Maybe there's some legitimate things there. But I don't know. The median UFC fighter gets paid more than the median fighter in any other combat sport. Yeah, but people aren't mad about the amount they get paid. That never matters. It's always about the person making money at the top. So if the guy at the top is making even more money, then they don't care if the UFC fighter is being compensated more. They want them to have a bigger cut of the overall money made, I guess. But LSF is predicting Hassan again. This time it's for his take about India being a rogue terrorist state. The poster was about to go mega viral before being deleted in minutes. Why was it deleted? What do you mean by person at the top? You mean the CEO of the top fighter? Doesn't Dana White own the UFC brand or something? Am I making this up? Oh, see, like Akon's literally just fell into the trap and said it in chat. So Akon's just said, Destiny, UFC has the lowest payout to their athletes compared to any other sports org. NFL pays 50% of earnings to fighters versus UFC 19%. Whoever said that earlier is retarded. So Akon's in chat doesn't care how much the fighters themselves are making. He cares about the percentage of the earnings that are paid to the fighters, right? And I mean, there's probably some argument in favor of both, but... Okay, hold on. What else do I have open? Do I care about this? No. Okay. Okay. Oh, forget what I just said then. Sorry, my bad. Somebody said I could probably defend Dana White a little bit here from a business perspective, but he's a Trump supporter, so fuck him. Forget that then. The UFC sucks, and they should be paying their fighters way more. Fuck Dana, and fuck the UFC. Okay. The fuck is this about? Calm yourself. Clear your minds.
Our silence means something. It means that.
Can we get a fishing stream? Fishing is the redneck version of golf. It's boring, and I don't believe that people legitimately like it. I think that it's like a thing to signify something, and it's bullshit, okay? Fuck fishing, all right? And fuck golf. Those two things are both way too boring, and nobody with a correct state of mind would ever think either one is great, okay? Oh, and then sorry, this popped in my mind earlier too, okay? Not this. Hold on. What is this? Oh, fuck. Hold on. So many things. Because now Breaking Bad clips pop up on my YouTube. How lucky did the Breaking Bad people get that one thing that I think is, no, I shouldn't say this is underrated, because if anything, Breaking Bad is probably overrated. But Bryan Cranston and the guy who plays Hank Schrader, both of these guys, I would say, were like decent actors. I don't know, they were like okay. I mean, like they were serviceable. You'd say serviceable actors. As the show got more serious, especially in the last season or last two seasons, and even more so for Bryan Cranston, I feel like all of the actors in that show insanely fucking stepped up their craft to where you have like these kind of like, I would say, average-ish, serviceable, almost like sitcom kind of or whatever TV drama actors, and then they gave very, 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 very strong, very good performances. Holy shit. I know Bryan Cranston gets like all of the credit there, but the guy that played Hank transforms and does a really good job in the last season as well, I would say. But okay, sorry. All right.
What's this? See?
Yeah, Skylar as well. Yes.
It just took 20. I could just took $20 off there that quick.
Well, let's not do that.
Well, I did it. I can put it back on there. Hold on. All right, it took 40. Hold on.
Sir,
I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're doing to my phone.
My bad, but I can put it back on there.
No, I don't know what you're doing to my phone, though. I mean, are you taking money from my phone right now?
Yeah, I just took like $20 off. It was just to see if it worked.
Well, I don't want you to do that, please.
Okay, all right, I won't.
I don't even know.
Okay, that's cool.
I need you to put my money back.
Put it back? I mean, like, all right, I can try to put it back real quick. Let me see the phone.
No.
Sir.
Huh?
I need you to stop doing this.
Please put his money back.
Put it back?
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to have to ask you to leave out.
You got to show me the phone.
No.
All right, my bad. My bad. All right, just have a nice day.
Well, you can't take my money.
You said what?
You can't take my money.
I'm not going to take it.
You just did, though.
I took your money?
That's what you just said.
Yeah, but it's cool. It's only $20. That's all I just said.
That's not okay, yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, it was just $20, bro.
I understand that.
If
you're
you,
not supposed to be
I'll put it. All right, I'll put it back on there. Just pull the phone back out.
No.
Do you got your phone?
I'm not letting you see my phone. I'm gonna call the police.
I thought you were a worker that was here that was trying to help.
Oh yeah, that's all I was saying. Phones easily get hacked these days when you just do Apple Pay. Yeah,
Well,
it's
I need you to put my money back onto my phone.
I can't, man.
You can do it wirelessly.
I can't do it without the phone. I need the phone.
Can you please call the authorities,
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
Bro, you have to call the police because I took 20. Bro, it's.
The guy works at Best Buy. He just got tricked by that. Check the videos and the replies. They're even crazier. Which?
Like, watch this.
What, like random shit like this, or?
It's a prank. It's a prank.
Motherfucker!
It's a prank. Sir?
Yes.
Do you know what time it is by chance?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me just borrow like $100. Thank you.
Borrow $100?
Yeah.
For what?
I just need to go like buy some stuff. I already got it. $100. Thank you.
No, thank you. Turn this off.
What do you mean?
I'm calling the police right now.
Sir, I just need $100 real quick.
Yeah, I know you're...
Alright, let me get like another 100. Sir! It's a prank. It's a prank.
Motherfucker!
It's a prank. Sir.
Go back.
Sir, it's a prank.
Call the police!
What am I doing, sir?
Call the
look at it.
police!
Sir, look at it.
No,
It's
no.
a sound.
No, not look at it.
Sir, let go of me.
Call the police!
What the fuck? Bird is trying to break my phone.
Call the police!
Sir, what are you doing? Sir, stay away from me.
Call the police!
Do you think this is
And do you know what time it is?
6:30.
Thank you, bro. I just need to borrow $100.
What the fuck was that on the phone?
Yo. Yo. Yo, yo. Yo. Excuse me, man. Do you know what time it is?
6:30.
Thank you, bro.
Can I just say how cooked we are as a generation? Not we, sorry, Zoomers. I guess millennials too. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but like in I noticed that they started doing this in porn GIFs. So they're already like 30 to 60 seconds long. That people have to put like a 5-second summary of like a 2-minute video like right up front so that you know it's funny and worth watching. Like, bro, are we serious right now? Jesus. Anyway.
The phone.
Yo. Excuse me, man. Do you know what time it is?
6:30.
Thank you, bro.
What the fuck, dude?
What?
What the fuck was that?
I just need to borrow $100, bro.
Fuck off.
I can't borrow it? I need it for my car parts.
What the fuck was that all about?
I had to borrow $100. Huh? I just need to borrow $100.
No, what the fuck's that all about?
I couldn't get the $100?
What the fuck was that about, dude?
I just had to borrow a phone.
Is this some bullshit fucking prank?
What are you talking about, Frank?
I see the fucking camera, fool.
What are you talking
I'm gonna
about?
call 911, get the sheriff's department down here?
For what?
For what? What?
Couldn't this technically be considered robbery? Wait, what? He's just playing a sound effect on his phone. He's not actually taking money, dude.
What the fuck was that on the phone?
I just need to borrow $100.
What the fuck was that on the phone?
I just need to borrow $100.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
I can't borrow $100?
Get the fuck out of here.
Doesn't that happen in your videos? Yeah, but the videos on my YouTube channel are like sometimes like an hour or 5 hours long. I think that a summary there is okay.
Come on. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Destiny, lawyer here. It would. Okay.
Thank you.
Fuck with me, dude.
Thank you.
I'm calling sheriff's department.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why?
A few moments later.
Yo. Yo. Yo, yo. Yo.
Are they playing like hide and seek in
Yo.
the store?
Yo.
Why is this guy walking like a fucking aggroed Skyrim guard? What the fuck?
A few moments later.
Yo. Yo. Yo, yo. Yo. He's following me.
Where you at?
He's following me. I'm on the way. Where the arts and crafts. He's following me, nigga. Where the arts and crafts is. Wait.
Hold on.
I'm on the way. Where the arts and crafts.
Okay, wait. That's a black finger, right? Okay, just making sure. We're okay here.
Where the arts and crafts is. He's right here. He's right here. He's right here. He's on the right.
Wait, fuck, I was watching chat.
He's right here.
Oh!
He's right here. He's right here. He's right here. He's on the right. He's right. He's right here. He's near the exit. Hey, let's go. Let's just leave. Let's just leave. What's up, bro?
He's going to Raptors.
Could you actually tell if this was fake if you were the victim? It's easy to tell it's fake when you're watching a video and not experiencing IRL. What do you mean? You can't just take money from somebody's phone by pushing a button, my friend. Can you? There's no way that Apple Pay allows you to suck money off of somebody else's phone without them consenting. There's no shot.
Jersey.
Thank you, bro.
Jeans tore up.
How would boomers know that? A guy in my chat just said that.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Hey, my car's finna look nice.
Outside the store right
My
now.
car's finna look nice today. I'm out though. Peace out, bro. I love you. Thank you.
That's how it works at checkout. So they think that's not how it works at checkout. You have to Face ID or you have to double click the side button. Part 2 of the first. Wait, fuck. poll proves you wrong. Okay, well, fuck me, I guess. Never mind.
Excuse me, man. Do you know what?
Sell me this water.
Okay. This water is spring water.
With your chest, man. I can't hear you.
This water is perfectly pH balanced.
This water is perfectly pH balanced. Nerd. Oh, I think I scared him. Does anybody else want to try? Ooh, what is that?
These?
Yeah, those.
Oh, saltine crackers.
Oh.
Huh?
Yeah.
Come on. The deal's over. Oh, this is not part of the deal that we're doing.
Deal's over?
You won that. You invested me in that.
Okay. Sucker. Fuck you. Oh. You see what I did there, guys? Not easy, right? It's not easy. Whoa. What are you doing, man?
You want the water?
You said that the deal was over.
$20 for the water.
$1. That's all I got, man. I got $1. $20 for a water? Are you fucking crazy? Hey! All right, fine. Fuck it. I got $20.
That's the deal. Guys, what I did there is I used the DuPont approach that we all know so well.
Fuck you!
Stop! Just stop! He's dead. He's dead.
Give me my motherfucking money.
See what I did there, guys? I used the DuPont approach to slow my heart rate down until my pulse was barely recognizable. Okay? He was vulnerable. He thought he just murdered a man. And that's how I got the upper hand.
Every time I'm scrolling at Instagram Reels and I see your icon showing you like the meme, I know it's going to be a banger. Duh, because I have the best taste in Instagram Reel memes. The fuck is this?
What are you scanning? You're scanning a fish barcode.
Man.
So if you're not listening to me, then I'm gonna call the police.
See?
That is not LA Fitness barcode. That's a fish barcode. Sir, look.
Based. Okay, stop. We're getting too sidetracked. Wait, okay. I'm not clicking any more links, but I have 3 videos left to
What
go.
are you scanning? You're scanning a fish barcode.
I didn't take no money off your phone.
Hold on, part 2.
But like, why would you believe that?
Because you just said that you did, and you just.
Why would-
I also saw you tap the other gentleman's phone earlier.
Why would you? That is this, bro. That is this. You don't have to call the police. Look, this is what that is. That is a screen record. If you fell for that, if y'all really just fell for that, then
I
you
understand, but I'm gonna call the police
and tell them what.
and tell them that you're walking around telling people that you just took money off of another person's phone.
How can I do that with another phone, bro?
Because you just acted like an apple.
But do you realize that could never happen, bro?
Put yourself in the situation when you walked up to.
But you know, if you say gullible, if you say gullible long enough, it sounds like orange.
I understand that, but do you want to talk to the police about that?
And if you call the police, I don't give a fuck. I didn't do nothing illegal. But I'm just saying, you cannot sit around and believe that. Like, you cannot think that that's really
going about.
I feel like if this guy is smart, that's free content. I would just say, okay, I would just stay and wait for the police to show up and then listen to him explain to the police. What? So this gentleman played a sound effect on his phone and said he was robbing customers. And I think the cop would ask like 10 times, did he actually take any money? I think it'd be a very funny conversation to watch.
Jumping into interactions where we're already having an issue with somebody getting hacked.
That's the point.
You can't do that.
All right, bro. All right.
You're acting like nothing.
I went up to his phone and I played this, and I told him I took $20 off the phone, and they believed it. Like,
Sir.
Do you not realize that when you do this sound,
I understand.
it is?
So why did you go up and act like you just took $20?
Why would y'all believe it?
Because you're acting like that. You can't go around and doing this kind of stuff.
Bruh,
making
it's
other people scared.
bruh. Do you, bruh? All right, whatever. Cool, whatever. I mean, if you really think I took $20 off his phone.
I understand, but I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
All right, man, I'll leave. What the fuck, man? Dumbass.
The latest iOS lets you use Apple Pay if you directly contact another phone while it's unlocked. Maybe if your phone is unlocked as well. No, I don't believe you. You're lying. Shut up. There's no shot. I know that because it's obviously fucking retarded. That unless they have to be like a friendly contact or something else. Stop. Stop.
Oh my God, there's no way they believe that.
Google it. I don't need to Google it. I have an Apple phone. I use Apple Pay. You can't just swipe your phone near somebody's shit and steal money from them. You might be able to like enable some type with like certain contacts or something, but these would have to be, you have to go to your settings and change this. But this is like obviously true. Like I don't even have to check this. I just took $20 from you. Like it would be so obviously abused by so many people. Stop saying you stole $20 from me. Fuck off.
Who here
mobile
has ever
tap to
had...
pay? Yes, for mobile tap to pay, you either have to Face ID or double click the thumb thing in order to activate it. Actually, you might have to double click and Face ID. You can't just swipe a thing near a phone and just steal money off of it. Why am I even having this argument? I'm getting trolled. Stop.
A success orgasm. Thought so. Well, it's kind of like an orgasm. Hands up if you had one of those. Okay, well, a success orgasm is that feeling you get when you hammer home the biggest sale of your life. And let me tell you right now, it is better than sex. Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Sex! Sex! The thing a man and a woman do and it's like hitting a 16-leg parlay on BetMGM. Yeah, get it now, incels? Shut up.
So? Okay. These are our 3 things for today. Oh, okay. Also, last quick irrelevant meme. Did you guys know? Big life hack, okay? I'm about to give you some personal fun and excitement if you were unaware of this. But be careful with this, okay? Because it's a little bit mean, okay? It's a little bit mean. It's a little mean. So just like, don't do this all the time, but... if you play this sound on your phone near your cat, he'll like go crazy looking for the kitty. It's so cute. I don't know what it is about this noise. But your cat will start meowing and like looking around for the sound. This worked really well one time, but never worked again. Oh, well. Destiny, I do this with my older cat. I have a previous recording of my dead other cat, and I troll my alive cat. Do you mean that like in a funny way, like you're playing a cat noise? Or do you mean that in a depressing way, like he knew the other cat and he misses him, and you play this to troll your cat who's grieving the loss of the other one? Destiny, holy shit, it summoned my cat from the other room. Stop, my cat is confused. It works! My cat just clawed out my eye. See you in court. I do this thing with my mom, but with recordings of her own mom to trick her even when she's half asleep. Okay. Destiny, my cat just came and took $20 from me. Jesus.
Gatto Juventino.
Wait, how is this guy meowing with an American accent? And he clearly speaks
Gatto Juventino.
crazy. This works on people too. If you play this sound, it causes people's fight or flight response to instantly kick in. Oh no, Vegan Gaines broke up with his wife?
Responsibly, and then she'd go and
No. That's called divorce? Oh yeah, divorce his wife, sorry.
Epic rap battles of history. Adolf Hitler versus...
Wait, if you remarry your first or second wife, would they become your third wife? Like, you know how Trump is like 45 and 47 or whatever? Like, if I were to remarry my first wife, could I say this is my, would it be my third wife or would it just be my first wife again? Like, I was married twice. This is my first wife. That doesn't really make sense, does it? How was that your first wife? You were married twice. Well, I was married to another person, I divorced them, and I remarried my first wife. First wife once removed? First wife, third marriage. Aha! Aha!
My dad! Begin! I agree with you on everything.
What is this?
Who won? Who's next? You just...
Stop. Jesus Christ. Okay. Solo-Q is a global language. Even if you live on the other side of the planet to her, you can still understand everything she's trying to express.
Nice game! Nice game! アク、見て。071 031 081
She's kindred, huh?
001 Senatop, what the fuck? Noob! Fuck bitch noob!
I do understand. I think gamer is a global language as well. Jesus. One more for the people. Stop! We're wasting so much time on this. There's a fucking genocide going on, and you're sending me clips.
The children's hospital, man.
Don't give a shit. Do you understand me?
Do you not care about the kids? What time is it?
6:36.
Thank you.
What was that?
I see you.
Thanks. Thank you for your donation to Children's Hospital, sir.
Thank you for the donation.
Oh, I don't understand what that means.
Oh, you just donated $40 to the children's hospital. Thank you.
My pocket?
Yeah. Thank you for the donation.
How did you do that?
Oh, can I get another donation?
No.
It's for the children's hospital, man.
Doesn't matter.
Come on, you gotta have a heart.
No.
You gotta have a heart.
Nope.
Can we get one more?
Nope.
Just get one more donation.
No.
Thank you. Just went through. That's $80 now. Bro, he's crushing. He's crushing. Come in, please. Sorry?
What are you guys doing? Hey, come back here. Come back here. What the hell are you doing?
We were just connecting donations for the children's
Yeah,
hospital.
you're stealing out of my fucking phone.
Holy shit! This should be a service that black people could pay for to figure out. It could be a whole ass game show or reality TV show. Is there a white person in your life that you think is racist? And what you do is you would pay a black person to go up to a boomer white person like this and do this thing and see if they drop an N-bomb on you. And if they don't, you give them $1,000. You say, you won. You're not racist. Good job. And then if they do, then the blacks be like, I knew it. I fucking knew that guy was a racist. Holy shit.
Hey, come back here. Come back here. What the hell are you doing?
We were just connecting donations for the children's
Yeah,
hospital.
you're stealing out of my fucking phone.
It's for the children's hospital.
I don't give a shit. Do you understand me? You just did something fucking illegal.
Can I get another 40
Call
bucks?
the cops, would you?
It's-
You don't even belong in this fucking store.
It's for the children's hospital,
I
man.
don't give a shit. Do you understand me?
Do you not care about the kids?
Do you understand me?
Do you
Fuck
not?
you.
But it's for the children's hospital, though.
Doesn't matter. Ask for a fucking donation. Don't steal the money.
But it's for the children.
Doesn't fucking matter.
There's children out there who need it more than you.
You're an asshole. You're a fucking... You don't know a thing about me. You don't know who I donate to or anything else.
It's also kind of a good, it's probably like a decent gauge on like a person's wealth, maybe. Like, I think, unless I'm out of touch and inflation is such that $80 is just an insignificant amount of money. But like, this guy just got $80 basically robbed from him, and he's just like walking away. Like, oh, whatever, fuck this guy, piece of shit. He's like walking away.
Who need it more than you.
You're like, okay. It's kind of like... Okay, stop. This one. I could tell by the way he smirked that he was actually impressed by the way the guy thought outside the box and stole money for charity. Except that doesn't make any sense at all, because we can look at his conversation with the store employee and we can determine that he actually wasn't impressed. He was irritated the entire time. Yeah, we need to find the director's commentary. Okay. Let me just rest and then we're gonna do this. You're completely out of touch. $80 isn't even enough for a McDonald's meal and a McFlurry today. Damn. Rip.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship. Stop it, I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I'm any better than any of these people that I was making content videos on.
What we do here is go back.
Holy shit, the music and everything kind of reminds me of a little bit the old iDubbbz style videos. Just as a real quick thing, there's no world where you load up quality modules on like every single recycler to just see if you can spam legendary shit from base scrap material, right? That would be retarded, right? You would never do that, right?
Hey there, folks. I'm your local content cop. I make sure everyone's content is up to par, and if it's not, I will bring them to justice. We've all...
Wait, last quick thing. I'm so sorry. This sounds like a good premise for a video. Things start off slow, but keep watching. Oh, don't worry. We'll watch all of it.
We're gonna make our way around here. Hello.
Florida Person Life, return to the training center. First Person Life, episode 26.
I think you're in the wrong spot. I saw you in here earlier today. This is actually the corporate office.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to do some corporate office quests.
Yeah, so what do you mean by that?
I'm trying to level up, but I haven't picked a skill tree.
Level up what?
My character.
Oh, are you on a game?
Yeah, doing some Pokemon Go. Is this like a question here? Or?
No, it's an office.
Oh, okay.
You really can't come back here. The doors are normally locked.
Oh, that's crazy, because I got in here a couple times now.
I know. So stop coming in here.
Oh, they didn't tell me that last time. I see. That changes. Okay.
I think they'll lock here shortly. We just have training classes.
Oh, nice.
Why is there no full screen, but there's a download option?
So I talk to him, right? And then I can level up?
Whatever.
No?
There's no Pokemon Go in here.
Oh, okay. All right, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Jesus, he runs into like the fucking nicest person ever. Oh my god. It's kind of annoying when people make content by bothering normal ass workers. Yeah, I think the only exception to that is if they're like given prizes at the end or something. I'm like kind of okay with it. Maybe it's still a little bit egregious, but I think it's like a little more acceptable. Like if you're pranking or trolling somebody publicly, but you like, here you go, here's like $100 or something at the end, maybe. But when it's literally just for you making content and they get nothing, you're just like wasting their time. I feel like it's kind of cringe.
Made content that we're not very proud of. You know, maybe you made music for a very controversial project that you might regret, or maybe you went on stream and shouted that America deserved a terrorist attack.
Based. If your son did the phone prank on someone, would you be upset? Oh no, I think it'd be funny. But if somebody kicked his ass for it, that'd be on him. All right.
That we're not very proud of. You know, maybe you made music for a very controversial project that you might regret, or maybe you went on stream and shouted that America deserved a terrorist attack. I'll spare you any further examples. But on today's episode of Content Cop, our theme is friendship. Today we're going to be talking about a former great on YouTube that has turned into one of the biggest disingenuous, hypocritical, spineless pussies that I've ever seen on this website. That's right, we're going to be talking about Anissa Jamha's husband, iDubbbz, otherwise known as Ian. Some people call him Ian. I'm going to be calling him Ian. Oh, come on, Cameroon. You're just mad that Edoops doesn't say the naughty slurs anymore. He's very mature now. I think you need to grow up. That actually has nothing to do with it. I honestly could not care less what kind of words he uses in his videos. Also, that maturity narrative is complete bullshit. He does damn near everything that he apologized for to this day. Most importantly, we're going to be talking about how dog shit his content is now, but before I get ahead of myself, let me fill you in on why we're here and who we're going to be talking about. If you're very keenly aware of this situation and you just want to get on to the video, here's a timestamp, or you can use the chapter feature on YouTube. Otherwise, let's get into it.
Why does he have a fancy mic, but he sounds shallow / hollow / ass? That is a condenser microphone. I believe that's a Rode NT1A or NTA1. It's probably too far and not set up correctly, and it's catching too much background noise.
Video. Here's a timestamp, or you can use the chapter feature on YouTube. Otherwise, let's get into it.
Welcome to the Filthy Frank Show.
iDubbbz gained popularity with his collaborations with Filthy Frank & Co., as well as his edgy and offensive humor seen in Kickstarter Crap, Bad Unboxing, and Content Cop. Despite being really funny at the time, his offensive vocabulary...
Although his mic sounds fine, though. Maybe just is a little tinny, like you EQ it, but it sounds fine.
...would likely not fly on YouTube today.
Oh, it's a single piece of paper that says
nice friendship.
Now let's bring in one of his close
that
friends
didn't
for
say
over
nice
8.5
friendship.
years, Ethan and Gila Klein of H3H3 Productions. Their videos together marked some of the most iconic collaborations during that era of YouTube. As times changed, so did the creators. Filthy Frank went on to become Joji, Max Mofo and Anything for Views would start their channel, Cold Ones. H3H3 would focus on their podcast, which didn't go without its own controversies over the years, which left iDubbbz to move on and try different types of content like documentaries on enigmatic figures of the internet. As Ian moved away from his old content, he would run into a few of his own controversies, which we will be dabbling into today. But what I really want to nail in here is throughout all of that, H3 always stood by Ian, even at the expense of his PR. After his documentary with Sam Hyde, Ian's content would really start to lose his soul, which we'll get into later, but let's fast forward a bit. Enter Hassan Piker.
Wait! Before Hassan Piker, somebody said they made my idea already?
On the different jobs, handling the complaints.
Wait, didn't we watch this before? Did we?
No, this is a real company. These are real complaints.
Hey, can I help you guys?
Hey, how you doing? Agent Ratliff, OSHA Cares, Diversity Affairs, ID
let me
number.
have your card.
First of all, you need to lose the attitude.
No,
You're not Cal. You
He
didn't.
works for me.
Okay.
He's on the clock with me.
Well, this is about
So
him,
what are
and
you
you
talking
came out
about?
here with your bravado shoulder like you're scaring somebody. We
I
over.
just naturally have broad shoulders, man. I work out every day.
Listen,
There ain't nothing gonna change about
listen,
that.
we over you. We can let you go. That's what I
No,
just told
you
you.
cannot let me go. Go ahead.
I just told you
Go
we're
ahead.
here to make a determining factor
Is
who
this
we
a
want
problem?
to.
I mean, I don't know what's happening. I have no clue.
I give you an opportunity to tell me what you're here for.
We're here. No, but how you came out here? You don't come out here like you run me. This is a new generation. White people don't run nothing, and we damn sure.
Excuse
If
me?
we damn sure ain't scared
Get out
of you.
here. Get
Yeah,
out.
I know it's get out.
Yeah.
Goddamn president looking motherfucker. That's your problem now. Y'all ain't want to hear these complaints because y'all know
No,
you finna
because you're
come on
talking about
to.
racism, so get your racist ass out of my building.
Oh,
Get out.
that was the key thing. Look, what that say? He is racist. That say that about you.
We'd love to speak.
Yeah, get your ass back. I'm about to punch your ass, man. You better get out my motherfucking face. Fuck wrong with you?
Hey, sir, there's no need to escalate this.
Go inside.
I'll beat your white ass in here. Fuck wrong with you? Don't ever invade my motherfucking space like that. Talking about call the police. We authority figure. And it's on camera right here that you invaded my space, dummy.
Thank you.
Motherfucker.
Take your racist ass somewhere
You
else.
take your racist ass
Have a
on.
nice day, guys.
I'll
We'll be in
finna beat your
contact.
ass.
I'm president looking.
Yeah, you pat him on the back because you know he racist. Y'all trying to hide that shit.
Hey.
Yeah, I seen you. Yeah, you patted that nigga on the back. That's why y'all ain't want to let us in there because y'all know we gonna expose y'all. And the first complaint, what that said, you seen it, Kyle. What the first complaint about you? He is racist. What that say?
Why don't you?
He is racist.
Why don't you give it to him?
We was trying to go over it, but you came out here with some bullshit looking stupid as fuck. Your ass on meth. Meth, you fucking meth head.
And a manager above Kyle seemingly put hands on Radcliffe.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, so you don't give a fuck about that, but if he listen, time out. If he would have told you I put hands on him, your ass would have did something. But since the white man put hands on me, it's just simply okay.
Ready.
This is okay. This is a 3 out of 10, maybe. Sam Hyde.
Later, but let's fast forward a bit. Enter Hassan Piker.
Oh, sorry. Hassan Piker.
We think that America deserves 9/11. Bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
A hype beast, polarizing socialist streamer, and former co-host of Leftovers, a show on the H3 podcast. Hassan and Ian were very friendly. Everything was fine until the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel, which led to a falling out between Ethan and Hassan. More on that later. After a long back and forth, this rift peaked with Ethan's return to H3 Productions releasing content nuke Hassan Piker. While Ethan's fans praised it, Hassan's fans and orbiters like Denims and Frogan did not, which drew the attention of Psychopath, Bad Empanada. Trust me, more on him later. Since then, Ethan has been harassed by multiple snark subreddits, had CPS called on his kids, and even had 2 human skulls sent to his house. Meanwhile, Ian's former editor Froggy Tonic, whom Anissa, Ian's wife, was still publicly engaging with on Twitter, started posting tweets harshly attacking Ethan and Hilo with misinformation. When Ethan asked for
Did we invent Orbiter? I think so, but I'm not 100% certain.
in support, he chose to stay out of it until he didn't by choosing to release a dogshit video titled Content Cop H3. With all that out of the way, let's continue. Ian, that one was for you. I hope burping is still funny.
Epic.
To start, let's look at Ian's video, I Miss the Old iDubbbz, and see what his principles are now that he's above his old edgy content.
I have made some cruel, hurtful content. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on, and I'm not. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Okay, so content cop videos were apparently bad. Ian doesn't think it's okay to morally grandstand and thinks that content cop videos are hurtful and cruel.
Someone disappeared, huh?
No, he's just his chin disappeared.
Oh.
So instead of changing your content cop format to not morally grandstand or whatever, you do the same thing, but instead of the use of slurs, you just make a hit piece on your friend of nearly 9 years. Then you include people like Denims, who have promoted malicious misinformation that has directly led to in real life harassment of Ethan's kids. So are you pro-harassment or are you anti-harassment?
I can recognize that you did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way. I would make, a couple videos, the content cop and the content deputy, and then I would say, okay, I'm done. For me, it was done. It was not done for the people who watched my videos. It was not done for the person who was being harassed. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3.
I don't know, maybe you just lack empathy?
I have always thought that I was an empathetic person. I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32, I've acquired empathy.
No, Ian. It is pathetic.
My empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up. But it...
Yeah, what a perfect excuse. You haven't filled your empathy meter enough. I'm sorry I folked you over, sir.
Okay, somebody said this gets better, so we're waiting.
But alas, my empathy meter is only 3/4 the way full. Ian, you were 27 while making those videos, but you're telling me all of a sudden over 5 years you just, boom, gained empathy? I'm sure it had nothing to do with the fact that you would not have been able to make that content in the post-2020 adpocalypse era of YouTube, given the fact that you were teasing a new content cop before that. But no. It's because you decided to start caring and feeling empathy. Where was all of this so-called empathy in the H3 content cop? You never mentioned CPS in your video, and your veiled attempt at empathy was only sprung by the YouTube apology ratings guy not changing his rating for Ethan's apology video.
But I asked him if I hadn't responded the way that I had, how would the video have ended differently? And he said, oh, absolutely.
This doesn't make you look good or caring in any way. It makes you look manipulative.
I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people. That's exactly what you get for being...
Would you respect Ian's change if he stated his new principles and never did the Ethan shit? I respect Ian's change regardless. It's a lot to understand that stuff you've done in the past might be hurtful or bad, and that it changed your behavior or content style as a result. I think that's always like an admirable thing. I just think he had a difficult time transitioning in a way where it sucks because a lot of the A lot of the wokey types always present wokeness as kind of like this obligation, this burden of the white man, or this burden of the majority class that sucks, rather than presenting it as kind of like an opportunity to do content with more people, or to, you know, like to do better stuff. It's just like some kind of like burdensome thing. And I feel like he's kind of part of that. I don't want to call it like the soy movement, but it was just like the fact that his content, I think, took a huge nosedive in terms of popularity and everything afterwards, all kind of fed into that narrative that if you want to be a woke person, that you also have to be really boring and no longer entertaining.
Acting as if I am any better than any of these people. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich.
Ian, you are a massive hypocrite.
And do you know what else is massive?
We're gonna take a pause from the H3 drama for a moment and take a look at Ian's changed content. It's fucking dog shit. Unlike Ian, I'm actually gonna try to provide some context here. iDubbbz would crack well over 1 million views for every video he uploaded since mid-2015. This wasn't until 2022 after things began to dwindle for him, as his videos went from well thought out comedy videos or goofy bad unboxing videos to ranking playground equipment. To put it simply, this content is boring and genuinely unfunny.
You can get pretty dangerous with swing sets, especially if you're doing it side by side with another person.
And this isn't because he's not doing commentary videos anymore. Whenever he does, those suck as well.
My studded leather sash gives me 8 strength and 8 agility, which, no. Let's do that over again. Why did I say agility? 8 strength and 8 stamina.
It's very evident that Ian has lost a sense of humor. Maybe this is a side effect of gaining a quarter bar of that empathy meter, but it feels like he's lost any sense of irony. In this video, he basically makes a pseudo content cop on carton arcs. It was very poorly received. It's just very apparent that Ian just doesn't get it.
Yes, it's very easy to call these people unhinged. Another word you can use is disabled. Their brain isn't working like yours or mine. For some people, they feel like they have to answer the door.
What the fuck? Yes, Ian, responding to someone in public who's talking to you makes you disabled. Ah, you're a retard. You're fucking retarded. You're disabled. Because you respond to someone in public, you're fucking disabled.
Somebody said, I think it's unfair to say that he had so many content problems. The main problem, not consistent uploads. You mean in the past or right now in the present?
Is this person fucking retarded?
Yes. Before you say that people stopped watching because he stopped doing all the series that he was known for, he tried returning to bad unboxing, but it just felt soulless.
Good craftsmanship. Oh, I like that. I feel like a little pupil. Oh, it's big girl panties. You think I'm gonna wear this? I'm not a large. I'm a medium, homesprung.
Like, he didn't allow people to send in fan mail, probably because he was scared of his own audience.
I've learned a lot since the last bad unboxing. Number 1, do not trust strangers to send you packages.
Like, nobody cares about the packages that your wife ordered from your Discord on Amazon. They want to see the whimsical shit that your audience sends you to get a reaction out of you.
I'm Jewish.
The only good piece of content around this era was his collaboration with Max and Chad, not only because it was nostalgic, but because Max and Chad are genuinely funny.
Create a clash. Punching, boxing, fighting. Money. Money? Sponsorship. Okay. Manscaped. Yeah.
I understand Erudite is debating on the Whatever podcast. Listen, those shows are like 8 hours long. If there are highlights, link me later. I'm not going to tune in for an 8-hour debate on these. This is like the longest show in the world. Jesus.
Yeah. iDubbbz.
Failure.
I was just kidding.
Max and Chad haven't aged one day. Meanwhile, Ian just looked like he got out of rehab for meth. Most underwhelming reunion I've ever seen. If this was Ian from 7 years ago, this would have been a lot less dry. I feel like he's constantly trying to be on his best behavior for the mob. It's very clear the juxtaposition between Max and Chad versus Ian. Ian looks depressed. Damn near soulless. And as a former fan of iDubbbz, it was hard to come to terms with the fact that Ian just isn't funny anymore, which sucks.
Alpha Bravo, this is Flaming Pegasus. We're out here looking for Deputy Washburn. He's been missing for a while. Two placed.
Pegasus, I don't give a shit. Over.
Before we get on to our video's focal point, I feel it's important to give a bit of context on some people that are pertinent to the situation with H3. First up, we have Sean Damn it, I said people who are pertinent to the situation.
Solve all of our problems, we would have socialism at this point. If someone just went out of their way and...
So first up, we have Frogan.
I will never...
That was about me. Why didn't he mention that? Was he trying to imply that he was making comments about Ethan there? Because that was about killing me, but okay.
Never have any
I think, unless he's made the exact same comments about Ethan, but...
pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
The next day.
You're joining them. You're, oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD.
Damn.
And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
Damn.
And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base? Base?
A Hassan Orbiter, Twitch streamer, and moderator for Hassan Piker. Other than her close association to Hassan and just being extremely unlikable, Frogan is notable for being kind of the first domino to this situation. Oh yeah, also she was twice nominated for Rising Star of the Year at the Streamer Awards. On October 7th, after Hamas's attack on an Israeli music festival, Frogan tweeted this.
Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as one happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong.
After this quite insensitive tweet, Ethan Klein quietly unfollowed her on Twitter, which caused Frogan to have a giant meltdown. She started tweeting a bunch of shit and crashing out on Discord and went on stream and started throwing shots at Ethan Klein.
If you are so fucking close-minded that you can imagine that the suffering of an Israeli person is valid, then you're lost. And the same goes for Israelis. And again, I say this to them blue in the fucking face.
Bro.
It's not wrong to think that a terrorist attack against an innocent group of people is gross, especially while acknowledging the many problems with the Israeli government. This would just cause a shit-slinging match between Ethan and Frogan, and before we go further, we need to introduce our next character. Enter Denims! She is a much more popular Hassan waiting room, and for whatever reason gets a lot more attention than Frogan, which I'm sure has everything to do with her riveting, groundbreaking commentary.
Even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories.
God, this is so based.
The average age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming memories at 3.
A group including Denims and Frogan hosted a panel at TwitchCon where they created a racial tier list. At the top you had Arab and at the bottom you had Love Sabra. And if you know what Sabra actually means, not the hummus, then you'll understand why it comes off as racist. I wonder who appeared in that tier list.
Person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to Oh my god. Ethan Klein?
You guys are missing a category for Zionist.
Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah,
it has to be.
That's easy.
Now let me introduce the top of this little pyramid scheme we got going on here, Hassan Piker. If you'd like a more in-depth history on Hassan, I'd recommend watching this video by June the King. It goes way more in-depth into Hassan than I'm willing to go into today, and the link will be in the description.
I don't think this video gets better. It will get better. Can I... this is so painful. First, okay, let me ask you a question, because I didn't consume too much iDubbbz content. Did iDubbbz do a lot of like Asian troll voice when he did content? A decent amount. Yes, no, yes. All the time in the bad unboxings. It was a bit. Okay. All right, never mind then. All right.
To briefly summarize Hassan's content, he's an extreme...
I think I have like an overly positive opinion of iDubbbz' stuff because I've only seen it like retrospectively, and most of it, even though it was edgy, generally it had like a good point. Like it wasn't just edgy for the sake of being edgy. That's my impression broadly of his content. But it might be that he just had a lot of like pointlessly edgy content as well. I don't know. That could be the case. I just don't. I don't know. I don't have that perspective because I didn't watch it a lot.
Willing to go into today, and the link will be in the description. To briefly summarize Hassan's content, he's an extreme leftist political streamer with breathtaking boots on the ground coverage.
We did it successfully. We stopped Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. Or maybe
that was never gonna fucking happen. Like I said, it was never gonna fucking happen. They'll be like, tomorrow, there's a war tomorrow. There's a war tomorrow, there's a war tomorrow, there's a war tomorrow. And the tomorrow never comes. And when there's no war tomorrow, they're like, you're lying. You're fucking lying, dude. It's gonna happen.
He's also grade A at taking criticism.
I believe you've done a couple videos about how dog shit I am, I think.
Did you watch the videos?
No, of course not. I have a policy of not really watching videos such
No
as that
free
one,
clout.
specifically because it will frustrate me.
I've gotten numb to the criticism. Like it's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now.
You want to debate about a video you didn't even watch?
He's gotten numb to it, guys.
Yeah, of course.
And he also has this quirk of blaming everything or assuming.
I said he's gotten numb. I'm sorry. What I meant to say was he's gotten numb to it, guys. He seeks it out.
Everyone who disagrees with him has ties to the disgraced political streamer Destiny.
It's one
disgraced? Excuse me. Excuse me, little bro. You can't even be disgraced because you're not even graced yet at 32.8 thousand subs. So let's slow down, okay?
100% like fucking rabid Destiny fans, dude.
It's quite the strange deflection considering he fits that category perfectly. He's also known for deflecting criticism by blaming the genocide in Gaza.
Go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
But the main takeaway is Hassan
God, I don't know what it is, but that word chirping just fucking triggers the fuck out of me. It's such a stupid fucking word.
Is a socialist grifter and a walking example of a hypocrite down to his lifestyle and actions. Our next character isn't necessarily a friend of iDubbbz, as far as we know at least, but he is a central figure to this situation. Bad Empanada is a psychopath that nobody, including Hassan, likes.
I'm never gonna watch a Bad Empanada video on the stream. I'm just letting you guys know. You're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay? He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that. I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath. He is not just mean on Twitter. He is the most insane person on Twitter.
That is until Bad Empanada started going batshit crazy towards Ethan Klein. Then Hassan and his orbiters started peddling him constantly.
Oh, dude. Okay. Okay, critical support to Bad Empanada has gone up by wide margins now, okay? Oh, dude, Bad Empanada went from bad to good Empanada. Bad Empanada went from Bad Empanada to based Empanada.
To show a really easy example of why Bad Empanada is a psychopath, here's a clip of him playing a game looking to shoot and kill IDF secretaries. For those who don't know, Israeli-born citizens are required to do mandatory IDF military service, including Ethan's wife, Ela, who was a secretary.
I'd like to pay tribute to Ethan Klein and the new Twitch TOS that declares Zionism. Zion is the slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first in Al-Aqsa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter.
You know what? At least Bad Empanada owns the fact that he's an absolutely fucking deranged, unhinged piece of shit. At least he owns it. I respect that. I do respect that.
Which is the glider level? Is the Israeli army a bunch of Ethan Kleins? Like, they're all on a fucking Ozempic binge. They don't understand what's going on around them. They haven't noticed me. Where do they keep the secretaries? In here? I'm hunting for secretaries right now. Secretary got...
Another example of this guy just being a fucking peach is when he used out-of-context clips to paint some narrative that Ethan and Gila's children were contracting Giardia and other unknown diseases from eating dog shit and trying to paint Ethan and Gila as bad parents. Oh, and of course Denim's reacted to it and promoted the idea of CPS being called through her chat.
Covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit. I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something.
And CPS did end up getting called, which Bad Empanada tried to take credit for. For the sake of this video, I'm just going to list everything else on screen that he's done. Just take a look if you're interested. This final character is also a big part of the dominoes falling between iDubbbz and Ethan. It's iDubbbz's former editor, Froggy Tonic. Not to be confused with a fighter who was kicked off Creator Clash 2, Froggy Fresh. The reason this guy's relevant is because he kept
mix these two people up so much.
Tweeting heinous shit towards Ethan and Hila, as you can see on screen, all the while Ian and Anissa were openly and publicly interacting with him.
What the hell is this?
Is that her last name?
He's taken her last name.
Wait, is that true? Well, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Wait, did we know this? Jom. Nah, but it's the implication. There's nothing wrong with that. I feel like it's super cucked. I feel like you could either, I feel like in my mind, you either have the man's last name because that's the social convention. You do a hyphenated last name, which is obnoxious but fair, I guess. Or maybe you could do your own last name or some new last name that combines both your other ones in some kind of way. But if you want to break the social convention, generally the implication there is that the prior social convention was wrong in some way, and you could argue that having a patriligious, is that the word I'm looking for? Family line, like doing the male surname is somehow, not somehow, but it's like it's male-dominated culture, or whatever. You could argue that that was mean or oppressive. But in that case, to do the flip of that and then to take the female last name feels literally like the reverse racism or reverse sexism meme. But I don't know. That seems kind of weird. Whatever. I mean, it's, you can, I mean, do whatever you want, I guess. Could also just be maybe he thought it was a cooler last name. Was this his actual last name? Washburn? Weird. Destiny, on a scale of 100, how much do you believe Anissa's influence on Ian's identity now compared to when their stuff initially came out? The problem is that it's hard to measure that. Like, let's say, for instance, I start to believe in black power and black separatism. And then let's say that as I go down that journey, I also get like a Nation of Islam girlfriend who's also like big into black power and black separatism. Like maybe as I continue to go down that route, you can say, oh my God, look, she's influencing him, which is like kind of true. But also I'm already heading down that road. And part of the reason why I even got that girlfriend is because I'm already kind of influenced by it. Like it's, I don't know if it's hard. I would never just blame one person or one thing. Like it's all going to be a whole bunch of cultural, or not cultural. It's a whole bunch of like environmental like feedback stuff. If that makes sense.
Testing. Hassan's Piker. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, pussy. Testing, testing. Hello everyone, Henry Handjob reporting live on the scene. As you can see behind me, we have the woods where it's believed disgraced former detective Ian Jamha is residing. We have some major breaking news that he has been identified as a suspect for content uniform malpractice, otherwise known as cum by professionals. Other members of this gang, Socialist Griftorio, is known as Hassan Piker and who can only be described as Grimace from McDonald's. Back to you, Margaret.
Epic.
iDubbbz is very spineless. Along with his hypocritical nature, iDubbbz was too much of a pussy to piss off his new friends instead of defending his close friend of nearly 9 years who was being harassed. Harley Morenstein of Epic Mealtime recently did an interview where he talks about how he defended Ian and Anissa back during Creator Clash 2. It feels like these are the types of things that you normally do for friends. Of course, the friend I'm talking about is H3H3 Productions. Ethan and Elo were constantly defending iDubbbz to a fault, I would even argue. You can argue it's fair to say that maybe they didn't want to get involved, and that's fine. But what's not fine is ignoring your friends after they ask you to denounce the egregious behavior of someone who at one point represented you and is currently being signal boosted by you. The clip I'm about to show you is from the episode Snark called Child Protective Services on us.
If you want to hang out with those people and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know, yeah.
Which I'll show.
With
Denims is actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service lie. Child Protective Service is even the worst thing. I mean, she's said worse things about you and me. I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that. The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Anissa, Ian's wife, never responded. And what's hilarious about this whole thing is when Frogan was crashing out on stream about Ethan unfollowing her, Anissa was in her chat comforting her, saying, he'll realize what he's saying isn't the best in a week or so. The cowardice behavior continued until it became pretty clear that iDubbbz probably agreed with what Froggy Tonic was saying, as he talked about it on his podcast.
Ethan's
upset with, I think, some of our connections.
No, Ian, it's not your connections. It's people you openly call friends. More on this later. But what a cop-out way to phrase this.
We want to stay out of the drama as much as possible. We don't want to pile on.
Oh, is that so?
I had a lot of friends when I did my apology that did not fuck with it in the slightest.
Yeah, they didn't agree.
And they still don't fuck with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit. Your apology was pretty useless and dumb. And although he's made some slop, I think Moist Critical had a pretty good take on the apology, which I agree with. I'll link the video in the description as well.
Don't agree with it. And I don't really expect them to come to bat for me or anything if they don't agree with it.
Did you see how many views this podcast gets? Somebody linked it on YouTube. The problem is that I think podcasts are on so many different formats. Like if it's on Spotify, I don't know if you can look up the views there. I don't know how often people listen to podcasts as much on YouTube versus other platforms. So I don't know if you can tell just by YouTube views.
Yeah.
You know, I don't expect them to speak up, period, on any of it.
I appreciate that they don't.
Right here is the core of why I'm showing you this clip. He doesn't agree or doesn't care about what's happening to Ethan and Hila. Maybe he just disagrees with some take that Ethan has on the conflict, like that there should be a two-state solution or that Hamas terrorists should also be condemned as well as the Israeli government. I don't know. Maybe there's some behind-the-scenes shit we don't know about. Maybe he doesn't fuck with Ethan calling people out who encourage harassment against him and his family.
I'm sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. We want to stay out of the drama. We are friends with Denim. You did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way. No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs.
Even when we don't say something, they think we're saying something.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure you...
Come on out, Ian.
How can you stand up in different rarity cryogenic plants? Because I haven't built my legendary planet yet. I've only done the Biolabs planet. Okay, I'm working on that one now. Chill.
Where you at, Jama?
Hey, Stingray. Turns out Detective Washburn is no good. We're looking for a police impersonator. This is Bernie Pegasus. Do you come? Stingray, do you come? Fuck. Sir, have you seen this suspect? No. Just calm down, son. It's just a drawing.
I'm gonna start one. Why not asteroid reprocessing with quality? I do that. What do you think this ship is for, bitch?
Has anybody seen this man?
Have you guys seen this man? Have you seen this man? Don't worry, it's just a drawing.
Destiny, their Patreon has a total support of $500 a month. That seems very low. Okay, listen. Chill, all right? They're building it up.
Now, folks, there's a new sheriff in town. Now let's get down to why we're here. My lieutenant just informed me that there's police impersonation afoot, and I gotta bring him to justice. Ian recently uploaded a Chon Chen Top on H3. Remember my first point?
I'm sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. You did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way.
Yeah, Ian, you're a hypocrite. Hypocrisy aside, like his other more recent content, I'd like to talk about just how bad this video is. This isn't a content cop. His Cart Narcs video, as bad as it was more of a content cop than this video. This is like an iDubbbz complains. It's a shitty video about his personal feelings on H3. It's poorly edited, it makes horrible points, it's not funny, and again, it just feels soulless. But despite all of this, it's still his best performing video in 3 years.
What's up, everybody?
Did he just...
Performing video in 3 years.
Was that intentional?
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope...
And just like that, the 1 minute and 30 seconds of hope that we had for this video is lost. The video immediately derails with this person's inclusion. Kevin. Okay, this video sucks. What are you doing? This is not
It said not my edit.
No!
Okay,
Derail. Like that, the 1
cloudy day, buddy. I'm Hassan.
Video in 3 years.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker.
Oh, wait, then why leave that part in? Why not just cut that 1 second out? What?
It's the Hassan
is lost. The video immediately derails with this person's inclusion. Kevin. Okay, this video sucks. What are you doing? This is not it.
The point is that it was poorly made. Gotcha. Okay.
Denims?
Okay, I got it.
Mr. Beast!
Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan.
The dumb skit aside, this feels like more of a taunt than anything. I'm not sure how this is going to prevent harassment against your close friend.
What? Did he not say all the nice things they said at the end about him, dude? What? I feel like it's just a weak rehash of Ethan's video. Not that this is bad. I don't think this is poorly put together or anything, especially for a low subscriber content creator. He's got a lot of views on it. But is there actually anything new in this, or?
As you say, you're so morally against.
We don't condone harassment of
We don't
any kind.
condone harassment of any kind.
Cameron, we're all here to see you lampoon the skit. Please, Cameron. There isn't much I can say regarding the skit that hasn't already been said itself. I'm sure you want me to make fun of it further. Yeah, the Fortnite dance was retarded. Sorry, oh, a token. This just isn't a funny sketch. And what baffles me... Sorry, oh, a token. This just isn't a funny sketch. And what baffles me the most about this is that in the past, Ian has made impactful and funny sketches that improved the overall video. But this just falls flat.
If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan.
No, dumbass, it's you. And that fact has become very apparent over the past couple of years. Quite honestly, I should have known that the second you decided any of those tattoos that make you look like a reformed skinhead looked good to you. Maybe it was the LASIK surgery that went a little too deep into your eyes and melted your brain. Maybe Sam Hyde kicked you too hard. Cameron, please stop being a cyberbelly.
I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Yeah, Hassan has the political know-how, the same guy who before this conflict couldn't even locate Yemen on a map.
Doesn't know where Yemen is?
Oh god, this video is gonna haunt Hassan forever.
Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope.
Hassan was very well equipped.
Nope. Got it. We stopped Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. Or maybe that was never gonna fucking happen, like I said!
What kind of humiliation ritual is this video? You fucking moron.
Nation says that may be a war crime. It literally is.
I was just eating the toppings. And the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
It's very clear to anyone with a functioning brain how this kind of editing could easily be used maliciously. And this type of malicious editing plagues this video. There's plenty of times in this video where cut context is intentionally left out. Ethan actually already responded to this edit directly, showing that he was making commentary on the conflict at the time, as you can see.
He is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel.
No, he's not. He's on numerous occasions called out the Israeli government and the IDF.
The Israel government is fucking barbaric, genocidal freaks. And I hate them.
I can't even begin to talk about how fucking bad faith it is, not to mention that Hila's military service was mandatory. It's not like she was psyched to serve in the IDF.
They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer.
No, he isn't. Half of his streams are just him eating and watching Skibbity Toilet. Throughout most of this video, Ian's points fall very flat. There are many occasions where he shows clips of Ethan that have nothing to do with the point he's trying to make and make Ian look really stupid. For example,
so when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
In what way is that propaganda? The river to the sea, that's the whole thing. It's extremely reasonable to understand why people rightfully believe that.
The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
In his past content cop videos, there was kind of this unspoken rule that Ian was kind of against criticizing people for things that they've taken accountability for. So the malicious use of this clip is pretty sour. Hila misspoke, apologized, then took a break from the podcast after clarifying. What's the problem?
He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy...
When do you get your own content cop? That would be the hardest decision I think that Hassan would ever have to make in his life. Is Ian asking him, should I do a content cop on Destiny? Because on one hand, Hassan would love to see somebody do like any organized hit piece takedown video of me. But on the other hand, You're like, fuck, I don't ever want you to mention his name. Like, I don't think Ian mentioned me a single time in his entire video, even when he was like making allusions to my community and stuff. That definitely was not on accident.
Matt Lieb, Frogan, and Denims. And Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking. And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no.
Bitch. Don't worry, Ethan, I got you. Ian pulled all of these clips out of context to make Ethan look like he was just attacking people without reason. Matt Lieb unprovokedly attacked Ethan Klein on his podcast, then platformed Bad Empanada. Frogan, as I said earlier, crashed out over Ethan silently unfollowing her on Twitter. And this last clip was a stream called My War on Snark, which was the second stream after the CPS incident. Ethan was calling out Denims for platforming Bad Empanada by showing and promoting his video where he falsely claims that Ethan and Gila's house was covered in dog shit and that the children were walking around eating the dog shit, which led to a false CPS report that Ethan's family had to deal with. Wow.
Wait, Hassan is not getting shit from the K-pop community. Lisa's from Blackpink community is calling out Hassan and friends for making what they consider an inappropriate joke about the K-pop idol.
Also, once again, chatters, you think she was like, oh yeah, is that Rosa Parks right next to my pussy? Sign
Hell
me right
yeah.
the fuck up. No, she's like,
Talk
okay.
about Blackpink.
Yo.
I don't get this joke at all, or it seems like, is there something really funny that I'm missing, or it seems like very edgy, but I don't know why.
Yo, Christian. Oh my. Christian, bro. Oh, fuck. No.
There's a K-pop group named Blackpink. Okay. That's a little more funny than I get it. Okay. That's a bit more funny. Okay. I think that barely crosses the threshold to edgy to funniness. I think it makes it okay. All right. Okay.
Good. Wow. Also, once again, chatters, you think she was like, oh yeah, is that Rosa Parks right next to my pussy?
Oh, okay, wait. I don't understand where the Rosa Parks thing came from, though. Or I don't. Maybe there was something he was responding to. I'm not sure. Her outfit had faces on it. Oh, like historical figures, black figures or something? Her lace underwear has figures on it and one resembles Rosa Parks. Okay. Hello, this is a serious issue. Please don't let things like this get away. Please mass email aloud to take actions. First, they act like they love you. Then they will not hesitate to throw you under the bus. Hassan Abi, a prominent Turkish-American Twitch streamer, says that his bias is Lisa. Please don't ever refer to this guy as Turkish-American. This guy is just American, full stop. Okay, Jesus. Wisdom laughing in that video. Can't trust not one man to not be an incel or egg on. Incel behavior. Damn. At Destiny, Rosa Parks is the name of one of the K-pop members that created her stage name based on her to show solidarity to her American audience. There's no way that's true. Right? Okay, there's too many troll faces in chat. Somebody said she really showed up wearing black women's underwear. I'm looking at these underwear. Is this... How can you tell the race? Am I retarded? How do you know? It's... Okay. People just assumed and ran with it? It was the Met Gala theme? The theme was black people? Dude, if somebody showed up in blackface, that would be... mad props. Just kidding.
Now, with that context, it seems perfectly reasonable why Ethan would be upset at these people. Before we continue, I want to make it perfectly clear that I do not believe that following someone on social media equals the endorsement of that person. I myself follow several people that I disagree with and or dislike. However, Ian seems to be trying to weaponize this argument into something that it is not. In this part of the video, Ian is talking about his former editor, Froggy Tonic.
Destiny laughing at boomers while zoomers laugh at him. The circle continues and it's beautiful.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz's feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you—
The For You tab would definitely have this showing up. I hate this, like, feign to ignorance. Especially because later on, he literally says, yeah, by the way, I did. Now, that doesn't necessarily make Ethan's guess right. I guess there's a world where he just doesn't notice any of this. Except for the fact that they're literally directly interacting with some of these content creators on their Twitter accounts, but okay.
You know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty.
For all we know, what do you mean we do know? Anissa was literally engaging with him throughout all of this, but besides that, you literally confirm it yourself.
I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that.
True.
You don't know what's on my feed. I'm not going to retweet it or like it. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago—
This feign to ignorance gives toxic relationship triggers. A little bit. It's almost... I'm trying to think if I would consider this gaslighty. I feel like it's close to it. Like, if somebody just lied, I feel like one of your big inclinations to gaslighting is when you start to give like whole possible side explanations that aren't true. I feel like that's when you start to get into it, right? If somebody was like, bro, I know these motherfuckers are on your feed. You're like, bro, what? They don't know what's on my feed. No shot. No, fuck you. I've never seen their tweets in my life. It's like, okay, you're just lying, right? It's not gaslighting. But when somebody's like, I think these people on your feed, you're like, I actually could be navigating via the For You tab, which doesn't actually show any of those content creators, and they wouldn't even show any of those content creators because I exclusively follow UFC. Or like, when you try to get like really down that road, it starts to feel kind of weird. Like, hold on.
What the fuck is happening? Really mean shit.
This contradiction makes this entire point fall flat very quickly, and it's honestly pathetic how little effort went into making this video.
He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure.
A bunch of other shit? You barely scratched the surface. Oh, boo-hoo, he called someone the C word. What did he actually say, Ian?
Who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before.
Baba Booey.
What the hell happened to you, Ian? You went from well-researched videos to crediting Snark subreddits to make your point. The cherry on top is the person who made this post apparently isn't even the same dude the Snark is talking about. And this was found out less than an hour after this video's release.
Fucking the Gaza Strip, whatever it might be, I'll talk about it, no matter how ignorant of the facts I am. That's one very important thing to keep in mind, guys. I'm not a researcher. I'm a dipshit.
Also, I think Ian has just ruined the word crash out for me. He calls Ethan's behavior crashing out on the stream where he talks about CPS getting called on his kids.
Just like I'm not gonna throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
Crash out.
This is a point Ethan responded to in his latest video where he also reveals that 2 human skulls were sent to his house. If that's a crash out, it's a reasonable crash out.
I've stood by them when all the internet...
Holy shit, I just figured out. Crash out is the Zoomer version of cringe. Or did Zoomers do cringe? I don't remember who cringe came from. Was that millennials or was that Zoomers? Remember there was a time on the internet where literally everything was cringe? Like everything you did, anytime you tried, anytime there was something funny, it was like cringe, that's cringe, that's cringe, cringe, cringe. I feel like crash out became like the same version. Anytime anybody was upset or said anything combative, anything, like, oh, you're crashing out, you're crashing out, you're crashing out. Sorry, bro, crash out, crash out, crash out. It's like, was that really a crash out? Okay.
Internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional.
I don't entirely disagree with this point. Yeah, it's not cool to have an ultimatum, transactional type of relationship. However, wouldn't that make you...
Just as a quick thing, and people rag on me because I've used this terminology in the past. There's this weird thing where people are like, relationships aren't supposed to be transactional. In a very hollow sense, that's true, where like you shouldn't be accounting for like every single thing a partner does or a friend does and then seeing if it's like matching up on both sides, like literal transactions. But in another sense, that is entirely fucking false. Relationships are absolutely transactional in the sense that like you both have expectations that you place on each other. And I think it's totally fair to have a standard of expectations for both parties, right? Like if, like, I don't, fuck, I'm trying to think of even, I don't know, like if a husband and wife, somebody goes to school and somebody doesn't, and somebody like stays up late and they're, you know, they watch the kid all the time and then they want to go out or they want to do something like, hey, like, can you watch the kid tonight? Can you do this? Because, you know, I want to go out or whatever. And they're like, no, I want to sleep or I don't give a fuck or something, right? And you're like, well, come on. Like, I feel like I do a lot for you, right? And they're like, excuse me, this is not transactional, okay? Just because you've done that doesn't mean and it's like, strictly speaking, it's true, but there should be some type of, I don't even know what you would say. There's like an expectation of support on both sides. And if one side is missing that, I would argue that's either toxic or not a friendship or something different.
You a hypocrite, Ian? You give him a lot of ultimatums in this video.
It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. Maybe if he does these things.
Yeah, maybe instead of transactional, you could say reciprocal. Sure.
Eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship.
Aren't you kind of doing the same thing?
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just
my
said,
empathy
like,
meter's
I know
only
you and
maybe
Ayla
like
are
a
experiencing
quarter of the way filled up.
And I essentially empathize with that.
Ah, yes. Ian, the moral arbiter of empathy. I'm glad you filled up your empathy meter a little bit more before making this fucking hit piece.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan.
They never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Yes.
This situation isn't near identical in any way. H3 and Trisha weren't close or even friends at the time of this happening. They had no reason to publicly stand on anything, nor were they asked to. When they asked you to denounce the crazy shit your former editor was saying, you guys ignored them.
Because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet.
It's so fucking frustrating too, because I've had people do the same thing where I typically, I won't listen, okay? I do what I want, okay? But it's annoying because sometimes people will make this claim or accusation of like, oh, like, Steven hates everybody or doesn't do anything for anybody. And it's like, okay, well, hold on. I think there are times where I've gone out of my way to help other people. And then as soon as you bring this up, people are like, oh, so what? You expected that they owed you because you did this? It's like, okay, well, fuck me, I guess. So I either say nothing and I just have, I guess, like the worst character ever, or I try to present some kind of positive character evidence and now I'm just saying that it was all manipulative or I was trying to like get somebody to, oh, it was like, okay, well, fuck me, I guess, right? Yeah, I don't know, it's fucking annoying.
Unlike Ian.
Sorry, I had a minor crash out there, my bad.
And Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves.
What a fucking liar, dude.
This guy is not allowed to hate me and then use memes that I created, okay?
But you guys weren't staying silent, dude. You made a tweet joking about the situation. Anissa was out there in Frogan's chat after the whole Twitter incident, and then you went out to make a statement about it on your podcast. If you were trying to stay silent, you did a pretty fucking awful job.
Some people call it like a lol cow.
Call me back. Come on, man. We'll be back.
I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish.
That's awfully convenient.
Bro, kill me. And it's like the weakest of like the Arab, quasi-Arab identities to even lean into. Like half Lebanese. Bro, give me a fucking break. Come on. At least like go a little bit more hardcore, okay? At least, can we at least get like fucking Iraqi or Egyptian or something, okay? You can be vague about it, but at least something more here. Oh my God, half Lebanese. And it's like 8% too. I don't know if he brings up those logs, but...
Yeah, what, Anissa's
I don't even know what the fuck that even means. Like,
half
kill
Lebanese?
Me.
Well, it turns out she might not be, according to Yoko Ono herself. I'm actually like 50% Irish. I peed on myself in the shower. No, I've been peed on. 25% Italian, 8% Arab. Now, maybe let's give her the benefit of the doubt, despite the fact she constantly talks about her heritage. Let's say iDubbbz is just being hyperbolic. It's still quite a stretch to add 42% of your heritage to something and call it half. Keemstar is more black than Anissa is Lebanese. Shout out to Nicholas Diorio.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks.
Also, just to be clear, crystal clear. Fuck. Okay, I haven't studied this formally. I've just gotten emails, so correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure most chill Irish people don't have like fond memories of the fucking IRA. I think the IRA gets hardcore romanticized by a lot of lefties, but I think most people considered the IRA as being like a huge impediment to the peace process. It radicalized a lot of people, engaged in a lot of terrorism. Like, I don't think people generally consider the IRA like this awesome freedom fighting Nelson Mandela tier organization. But if you ask lefties, and I don't know if you guys pick or perceive this or not, but like lefties have an incredibly favorable view of the IRA. They think they're based. Like, they actually super unironically think they're mega based. It's kind of weird, but
from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar.
While this is true, this feels like a weird and unnecessary oppression tug of war. And do I have to state the obvious here that Ethan and Hila are both Jews? I know this is a deep cut, Ian. You may have never heard of this, but like, I think around 6 million Jews were genocided in this little obscure thing known as the Holocaust. Huh. I wonder what Anissa's take is on that.
That's a really hard question.
this is the weirdest answer to anything I've ever heard in my entire life.
And I think if people are being 100% honest, they'd give you a different answer than what you're expecting. As terrible as the Holocaust was, obviously it was horrendous, and how disgusting the doctor was that did the experiments on people, gay people, handicaps, twins. I think that's, and obviously they were obviously Jewish, or they did it on Jewish people. They found a couple of really groundbreaking discoveries through that experimentation.
You caught us. We're not gonna run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Ian? Oh. How long
Is the only reason why lefties love terrorists is because they view them as oppressed? Is there literally any other reason why? Leftists, an ML, a Marxist-Leninist, okay, does not want the reformation of a capitalist system. Part of their ideology, that's not true, I'm sorry, a core tenet of their ideology is that capitalism will eventually give way through the revolution of the proletariat, the rising up of the common man to fight against the capital ownership class because of the inevitable inequities created by capitalism and the inevitable tension between labor and laborer. Labor and owner, sorry. That there will be a revolution that will give way to socialism. So when you're talking about being a revolutionary, free healthcare and higher minimum wage stands in the way of the revolution. All it does is it artificially prolongs the existence of the capitalist state and artificially prolongs the survival of the capital class. So this is where like the term accelerationism comes from. They don't want to do these half measures. They're waiting for the revolution that will give way to the evolution of capitalism, which is supposed to be a socialist system. That's the ideology. This is why they support people like terrorists, and they look down on reformers or on people who want to present what they call band-aids and what normal people would call all forms of social welfare or improving society.
Did it take you to come up with that one, buddy? It's very malicious the way that this is phrased, as if Ethan and Hila actually care about who Ian is following on Twitter. It's the people you guys claim to be friends with openly.
Spineless, I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know,
in her chat,
yeah,
which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims
Denim.
is actually participating in this whole child protective service lie.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan.
This is true of a lot, some leftists, but not all. True, like social democrats or other kinds of socialists won't be as hardcore, but that's why I specifically said MLs, Marxist-Leninists. People like Hassan are that. They believe in a more accelerationist kind of thought, and they're waiting for the revolution, basically. And it won't come through reform. It'll come in the form of a vanguard party that violently rises up and overthrows the capital class.
Ethan and Hila are good people.
H3 is clearly upset that Ian is admittedly friends with Denims. Denims openly promoted the idea that Ethan and Hila are bad parents and their kids are walking around in shit and eating shit and catching diseases. She then justified everything after CPS was called on H3 and is a terror-supporting rape denier who's yet to apologize for anything. Other than the CPS thing, which was barely an apology and it was made after the content cop. So yes, Ian, I question anyone who chooses to be friends with Denims or would openly call her a good person. You also gotta love this revisionist history, the same level of friendship.
I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend.
You guys were friends for nearly 9 years. You've called Ethan and Hila inspirations. You've met his family, and now he's just a light friend? By the end of this video, what are you gonna call him? An acquaintance? Another internet creator?
Yikes. Pre-recorded video misspeak? Not good.
Just a light friend? By the end of this video, what are you going to call him? An acquaintance? Another internet creator?
Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators.
Yes.
I don't know, I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
Oh, I get it now. So it's about you.
He's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody, and you know, blah blah blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then, you should have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Like, what are you supposed to say? This happens so much to me. It's actually it actually triggers the fuck out of me. There you go. Okay, top secret. It does trigger me. When every single thing you say or do can somehow be phrased or like spun as like secretly manipulative or unfair. It's like, what is he supposed to say? What can he possibly say that doesn't count as being shitty here? Like, hey, it'd be nice if you were to, you know, say something publicly or stick up for me. It's like, yeah, I don't even care about this guy. Okay, yeah, this shouldn't be a big deal then, right? So it would be a shame if you didn't publicly stick up. It's like, damn, what are you supposed to say? Jesus.
Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
You guys literally called Froggy Tonic a nobody. Yeah, I'd assume you'd have no problem denouncing him either if that's actually how you feel.
Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure.
Ah, holy shit, dude. That's all you had to fucking say, dude. Instead, you're wasting time, money, and a close friendship on a hit piece so you don't piss off your new friends. You look extremely pathetic, Ian.
You need a good reputation, which you don't have, unfortunately. Wrong! It has nothing to do with reputation, and it has everything to do with who you think will side with you on the interwebs. That's literally the only thing that subhuman degenerate streamers or YouTubers give a fuck about. It's how the broader audiences will view them. It is unbelievably fucking rare that anybody in the content creation space would actually take a side with somebody if it's going to be unpopular in the broader content world. Almost everybody just follows kind of basically the crowd. I don't even mean this necessarily in regards to me. Just in general for anybody, it's always like people will just come out for however they think the public audiences will go for. It's super cringe.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach.
Oh, excuse me. I was just talking to the Silence Through Witchcraft. I didn't hear anything about you wanting to pause the relationship, though. What I heard was that you let Hassan fuck your girlfriend while you watched. Not sure. Maybe I'm getting a bad read. Hold on.
Jesus Christ.
I would have been perfectly fine.
Wait, what is the... I don't understand what the black joke is, or why are we including that?
You might want to watch your hand movements there, buddy. You keep doing it, dude. You need to stop. You're getting really close with that hand movement. Don't flip your arm over, man.
And I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So go fuck yourself.
True.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression.
No, Ian, go fuck yourself is right. They're right. You do agree. You've made that very clear. That's why they're saying that. That's their decision. Also, what do you mean aggression? Look at you.
No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping.
In terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say.
Throughout this video, Ian strictly avoids the core reason as to why Ethan is acting the way he is in these clips. This one piece of context would likely nullify a majority of this video. The episode Ian is pulling clips from is titled "Snark Called Child Protective Services on Us." No shit, he's pissed.
This is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
Oh, I'm glad Ian's the king of podcasts.
Yeah.
He knows what's horrible. He knows what an emotional dumping ground is. And he clearly knows not to do that in podcasts, right? Would you guys like to hear the sweetest bit of hypocrisy?
Explaining to the people why we started this podcast. For me, that's one of the reasons is it's like, oh, I just need to sometimes dump a little bit and just being like, all right, I'll dump, I think is that's like a satisfying thing for me.
So your podcast is an emotion. That's all you had to fucking say.
And we support Ethan and Hila.
Damn. Wait, why did he ever cut his hair? He looks really nice when he has like, when it's like his hair is there and he's like clean shaven. I feel like he looks way better. Sorry. Okay.
Bad.
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever.
You know what? This could have been a valid point, but I gotta say, it was an interesting choice to shave your head before this video.
Wait, sorry.
Why we started.
I went to go right.
And he clearly knows not to do that in podcasts, right? Would you guys like to hear the sweetest bit of hypocrisy?
Explaining to the people why we started this podcast. For me, that's one of the reasons is it's like, oh, I just need to sometimes dump a little bit and just being like, all right, I'll dump. I think is that's like a satisfying thing for me.
So your podcast is an emotional dumping ground, but when Ethan does it and you don't like what he's dumping about, it's bad.
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever.
You know what? This could have been a valid point, but I gotta say, it was an interesting choice to shave your head before this video. Also, the pose with the swastika, the swastika sword, I don't know, man. That was an interesting choice there, Ian. Sometimes I wonder if you still got it in you.
Say nigga.
Cameroon, you ignorant sloat. That sword is obviously from Bleach.
I don't even know who that guy is.
That's Isaac from Bleach.
Oh, I don't watch Bleach.
This one's sicker. Wait, that's a little sus.
Immediately goes for the swastika one. Got it.
Maybe you haven't changed so much after all.
Me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you are being bad. You're behaving poorly.
Oh, okay, I get it. I'm glad you stood up for the massive political streamer and his lackeys instead of your friend who was being harassed and threatened. What the fuck even is this shit, dude? You're being bad. Bad boy! You're being a bad boy. Who the fuck are you?
I'm not your fucking dad.
You sure try to act like one.
I was morally grandstanding.
True!
Bring it back to Hassan just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
True.
It's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one.
What?
I hate this word now. Harassment? What does that even mean? So is it anytime you say something mean about somebody, it's harassment? Or is it anytime you criticize someone, it's harassment? Or what are we saying is harassment? What does that mean?
Criticizes. Ian, can I get your definition of harassment? Is criticism now harassment? You sound like... Oh. Never mind, my head hurts.
She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid.
I'll show that, yeah.
Getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry. I'll accept this position from anyone except you guys.
Wait. Hassan slap.
Bro.
Bro.
Ethan loves talking about tokens. He won't even let his fucking Lebanese employees say shit, which is why he has to bring in another Lebanese Scottish guy because he knows that AB does not agree with Ethan on this stuff. So he has to get a Lebanese dick rider who's desperate for a fucking crumb of clout to come on his stream to be like, yes, well, do you know what a snipe job looks like?
Okay, just to be clear, personally, fuck Lonerbox, okay? Professionally, though, it could also just be that he's incredibly well educated on this issue, has a friendly relationship with Ethan and H33, and is invited to come on and talk about the issue as well. Like, I don't think that he's there just because he happens to be half Lebanese. And then also, I like how when you have people that agree with you, you can't bring in any type of like ethnicity, like, oh, that's your token. Or when it's people that agree, yeah, but for somebody that disagrees with you, he must exclusively not want to hear from them because they're Lebanese. Like, it's such a, oh my God, it's so fucking cringe.
I'll have you know, Israel would never snipe babies in the head. Oh, you're telling me that they have? Well, it must be an accident. Also, I went on a paid trip to Israel, and that's not weird. It's not weird that I went on a paid trip to Israel.
And then also we're just lying about this. I don't know if Hassan gets paid directly by the country of Turkey or if he gets paid by some Islamist organization. I guess maybe he does. He probably does. Maybe the same people that paid him to go fuck kids at the Diddy party or the brothels that he likes to visit in Europe. But nobody got paid anything to go to Israel. I don't know where this paid Israeli trip meme comes from. It'd be interesting if he had as many receipts for that as he did entry tickets into the kitty fucky titty party that he went to after his like Coachella thing. But I don't know. Maybe someday he'll present that.
With government employees, as we did Hasbra, as we defended the beautiful state. I don't know how to do Loner Box's accent. I haven't listened to him more than 3 seconds, so I just relegated back into fucking, Douglas Murray style shit.
Okay. Good one.
You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming.
I don't even know the point Ian is trying to make here. Are you trying to say that Ethan pioneered live drama content? Maybe? Are you trying to say that Ethan pioneered live politics coverage? I don't think so. Are you criticizing Ethan for doing reaction streams? I hope not. Regardless, I'm not getting the denims comparison because name me one time where Ethan promoted the harassment and misinformation against someone's family. But enough yapping, let's find out what he's talking about.
Which is watching people shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it.
Ian, you do realize that reaction streams and videos long predated the H3 podcast? I think you should know this more than most. Ian should also know well that not all reaction content is created equally. Sitting there while eating and not adding commentary, or while your brain is malfunctioning in the case of denims, or having your chair watch.
Remember when the Casually Explained guy made a joke about that, and Hassan unironically had a hardcore crash out and ended his friendship with him? Rip.
The video for you is not a reaction, it's content theft. And you should know that adding commentary to a video that you're watching and transforming it into your own thing is something very different. A reaction streamer can criticize another reaction streamer who's stealing content, just like a commentary YouTuber can criticize another commentary YouTuber for making bad content.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
They're actually good people, like that's gonna get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila...
That wasn't a crash out, that was cringe, right? Those two are definitely the same. Wait, I didn't say a crash out and cringe meant the same thing. I just said that they were like these broad statements that you could use to just kind of like say everything is a thing. Like, it feels like there was a point on the internet where everything was fucking cringe, and now it feels like we're at the point where everything is like a crash out. But I don't think they describe the same events. It sounded like you did? Okay, but you retards also think that Zed would have passed K or J without K begging him to, so fuck you guys.
Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the fucking the prompt is. No one would care.
Don't be naive. You know you would have gotten shit, Ian. Also, what a great way to dodge talking about the CPS situation.
If you can. I just want to ask you if you've always been shitting your pants.
No.
Because since I've known you, you've always had, like, IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well. I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out.
Well, by your logic, you just made an hour-long video defending Hassan and Co.
Oof. So does that mean he is Hassan's lapdog? Is that what that means?
Doesn't that make you Hassan's lapdog?
Me making this video is the standing up for something. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles?
No fucking shot, dude. No, I don't think Ethan wanted to talk to you about your principles. I think he's got bigger fish to fry right now. Fucking Muppet. Ian then goes on this retarded tangent about friends through the whole follower equals endorsement narrative, so I'll spare repeating myself.
Cheers, North, through
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response
I can't believe
to
he
the
actually brought this
controversy
up.
with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Now, for whatever reason, Anissa's husband brings up the button. He goes on this concerned trolling rant about how Ethan refuses to change the behavior and instead uses the button after he did a goof plus a spoof plus a gaff plus a riot while watching a video of QT Cinderella crying.
I also see the dynamic.
Something. I'm sorry. Don't mind me.
It's just really
Look at women who are not also benefiting off of being seats.
Now, if you did a tiny bit of research, it's in the same video.
Dustin, you changed your position on Men in Black. Your initial argument was that he didn't pass the test. Then when proven wrong, you told Dan that we disagreed on Zed's approval. This isn't fair. What, passing the test is getting Zed's approval. What do you mean? Zed was the one administering the test.
You would have known that the button had already been ordered at the time of this incident, so this wasn't some turning point. Ian quickly nullifies this point of the segment by saying,
I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if
What is the point of the fucking test then? It was an aptitude test to determine what you knew on everything. What do you mean? What do you think the written test was for? It was a big aptitude test.
if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more.
Yeah, every network television station has a button. I stream a lot. I wish I had a button. I think everyone could use a kill switch. Ian is making a non-argument. He barely streams, and he is making this point during an edited video. You know what? I think I know a guy who could probably use that button.
You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. You would kill Rick Scott. America deserved 9/11, dude.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry.
Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew...
Is Zed saying they're everything they've come to expect from the military a compliment? It's a joke for the audience. I don't think that's an insult in world that Zed has no respect for people in the military because one, the Men in Black is literally an organization of the United States, and two, why the fuck would they bring every single person here from the Special Forces to participate if they had no respect for people that were in the military? Wait, what? What did the director say the first test was about? It shows the audience that Jay thinks outside of the box, but that wasn't what Zed was testing. Listen, read the script. The script says that he fails the test, okay? He doesn't do good on the written test. It's confusing to him, okay? Fuck the director's comment. Read the script.
Crew member has it bad.
I think this part of the video, and frankly, any part of the video that mentions...
What? Fuck, I don't know where the script is.
The podcast is
You're
malicious. Ian, I know you don't have the best business track record, and that happens, but I don't think you have the place to be talking about Ethan's successful podcast when my small YouTube channel consistently outperforms your podcast.
I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section.
The recruits scribble away at the written test. It's a thick document. Reasoning skills, general knowledge, diagrams. The recruits seem to be really powering through it, filling in answer after answer. But no desks have been provided for them, and they're all still in their chairs, writing uncomfortably on their thighs or knees. Edwards is really struggling. He writes 2 words on one answer, then decides to erase it. The lack of a writing surface is driving him crazy. His pencil even tears through the page. He looks up in the middle of the tile floor. There's an unused table. Edwards gets up, goes to it, grabs hold, and drags it, screeching deafeningly back to his chair. Everybody looks up, wincing at the horrible sound that fills the room. Edwards sits back down, now writing on the table. That's better. Zed raises an eyebrow. He stares at Edwards, then looks up toward a smoked glass window. Behind the dark glass, a figure stands staring, unemotional. See, he fails in the test, okay? Fuck you guys. That was in the script, okay? He was struggling writing? No, he was struggling with the material. The recruits seem to be powering through it, filling in answer after answer. Edwards is struggling. You guys are... Stop trolling me. You're trolling me.
On my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
It's very clear to me that Ian is insecure about the success of his podcast, and it's not unsuccessful because he talks about niche subjects or whatever. It's because it's boring.
I have a strong character, okay? I have a strong personality. I will not be gaslit by my own community about what I know to be true for Men in Black. Actually, you know what? Men in Black director. Barry Sonnenfeld. Barry Sonnenfeld, Twitter. He hasn't used it in 5 years. Wait, is this guy still alive? We need to get this guy on stream. Okay, I'll try to reach out and figure out. Wait, what? Oh, no. No, fuck it, I don't care. Okay.
And oftentimes laughably bad.
I think for me, when I really started to be like, I really don't want to be a part of this, was, I hate bringing it up, but Etika. The Etika stuff was so hard for me. Like, that was somebody who clearly was experiencing a mental health issue. And this is my attitude, like, full stop on this period. The last thing somebody who's going through something like that needs is more eyes on it. We were in it. And at the time...
I feel like this is one of the most... It's all like memes and jokes. I hate that everything is a meme and a joke. I mean, I'm guilty of this as well, I guess. But, like, I feel like it's incredibly gross that these guys have such an accurate perception of what it's like to deal with all the harassment and everything on the internet, but they still went through with it? What the fuck? That's like... I feel like it's insanely fucked. Like...
When we were in it and we wanted...
It triggers me more than just people being stupid or careless or whatever, or crass or cruel. Like when they actually... It's like another level of cruelty or something if you're super aware of it, you know?
She's referring to us kind of going through a fucking hard time on the internet, being harassed, videos made about us, people weighing in.
People still make videos about us.
And on the stupid crew point, there's been very few people to actually leave H3's crew. Only one is left on bad terms. Hell, Dan's been there for like 7 years, if not more. If the environment was so bad, why didn't you call it out when you were on the show a year and a half ago? You've had plenty of time. And while we're speaking on the crew, I want to take a moment to talk about AB and Lena, 2 beloved members of the H3 podcast. I actually met AB at the second Creator Clash. He was nice as hell. I even made it into the podcast members only recap video. That aside, let's be clear here. Ian, what you did to Lena by stirring this shit up 2 months before the event is eerily similar to what you did last time to sabotage your own event. It's disgusting that you put 2 other people that you're friendly with, 2 Arabs by the way, since that apparently matters, instead of treating everyone like human beings, in this position when you knew full well that Lena was fighting in your event in 2 months. If you had any spine at all, you would at least wait until after your event or send a warning to Lena and AB. You've now set 2 innocent people up for harassment, and harassment they've been getting. Not just because of you, but because they're the only 2 Lebanese people on the show. Looks like you need to fill up that empathy bar a little bit more.
Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, 2 Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the fuck up about it.
Also, you act like Ethan is some sort of anti-Palestinian voice, like he's got some Ben Shapiro absolute Zionist level takes, when that is absolutely not the case. Believe it or not, you can be pro-Palestinian and anti-terrorist at the same time, and I believe most pro-Palestinian people are. The cherry on top of this is that Ian accidentally released the video while AB and Lena were live on the H3 podcast. While the show was live, Lena had to run off to the bathroom as she was having a panic attack over the video. Then Ian had the bright idea to send her a DM like, "Oh, my bad," as if that fixes anything he set them up for. Ian, if you actually do have an empathy meter over 1%, you'll spare her and buy her out from Creator Clash because you know full well that your audience is gonna boo her the second she steps foot on the event.
Wait, do they have do they still have those 3 or all the creators listed on the? Oh, they got rid of them finally. Oh my god. Creator Clash, 1 month and 2 weeks away. The top of the ticket to be decided.
Something that she's afraid of. Also, big shoutouts to whoever the hell runs the Creator Clash Twitter and website. Yeah, great timing there.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it, it was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use, they get access to cover most of it.
You're doing it.
What are you
Making it
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like
This is one of this is the Z moment, except for them. This was one of the most non-tent things I've ever fucking heard of in my entire life. Oh my god.
This is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I just thought about finishing Wednesday.
Ian, for some reason, I'm beginning to think that you being an electrician's apprentice was some sort of joke. Jokes aside, I know that you actually have had jobs in the past, but you sure do act like you've never came across a difficult situation ever. This was a tame incident that there were no bad feelings over.
He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
You're doing it.
What are
Making
you
it
doing?
so awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know
you've
you do.
done, and
I
I
know.
loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Oh, what in God's name did Alex Wasabi do to your pituitary gland, Ian? Because you've clearly never had a tyrannical boss if you think Ethan sounds like one in that clip. Sure, it's a bad and awkward moment that he apologized for. Big whoop, it's over.
Dan?
Not gonna lie, I feel like AB wants the audience to view him as a victim and likes the attention, the way he acts. I think there maybe was an argument to... I hate that noise. It sounds like the skeletons shooting bows in Minecraft. I think there might have been a place to make that argument a long time ago, but I mean, like, I feel like AB is stuck with Ethan and them through quite a bit at this point. It would take a lot for me to assume that he's acting with bad faith or something. I think he generally means well, even though he made that weird shit up about my community, so fuck him for that. But in terms of his loyalty to Ethan and all that, I feel like it's pretty good.
And his producer is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke.
God forbid.
It's okay because I buttoned it.
Why?
Because
It's not that big of a deal, man.
just
Like,
your
how
inability to.
No, hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
Well, you just asked how it changed
Surprise
things.
them on your show.
Again, shitty choice of a clip and a bad out-of-context example. This is Ethan and Gila's show, and I know this might be a massive revelation out of this world, but fun fact, the H in H3 stands for Gila, and the 3 is meant to represent a backwards E that stands for Ethan. It's their podcast. Ethan has every right to direct his producers to do what he wants for his show. Maybe you should take some notes so you can have a more entertaining podcast yourself.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him.
Ian, you understand that the workforce isn't slavery, right? You do understand that a worker has the right to quit their job, and that these crew members working on a high-profile show could quit any day with a fantastic resume and the opportunity to start a career of their own on social media, right? They all make it clear that they disagree with this hole that you and those snark subreddits are trying to place them in. You have snark Redditor logic, and it's clear how you researched this video.
Ooh.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
According to iDubbbz, demon mode refers to Ethan suing people, and this...
Wait, is Goblin Slayer... Was there ever anything more, like, provided in terms of context for... Didn't that anime just have, like, randomly, like, in the first episode, have a rape scene in it? And it was just, like, the most random, edgy thing in that whole anime? Like, they didn't do anything... Was there a reason for that? Or...
First example is Bad Empanada, aka George, who's already on the run for civil cases as it is. Bad Empanada absolutely deserves a lawsuit. He has knowingly and maliciously slandered Ethan and Hila, has absolutely been harassing Ethan and Hila, has wasted government resources in order to harass Ethan and Hila, and it's certainly easy to prove damages.
3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people.
No, Ian, person who's wealthy enough to run 2 charity boxing events despite the last one costing you $250,000 in debt that you had no problem paying off and starting a new one this year. Ethan is not a rich asshole for suing people that he feels with good evidence are slandering him. Moral grandstanding at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. This video was not just critical. Sure, there were some critiques against the Israeli government and one creator who really did deserve the criticism.
What's up with all these YouTubers doing zero research and being disproven by basic Google searches? Unironically, I blame teachers from the 90s and the 2000s, okay? The issue is that we learned that you have 2 types of sources. You have sources from the internet, and then you have real sources. And that's it. If it was in a book or magazine, that was a real source. And if it was on the internet, that was some fake shit. And if you ever had to write a research paper or whatever, you could have 2 internet sources, and then it would be like 3 sources from a magazine or 3 sources from a book or whatever, right? They would always limit your internet resources for no fucking reason. So we never learned any critical internet research skills growing up. Okay, whatever, that's fine. At the very least, we had a plethora of internet websites to choose from, so we had to engage critical thought a little bit in terms of what was credible or not. And people on these sites were also engaged in some critical thought because they were all specialized websites that all kind of like talk about their own thing. And then what you wound up with, funnily enough or interestingly enough, is a world where there was only one type of source. Hold on, wait. Where are my English losers at? Does anybody know the one type of source you were never allowed to use as a source in like high school or college? Or maybe in college they let you. In high school they didn't for me. Stop typing Zoomers that are all saying Wikipedia. Where are my millennials at? Oh, okay, never mind. Thank you for my kick chatter. Kenny the Wish. It was an encyclopedia. You were never supposed to cite an encyclopedia as a research thing, even if you're citing books. And the teacher would tell you, you can't cite an encyclopedia because that's already a compilation of somebody else's thoughts. So that it doesn't count as I don't even think it counts as a secondary source, I think. Is that like a tertiary source? Like primary source is a direct witness, secondary source is compiling or reporting on secondary primary sources. And then I don't know if that counts as a tertiary source or a compilation. I think it's a different category, I think, than even secondary source, I think. But you were never supposed to cite from an encyclopedia. And these days, everybody basically cites from encyclopedias or compilations of other people's thoughts. So a lot of commentary guys, one of the reasons why they don't attack Kiwi Farms is because a lot of them will cite from Kiwi Farms, which is compilations of other people's thoughts, or they're just citing from other YouTube videos or from like Wikipedia. So you just get like a recycling of the exact same thoughts over and over again. And there's very little, if any, actual original research done by going through videos or by trying to, you know, go through content to figure out what happened. And that's why so much of the commentary slop stuff today is just a rehashing of the same things that you'd see posted on Kiwi Farms or Reddit or whatever else.
However, there was so much slander against other creators to create some conclusion that they were all genocide supporters. For those unaware, Noah Samson, the person that Ethan Klein and Mudahar are preparing to sue, is pretty infamous for being bad faith, as Jolly Saint Nicholas DiOrio calls him, the Brit Bong of the left. Noah recently made a pretty bad faith video attacking several creators, notably Turkey Tom.
Am I gonna get called out here? Hello?
Mudahar, and Ethan Klein. The video was titled The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide, and it's about, you guessed it, the conflict between Israel and Palestine. In this video, Noah denies several rapes that were committed by terrorists, defended the Houthi terrorists, including the one terrorist that Hassan interviewed on stream that Hassan himself called a terrorist.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother.
He also defended
brother.
Twitch's shitty actions on anti-Semitism, and most importantly, concluded that Ethan Klein is pro-genocide for making a video on Hassan Piker where he criticizes the terrorists that Hassan was promoting. This is all despite Ethan Klein saying that the West Bank is fair game and supporting the Palestinian movement in his content nuke on Hassan Piker. He tries to paint the picture that because of Ethan's
I can come in disagreements if you want me to explain the importance of goblin rape. I'm good.
video on Hassan, that Ethan is lying about his support and
Very interesting. Nobody wants to have their own thoughts. It's too dangerous in case they get something wrong. It's just a job to them. Actually, that's kind of true too. I agree. I think people are scared of that. I feel like people like, fuck, I don't have any personal problems with him. So I'm not like trying to start shit. Okay. I don't have like any issues with him personally, but I feel like that's a big issue with people like Charlie, like Moist Critical, is it's like the most, like, you know how sometimes you see those pictures on the internet where it's like every Japanese person blended together and it's like a picture of like, what does the average of an ethnic group look like or whatever. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? What am I thinking of? All average faces mixed together. I don't know. It's like, oh, this is what like of this ethnicity. This is what they all look like. I feel like Moist Critical is like that, but for comments from Reddit and YouTube. And so when you click on Charlie's channel, you're never going to be like, oh, damn, he has like that's a pretty crazy take. It's always like, I need to hear what everybody thinks, and I need to hear it in kind of like a safe, edgy manner. And then that's what you click to hear and listen about. Yeah.
that because of Ethan's video on Hassan, that Ethan is lying about his support and empathy towards the Palestinian cause. He then goes after creators like Turkey Tom and Mudahar just for criticizing Twitch, and the golden boy, Hassan Piker.
Hey, have you seen Hassan Piker at all?
Piker? I hardly even knew her. Noah's ultimate conclusion is that all of these creators back genocide because they criticize Hassan, which takes a lot of fucking hoops to draw that conclusion. And after watching this dog shit video, I completely understand why Ethan Klein and Mudahar want to sue. I won't get into my opinions on if they should or shouldn't sue, but let's just say I won't exactly feel sad if this scares the shit out of Noah Samson for years, fearing generational debt. Now, before I go any further, it should go without saying that I'm totally against retarded and frivolous lawsuits. However, Ian seems to think that all lawsuits are just used to intimidate people. But in the cases where that is true, sometimes it's justified. You shouldn't feel confident to slander people.
Yeah, I don't like that people, sometimes there's stuff that we think is, there's an effect that can be used incorrectly, but people mistakenly assume that means that every time that effect is felt, that it must be evidence of somebody doing something bad. So like chilling effect, people say like, oh, this thing can cause a chilling effect. And generally a chilling effect can be bad, but it's only bad when it chills behavior that we don't want it to chill. If a chilling effect is chilling behavior that we want chilled, well, that's actually a good thing. And I feel like people have a difficult time understanding that sometimes.
You should feel intimidated at what might happen if you choose to spread malicious libel against people.
Exactly.
Some lawsuits are justified. Hey Ian, a great example of a frivolous lawsuit is the Matt Haas versus H3H3 case. Another one is the one that you threatened Froggy Fresh over $18,000 for after you kicked him out of your event, but didn't pursue because of all the backlash you got. Remember that one?
No, you have a ton of power, you have a ton of options, you have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich.
Someone's mad at the internet. Also, you gotta love this frame, right? He's screaming at Ethan for being filthy rich while he's got a gold tooth for fashion, looks like dog shit, and thousands of dollars worth of shitty tattoos. Should try to get a refund on that. Sitting in your basement filled with expensive boxing equipment and an arcade machine.
Can you give me an example? What does a chilling effect mean? A chilling effect means that you might be discouraging some behavior, basically. So for instance, for defamation lawsuits, it's very hard to sue a public figure, or it's hard for a public figure to sue somebody for defamation. And the reason why we have that is because you don't want to create a chilling effect on reporters reporting on celebrities, right? So that kind of chilling effect might be bad. But you could argue that there's like now when a chilling effect is good, we tend not to call it a chilling effect. We tend to call it a deterrence. But like you could argue that, say, prison has a chilling effect on crime. Nobody wants to go to jail, right? So the criminal justice system hopefully has like a chilling effect on people committing crimes. And that's not a bad thing. You want there to be a chilling effect on stuff like that, right?
Talking to us on your expensive camera and lav mic. You have nothing to grandstand on, you fucking cowardly, pathetic little
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar.
Is it not? I mean, maybe not so much racist, but you're definitely patronizing him. That's like telling a black liberal to go talk to the Hodge twins to see why they're wrong. Ian seems to have lost the idea that people are people. Like, people of different ethnic groups and cultures can have conversations, dude. And if there's anyone in this situation who cannot take criticism, it's absolutely Hassan Piker. If you dare ever criticize him, you're in for a world of bullshit. He won't watch it, and if your name ever comes up, he'll just, isn't this the guy you, and disregard you completely.
How can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really
Isn't that the guy who...
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion,
Deconstruct,
nationality,
guys.
all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
This is another rare part of the video where you start to think that Ian might kind of have a point, and then you sit there and you realize that Hassan is categorizing all Jews as to having one opinion, and instead of not doing that, he deflects Ethan off to go talk to the approved Jew, Sam Cedar. So instead of Ian criticizing Hassan for categorizing all Jews as to having one opinion, he decides to criticize Ethan for not talking to the approved Jew. This is so fucking backwards.
It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender.
Okay, so, alright, the new and improved iDubbbz is now asking you to patronize other ethnic groups, identities, or skin colors, and only talk to your own. I'm so happy that you've reformed, Ian. This is great moves, man. Keep it up. Proud of you.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic.
God,
in
so
this
cringe.
case, American imperialism, and passionate about a particular...
Yeah.
No.
True.
No.
True.
What the fuck is happening?
True.
He just defended the 9/11 cop. He just
Yikes.
defended the 9/11. He just defended the 9/11 comment. Also, by the way, this wasn't some nuanced take by Hassan as he tried to retcon on his uncle's show.
True.
This was a crash out.
True.
The correct use case of the term, by the way, Ian. Because right after the 9/11 comment, he started making graphic remarks about the missing eye of Representative Dan Crenshaw, who was wounded and lost his eye while serving our country in the line of duty.
Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick? Isn't that how he lost his fucking dumbass eye? Because he got his fucking eye hole fucked?
I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go? With that slogan, we might actually have peace.
Ian, you're getting really fucking lazy. Where's the counter argument? Also, I love this we shit.
With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go.
Ian, I didn't know you were Palestinian. Who the fuck is we? Like, since when were you the spokesperson of Palestine?
there was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list. It was presented at TwitchCon
And it was
as
hilarious.
like a panel that
It was
was
an
just meant to
epic
be
meme.
lighthearted and fun.
It was just a
and
joke, LOL.
Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
No, Ian, he didn't decide that it was anti-Semitic. It was anti-Semitic. They got banned because it was anti-Semitic. The whole premise of Who Can Say Habibi was almost immediately dropped after it started.
We brought you guys here today because we want to rank streamers on how Arab they are.
The people in that category on the thumbnail? Jews. And besides it being a hummus, Sabra's dictionary definition is a Jewish person born in Israel. Hassan goes in Arab because that's the good tier, but Ethan Klein goes in the Jew category because that's the bad tier. Let me explain this in different terms to make it a bit more obvious for your thick skull, Ian.
Whoa.
Let's say I were to make a Who's Invited to the Cookout tier list, and at the top you got Loves Hip Hop, and at the bottom you got White. That's of course the best way I could put it without getting in trouble. I think it would be a pretty clear stereotype, and maybe you're just not as culturally sound as you might think you are, Ian.
Lighthearted and fun.
Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist.
Who has the N-word pass and who doesn't? Say. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle.
I can't believe that Ian left any of this in his video. Like, it makes him seem so unbelievably petty. And the funny thing is I can't even give him credit for, like, you know, hey, this, he didn't get what he wanted here, but at least he left it in, so I give him credit for that. I think he was just stupid. I think he thought that it would be perceived as, I don't even know, of epic or base, or like, it was just so cringe.
Now we get into the big moment of the video. This is where Ian does something whimsical in content cop fashion. This usually leaves an impact on the viewer, whether it be a sketch or him traveling somewhere and doing something comical. So let's see it. I'm ready. Let's see what he's got.
And I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least.
Okay, then this is kind of silly.
Damn, I've never thought of that argument before, but fucking true. At Destiny, aren't the worst things about the 9/11 comment is that Hassan would never say the same thing about the atomic bombings of Japan? Actually true. Damn.
But
changed from an A to a B at least.
Okay, then this is kind of silly, but let's see where it goes.
I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it.
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade.
Wait.
I don't get it. Because you could probably make a similar-ish comment about Japan. I'm pretty sure Japanese citizenry were ready to fight to the last fucking man if the United States were to actually invade. So you could argue that, listen, they deserve to get nuked, right? But Hassan would obviously never say that because America did the nuking, so...
He didn't even do it? Why the hell is this even in the video? What the hell happened to you, Ian? This was so pathetic. Also, including this guy in the video is pretty malicious. It's clear he only heard one side.
True.
He quickly took down his video on the content cop after Ian reached out and ultimately decided he wanted to stay out of it and just wish the best for everyone. I feel bad for this guy.
Anyone can have their own official apology rating system, so I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-.
A B-? Wait a sec. This is so petty. You butthurt son of a bitch.
I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him because I think he deserves it.
This is like the most gaslighty or weird part of this fucking video. The idea that, one, that he ever gave a fuck at all about Ethan's feelings, and then two, that he would include like a feel-good part at the end to make him immune from criticism, kind of, or at least to shield the idea that this is just a largely critical piece. But then three, that these weren't even real compliments. It was just people shitting on him covertly. It was like, okay, dude.
This is definitely the most manipulative part of the video. Don't fucking act like you care. This retarded concern trolling, getting Ethan's enemies to say something nice. Like, after all the shit Denims has done, do you think Ethan really wants to hear, like, the chipper words from Denims? No. A notable person
Not the chipper words, the chirping words, by the way.
missing here is Hassan, which
True.
I kind of got to give him credit for. Like, at least he's standing on business, unlike Shonda Black, who immediately went back on his statement after the video.
Pussy.
And I hate to say it, but I think the only genuine person here is Frogan, as she recently doubled down on her well wishes towards Ethan. Don't get me wrong, she's still a fucking piece of shit, but I got to give credit where credit is due.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Eli. Like,
Oh my god, dude.
it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
Oh man, dude, the raped. He's so raped, man.
Jesus Christ.
Fuel up!
Okay, so don't mind the outfit change. This is recorded about a week after all those other clips. I didn't expect things to keep escalating. A part of me's kind of thankful for it. A part of me wanted to die the second I saw that Content Deputy H3 was uploaded. Alright, cut the shit, dude. I am so pissed right now. I live reacted to it on stream, and
No joke, it just feels like this guy repacked so many of your opinions. When it comes to commenting on like Hassan Ethan stuff, I feel like most of what I say is pretty obvious. I think that it's only going to come off as being incredibly original if you're like super hardcore bought into some of those other communities. But I think I would hope that most people can see that the behavior and everything is insanely unhinged from that side. I would hope, but
thankfully, there really wasn't that much in there to cover. In this Content Deputy, he hides behind the thin veil of charity, which, by the way, if you watch the first H3 podcast on the Creator Clash, you see how thin that veil is, okay? It was only supposed to be a charitable aspect, but when they're criticized for it, they get to hide behind it.
Ethan, in a desperate attempt to attack and smear Anissa and I, he started attacking our charity event.
Just because your event's for charity, you could still be criticized. And regardless, it doesn't even fucking matter because you didn't raise a dime for charity last time.
Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Don't worry, Ela. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it.
This is psychotic. Ian, the internet is not going to blame Ethan and Ela for Creator Clash 3's inevitable failure. What happened with Creator Clash 2? Was it their fault then? Even though they were the only people...
Speaking of, 16 minutes ago?
The boxing thing, Harley. You've fully dropped.
Shit, dude.
You're no longer fighting. Done with Creator Clash. Have they like followed up with you at all? Did they like try to hold you and be like, no, Harley, please don't leave. You're the headline fighter. Or did you just peace and they like...
No, it was pretty easy for them. They're like, that's fine. When was your day? 2012? Nah, you're good. Go on, get out of here.
Really?
So what happened? Like did it start?
Not Harvey, sorry, Harley. My bad.
With the content cop thing? Is that with the
No, the content cop came out, and that's when I actually had people hitting me up. They're like, "Yo, you still gonna do this shit?" And then I was like, "Yeah, why not?" Like LA Beast is training for it. He has, a newborn, but he's still doing this. I've been here for months. I've been making great progress, and I'm having a good time. The weather's great in Florida, and it's been something I've been committed to. And then as time went on, things got crazier. Things got pretty. I don't know how tuned in you guys are to like, this type of internet bullshit stuff.
Pretend I don't watch a lot of internet drama.
I watched like part of a video recapping it to me, but not a lot.
Okay,
like, so Ethan and Hassan or maybe Ethan and iDubbbz were in a tiff.
Well, yeah, but we got like Woody doesn't know anything, so we're going to take it back to the beginning. And so in 1948, they make the country, and the surrounding countries did not. So what happened was, no, seriously, it's that. No, literally that. But you see how I made that joke, and it was relevant to what we were discussing.
I did.
That's kind of like the whole problem with the thing. Was it really became married and ingrained? Well, so there's Creator Clash, and I was down to do it. And even with the content cop, Ian and Ethan, them doing that, that's fine. But like people got weird. They would hit me up and they're like, what's the environment of this event going to be? And like, it's like, it's fine. I was committed to it. LA Beast was going to be doing it. But then people that the event endorses, or puts like front and center were saying some crazy shit, in my opinion, and I was not comfortable endorsing an event that would endorse these
They were
people
saying
and their words.
Anti-Semitic stuff. Like, what were they? What were they saying?
They were like saying things like, well, one specific thing that like kind of that was out of all the things that had been said, I saw a clip of Hassan, and I knew they were going to be doing a fundraiser with him, but he was like, oh yeah, if you've ever said anything positive about Israel, you shouldn't be allowed to even be a dog catcher. You should be treated.
That's Dan's clip that Dan publicized. Treated
like a neo-Nazi. And I was like, hey, my family and friends and my community, that's so crazy. All of them? I don't know. But then like the conversation was really political, and because like I don't know if you guys caught the official Creator Clash fundraiser.
No.
Oh, they just did one with like Hassan, and it was him reacting to this video that Ethan made about him. So they're just like talking a lot about like the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas, and like was there rapes on, and like it's just all this, and I'm like, what's up with the boxing though? Like, what's going on with like the boxing? Like I see what you're saying, and I see that he's like, you know, like I saw you was like on gassing up North Korea a little bit, you know, giving the North Korean stock a little boost.
Damn, didn't even know they were in the mix.
Yeah, they're cool now. They're cooler than you now.
Oh, I literally have no idea how they're related in the slightest. Like, are they?
No, it's just like this is like the attachment that the event has to.
See, like I feel like this is an okay like normie check where it's like, this is kind of weird, guys. Like, what are we talking about right now? This seems a little bit fucking weird. This is good.
These conversations now, just the things that I'm riffing on and joking about, like it has an actual attachment to these type of things because of the people that they, you know, officially put front and center. And so like, no hate to them, it's their event. I was just like, oh yeah, if some of these things are gonna happen, it's not really comfortable for me to participate moving forward. And then they were like, okay. And then I was like,
they
cool.
just didn't give a fuck.
And
interesting.
And then like a couple days later, they were like, yeah, they're stepping down.
Jesus.
You want to come back? And I was like, I'm at fucking Buc-ee's right now eating a brisket sandwich, pal. No,
hell
I don't want to fucking come back. And I was like, and I want to ask you something. I'm at Buc-ee's right now. You know what's going on over here, pal? We got 120 gas pumps going off. There's people in here fucking getting coffees and Monster Energy drinks, hot nuts. I'm eating a brisket sandwich myself. What's going on? I'm supposed to fucking feel bad about that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to feel bad because I was born in the right place at the right time. I'll fucking sit here, eat a brisket sandwich in the hot Florida sun. And I'm supposed to feel bad about that. They're trying to make you fucking feel guilty, Woody. I make you feel guilty because
who's they and guilty for what?
They want to fucking tear down everything you love and build it back up into some new shit. And I don't want to do that because we're going to tear it down and build it up to find out that it's still fucking shit. Yeah.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about today, tomorrow, and every fucking year going forward. Get your head out of your ass. Fuck you don't have a fucking clue. Hey, pal, if it's not fucking aquariums and Minecrafts and motorcycles, you don't have a fucking clue. Holy shit,
that's true.
What did you do today? Did you fucking pick up a newspaper or what?
Did you read about Creator Clash?
You don't know shit.
In the newspaper?
Exactly why I can't even fucking talk about this stuff.
Oh, that's a good point. I did cancel my newspaper subscription back in the early
30
90s.
years ago.
Yeah.
One of those things where, like I'm completely on the outside looking in because, like, I find that drama disgusting. Not that specific drama, but all drama, all that internet drama, where like
it is pretty gay.
One content creator, if you want to call them, that snipes at another for their like opinions, beliefs, or what they fucking said. When you're all just running the same hustle, trying to entertain people, let it fucking go. It's just. When we have this big argument about Israel and the war and geopolitical topics that are way out of the scope of a Twitch stream, it's like I don't know what we're doing. What are we doing? How do you feel about Oblivion? Is what I want to know, bro. I don't care what you think about the Houthis. Tell me what you think about the magic system in Oblivion. You're on Twitch. That's how I feel every time I see that stuff.
Yeah.
Like why? The thing that I hate the most is that like there's a world where that's a good point, where maybe we should leave media to people that are more qualified for it. But then Kyle would turn around and support alternative media, and I guarantee you, without having seen him say it exactly, I know he said it before, that alternative media is like one of the most important things, that we've got voices, independent voices on YouTube and everything, and not just mainstream, lamestream media now. So, but okay.
Which is for video games and financial advice, right?
Yes.
And gambling.
And gambling.
And pornography.
So why? Yeah, that does just seem like a retarded move on their part to allow such a divisive political issue to become like a big part of their charity event. It's like, what?
That's true.
This is having.
I don't know why you would ever make that so political. That's a huge strategic error. I mean, Elon Musk is learning this.
A guy who eats the sourest candies fight a guy who melts candy bars into bigger candy bars and like puts 50, McDoubles in a tray and makes a ghastly lasagna with it. Like, what does this have to do with Israel and Palestine? So I can see why you were kind of put off.
There's a lot of conversations that revolved around all the politics there, and I was like, I'm actually not good enough of a boxer to like be distracted by this shit and also go in the ring and box a guy that I find very impressive. And I keep thinking, like, to me, like the victim in this, other than the charities, of course, LA Beast, because he's a great guy, he's a cool ass dude, and he I hope he finds someone.
Why don't you and LA Beast do your own thing? Like you've both been training for this thing for so long. Like you both, I'm sure he's raring to go. I bet you're disappointed as fuck. I bet you think of you envisioned this fight so many times, like leading up to it, and for it never to come to fruition and happen is weird. It's
very crazy. It's months. So I felt one way, and I was like, I'm gonna hit up other boxing promotions. Like I know Aiden Ross has one and all that. And then I went to Chili's and got a triple dip. You'd be surprised how fast you stop giving a fuck about it. I already got the fucking pussy poncho on, and I'm fucking ready to do some fucking crazy shit, bro.
Yeah, push the poncho on. Any tizers on the table.
Is any part of you relieved? Because like, if I was prepping for a fight and then suddenly my opponent pulled out, I'd be like, oh darn, shucks to heck, no punches to the face for me, I guess. Like, I'd be okay with that.
There is a point where I remembered with my previous fights where I was like, God, he can't fucking pull out now. Both of the times I felt confident going into them though. So there was a point where I was like, this shit better happen now. Like within 2 weeks of I was excited and I was like, this shit better fucking happen. Don't fuck this up now. And I was well into that realm with this one. Because the sun, I'm telling you, man, being in Florida and the sun and everything goes such a long way to your attitude, to being like, I'm going to do this or whatever,
This Canadian just discovered daylight.
Yeah, seriously, it always does go a long way for me. And so maybe that's why my attitude was so about it. But it was like a month of people being like, are you going to do this shit? And it just like, it got kind of, to me, it just got ugly. It's not like, it's also not run the same way that it was before. It felt a little haphazard, which makes sense that they ended up backing down, and I don't even know, he made a video explaining why, but yeah, I can't be bothered. I don't really, it's,
to the point of it being ran differently this time, didn't they lose $200,000 last time and no money actually went to charity?
Yes.
So, I mean,
it's a terrible charity.
Maybe a shake up. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Like, you see how fast to go.
No, I didn't. I wish I did.
Snowmobile.
You should get a sea dip. That'd be awesome. That'd make it all worth it. So, like, were you getting like a slew of hate over like politically charged Israel-Palestine stuff? Like directed at you?
A little bit here and there, but like sometimes I bring it on myself. But I think people that disagreed with me either didn't say anything, or I saw a couple people that tried to say something to get me to, I don't know, engage, but nothing really. What I've really seen is like a crazy, overwhelming amount of support. Like people coming from like the H3 subreddit, they really, it feels like they have a normal take on things. If I use Ethan as an example, Ethan has a super normie take on the Middle East, and it's pretty, makes a lot of sense. It's a plausible one. And then on the extremes, you have people on both sides that are like, no, fuck them, fuck all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not at all like that. And it seems like all the voices online to go online are extreme.
Actually, good extra Emily clip. Okay.
Extreme shit. Like you get that there's 80% of people that are normies and then 10% on either side that are extreme.
Well, you get mad. Like there's so much, like whoever makes the content puts it out there, and however it aggregates to the top, it's the content that'll make you mad.
You want to
hate those people.
And tell me real quick, what were the gloves going today? Maybe 10 ounce, bro. Maybe.
Really?
Maybe.
Wait,
We'll never know now. It doesn't matter. Maybe we signed up for 10 ounce gloves. Fuck you, Woody. I'm kidding.
Does that matter? What are 10-ounce gloves?
16 ounces. I wouldn't have done the boxing match if it wasn't 16 ounces again. The previous matches were 16-ounce gloves, and that's the sparring size. I've sparred quite a few times with headgear. Yeah, and like 16 ounce, like you really understand the difference between 16 ounce and pro rules when you put on gloves and you start sparring with someone.
True.
Because 10-ounce gloves are very small. That means that you're gonna get hit way more. You can't like you have 16-ounce gloves. You put your gloves up, they take up so much space.
Oh yeah.
It's hard, and because their glove is also big, it's hard to sneak it past your defenses and hit you because the gloves are so big.
Right.
And I've been fucking pummeled in the head by a fucking guy juiced to the gills on steroids, and he had 16-ounce gloves on, Creator Clash 2, and it was like fine. I'd never concussion or anything.
Have you tried MMA gloves, the sparring gloves they wear?
No, I haven't, but I'm sure you would feel very lethal in those.
I felt like my offense was good, my defense was terrible, as you'd expect.
What do you do? Do you like an MMA like strength?
I don't do shit now. It's what I
Get out of the way.
What are your thoughts on his boxing takes? Please clarify. I actually disagree a lot on the 16-ounce versus the 10-ounce gloves. I think for professional fighters, I think there might be a legitimate argument for a charitable event to have 16-ounce gloves. You want to conserve the amount of headshots you take in your professional career. It'll impede your ability to compete in the future. But when it comes to amateur boxing, these guys aren't landing clean enough shots. Even 10-ounce gloves won't matter that much. So, I think he's kind of over-exagerating.
You like catch someone? How do you defend?
John Jones, you might, but you get out of the fucking way. That's what you do. You try to not be there, right? Like the idea of catching punches with his 5, you'll break. I can't remember who it was, but John Jones doing that bullshit. He's coming in with his fingers, and they hit his fingers like this, like trying to break them. And they were like, this, and they referenced some other fight where it happened, and the guy compound fractured another guy's finger doing that. The guy was coming at him with the pokey fingers for his eyes, like measuring distance, and he just slam punched his hand and like jammed his fingers, and the bone came through.
Really?
Yeah.
I wish that worked.
I wish they would do it to John. He deserves it.
No.
Fucking promoting the event. The only possible way this event is saved is if Hassan uses a socialist grift money, but even then, no one's gonna fucking show up. So in this video, Anissa's husband announces that him and Anissa aren't going to be leading Creator Clash anymore because of drama, which is really interesting, and I have a lot of thoughts on that, which I'll talk about later.
Recent revelation that people are just going to use Creator Clash to attack Anissa and I. Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash.
Rip.
We have relinquished control to
Rip.
our business partners who ran the previous 2 events.
You guys are still to blame for this fight being barely promoted, for all of this shit failing, and for yet again bringing more drama into the card because you guys don't know how to handle relations behind the scenes, which is very clear, which is probably why you guys stepped down.
I can't keep my mouth shut.
Fuck, I don't know if that would actually be workable. In my brain, that seemed like it would be a funny idea. Somebody said commentate for Jake Paul. I think it would be interesting to do a boxing match, like for these whatever charity bullshit. I don't know how they do the scoring for these celebrity matches, or not celebrity, the Creator Clash stuff. Imagine you had a panel of like actual boxing judges and then a panel of like 3 people who are just like casual as fuck and know nothing about boxing, and they have to like talk through how they scored them, and then you would have to combine the aggregate of like both panels to figure out who won the event, those scoring cards. That would be, I felt like there was potential for that to be interesting. But
I can't, I mean I can, I just...
Did we learn anything new from the beginning of this video? It feels like rehashing the same shit of the last 2 weeks. Ever since Ethan put out his content nuke, I feel like we've basically been rewatching a collection of the same clips for, probably about 2 weeks.
Didn't want
That's what it feels like.
I want to be frank. I didn't think I would be an awesome event organizer.
To be honest, if you felt you weren't gonna be a good boxing promoter, why did you do it again after failing the last time? It's very funny how you guys are nudging the blame for Creator Clash 3's failure on Ethan and Neela just in case it inevitably fails. But you guys can avoid all accountability because you guys stepped away from the event. I saw this analogy on the internet. It's like the captain of the Titanic after hitting the iceberg, after the ship is fucking in half, saying, oh, this
The content nuke was released in January? Oh, okay. Maybe we've been watching the same clips for 2 months.
ain't my fault. I'm not the captain anymore. I'm stepping away from being the captain of this sinking ship. You're still to fucking blame. Your event's still gonna fail. And guess what? If your little promoters have any ounce of smarts, this event will never happen again. Don't support Creator Clash or any charity tied to Ian and Anissa. And in the spirit of being an asshole, I'm going to put a fundraiser on this video for cancer research. If you'd like to donate, at least 1 penny would raise more than Creator Clash 2, so feel free. And if you'd like to waste your money, feel free to join my Patreon, or become a channel member, or fucking throw it at someone else. I don't give a fuck. Ian, you're fired.
We're triggered by the CPS harassment thing, and then you immediately equated Anissa and I to it.
No wonder he equated the CPS shit to you. You joined the shitty people and doing the fucking shitty L dance, and you never decided to denounce them when shit was going bad.
True.
By the way, I can't even tell if Ian's just fucking stupid or malicious. I'm leaning on malicious. But sometimes the shit he does is just so fucking retarded. He lies and says the CPS call was the same day that H3 decided to call out Ian and Anissa, which is patently false. They didn't call into the fucking show and raid the show. The reason they reacted the way that they reacted is that when they were messaging you, people like Froggy Tonic and Denims were either directly or indirectly promoting the idea that CPS needed to be called on Ethan and Hila. When they reached out...
The glove size is incredibly important. You're more likely to cause damage with a lower weight because there's less padding between the bones coming together. That would be true in professional events, but amateur boxers tend to not have the prerequisite training to actually throw punches that are hard enough to cause that type of injury. With bare fists, maybe, but 10-ounce gloves, I think until somebody's reached probably 3 or 4 years into training, probably won't have much. I'm totally making all this up. I have no fucking idea. So if you're taking any of my opinions on boxing seriously, you're fucking retarded. I don't know anything about this. So.
Out to you. You guys ignored them. This timeline is all fucked up because Froggy Tonic's tweets talking about Ethan as a father and Denim's reacting to Bad Empanado was all before the CPS call. That's why you were in the discussion. That's why they were trying to reach out to you. You ignored them. That's why they talk shit publicly.
Horseshit. He's lying. Like, the whole thing is a fucking lie. He's manipulating his audience. We did not have a close relationship.
How many times are you going to recharacterize this friendship?
Liar.
When it's convenient, they're close friends. When it's inconvenient, they're horrible fucking light friends. You guys barely fucking knew each other.
True.
Yeah, just one of those friendships where you go to each other's houses and meet each other's families and have dinners and sleep over for...
It is unhinged that Ian dropped that. Yeah, you know, we're friendly, I guess, the same way I'm friends now with Denims. Like, what?
Weeks on end and make shit tons of content publicly. Go to each other when you need favors for each other's careers. Just one of those little buddy like tiny...
You can always tell when Destiny is lying because he doesn't couch his language. Oh, true. I should add that to my lying. I didn't even realize that. Thank you.
Little, you know, handshake kind of friendships, you know? He's gonna justify the CPS call. Everyone get ready for the war zone. Thank you, Yoko Ono. That's actually Ian's wife who says that.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Hila's defense. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health, his dog having Giardia.
Olive has Giardia.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
The whole family possibly having Giardia.
Oh, and now Hila has Giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Anyone who's seeing that content might be...
Wait, did he say this morning he thinks he had diarrhea? How do you not know? Just to be clear for any retards, he's minimizing his lawsuit. He's actually cooked whilst priming you to defend him. Listen, my friend, all the filings are public. You're free to read through them if you want. I'm just going through the filings.
Now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number.
I could not believe this when I saw this, when Ian decided to justify the CPS call, saying H3's fans were probably the ones behind it. Absolutely not. This podcast episode and those chat messages were weeks before the call, A. B, they're clearly joking. I know you've been on live streams before. Chat makes a lot of jokes at people's expenses. That's very normal. And you cannot sit here and lie and pretend like Denims was not being malicious. Froggy was not being malicious, and Bad Empanado was not being malicious when they were sharing that shit about Ethan trying to relitigate the situation and make it into something it wasn't. At that point, Giardia had already been debunked.
I don't trust you, and I'm glad I didn't trust you, because in your video defending yourself, you used a video that takes context from like 3 different places and combines them to make it seem like someone is coordinating an attack on you.
You do the same thing as Ethan by showing the chats?
Including Ethan's own chat.
That's clearly an edit, okay? You compiled chats, so did Ethan. Anyone with a brain can recognize that that's an edit. That's not the actual chat going over top the screen. Like, the call was clearly a malicious attempt to harass Ethan. Anyone with a brain can easily recognize that. I guess Ian agrees with Bad Empanada, so that's something. Also, notice how he doesn't mention the human skulls in this video, because that doesn't fit that, oh, it's his fans harassing him.
Or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of awful taste but great execution subreddit, which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artists that you work with, because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect.
Oh, so now you're gonna attack his wife. After you've cried for years about people making fun of your wife, you have now opened your wife to a world of criticism from an entirely new audience, and believe me, there's a lot of subject matter. And I'm making this video because you don't understand why you're worthy of criticism. I also like how you don't show the real ratio. You just show the one for IDubbbz complaints. That's really secure of you, Ian.
Stop! You violated the law.
Now we're going to talk a bit about Creator Clash, the boxing event started by Anissa's husband. Creator Clash is an influencer boxing event meant to gather in a bunch of creators that you wouldn't expect to get in the ring to fight it out, all for charity. The first one was a major success, raising over $1 million for charity, and even every fighter got a bonus, but they didn't have enough to pay Airsoft Fatty, apparently. It wasn't without controversy, however, as Ian banned Sam Hyde, someone who helped one of the other fighters, Harley Morenstein, train for the event, and was a subject of one of Ian's documentaries. He ended up refunding $10,000 worth of tickets that could have gone to charity to Sam. However, this success did not translate over to the next event. They ignorantly and stupidly assumed that the sequel event would garner more success than the original event. They took no anti-piracy measures, booked a much bigger venue, the Tampa Bay Lightning Stadium, added 4 more fights to the card, paid top dollar for a professional wrestler who isn't even an influencer to fight on the card. They added special parties like galas and photo opportunities before and after the event, and they paid for the flights of many big creators who weren't even fighting on the event. And guess who got paid flights to the event? You know, Denim, Sasan, you know, the whole crew. And can I say, when you're operating at a loss, you can tend to see that pattern really early on. When you have to pay for that $20,000 comedian, in the end, they came out with a $250,000 deficit to their bank accounts and 0 money for charity. Ian tried rectifying this by doing a charity stream, but only ended up raising $162,000 out of the $250,000. That's not even an IDubbbz empathy meter worth of what they raised last time. On top of all of that, Ian caused a lot of controversy before the event, causing a lot of people to try to refund their tickets before they disabled that ability by kicking Froggy Fresh off the card over some dumb Twitter drama and collaborating with Sam Hyde. Mind you, Harley Morenstein the previous year had also collaborated with Sam Hyde. So this was pretty shocking to a lot of fans. One of the reasons I brought that up is because Ian had such a problem with Froggy being friends with Sam Hyde and collaborating with him, but does not understand why Ethan wants people associated with him condemned who have done all this shit to him. Another YouTuber, Jadion, even offered $100,000 to fund Creator Clash if Ian just let Froggy Fresh fight, which Ian declined. This means on top of all of their expenses, they had to pay for another fighter as well. That same fighter pummeled the fuck out of Chris Raygun because their weight and height difference was pretty major. Now,
how is he doing? Because Chris Raygun also kind of, I feel like, joined the online Soy Boys, but I don't see his content as much anymore. Did he just like fall off entirely? I feel like a bunch of the edgy, leafy tier commentary people all kind of went the Soy direction, or they became based like Armored Skeptic and became actual schizophrenic, Giga Chad religious Christians. Like, actually, I think he actually like lost his mind.
let me be clear. The event was fun. I went and I had a great time. I got to meet lots of creators.
Who? Armored Skeptic.
And
I think he actually became, I don't know if he joined a cult or, but he got like, I think he got big and then he became a religious dude. Did he get big? Wait, maybe I'm making that up.
Recently, a team of Italian
maybe I made that up. Never mind. I thought I saw him.
Researchers has claimed that they found mass where I explained that I was flubbing my information in my Tesla video because I basically say that the pyramid of Khufu is behind the Sphinx instead of the pyramid of Khafre. And the reason I did that is because the pyramid of Khafre doesn't have a Jed pillar, and as far as we knew, it didn't have a well, but I needed a pyramid that had a Jed pillar and a well to make my grid structure building work, to prove that it was a power plant the same way that Tesla built his Tesla tower. So I just put the pyramid of Khufu in place of the pyramid of Khafre and just hope nobody would notice. I was just doing that to make my story work and to make my theory work, but I do believe that there probably is a Jed pillar in the pyramid of Khafre, and there probably is a well. And I believe that the Great Sphinx, the tunnels under the Osiris chamber, and the pyramid itself are all connected. And I believe these things because that's the way Tesla built his tower on Long Island. Tesla also had a deep well shaft under his tower, and there was a giant copper disc sitting in the water table underneath it. So by chance, if it does turn out one day that there is a Jed pillar or 2 or 5.
Anyway. Yeah. Oh, Raynad also. But I don't think Raynad is schizophrenic. I don't know how to describe what's wrong with Raynad. Like, I don't know if he's mentally ill or... or he just fell hardcore into conspiracy stuff. I don't remember. For some reason, I have an impression in my mind of him being mentally ill. That's something that I watched. Apparently the game is out and it's good, the Bazaar. Fuck. Fucking Wreckful should have invested. Damn, that would have been, maybe that would have, that's dark, never mind. I remember hanging out with Wreckful when he was on calls with Raynad when Raynad was trying to get investment from him. He was asking for a crazy valuation initially, but I mean, apparently the Bazaar ended up turning out to be a really good game, I guess. Supposedly, so I've heard. Moon is schizo too. What is this?
I'd like to say for the record, I love the government. I love it.
Based.
And Donald Trump.
Based.
And JD Vance.
Me too, guys.
I love the Trump administration. Mwah. I'll be right back.
What was your take on that Froggy Fresh drama from the last Creator Clash? In my opinion, Froggy guy was kind of schizo. I feel like when I was going through it at the time, I feel like it was I feel like it was kind of understandable from Ian's perspective, but I thought it was also understandable from Froggy's perspective. I don't remember why, but I thought maybe they had clearance beforehand, or I could see where the confusion was. But then these are just feelings I have. It's been a long time since I've gone over this, so I could be wrong factually. I feel like what happened was after Ian told Froggy Fresh that he was banned because of the training with Sam Hyde, that Froggy Fresh immediately began acting in a way where I was like, oh, that guy should definitely be banned. It's like sometimes when I ban somebody from the subreddit, because we ban a lot. I ban a lot, okay? We go hard. Sometimes I'll ban somebody, and then when they get banned, they'll be like, edit, this is why I always knew you were a cuck fuck piece of shit who was never going to amount to shit in your entire fucking life. I was like, damn. Like every now and then, you know what? I can explain this perfectly. Every now and then, and sometimes it'll even be an accidental ban. You'll ban somebody, and you know what?
That new Greek tanning place, Santorini Tan, is doing half off for law enforcement. You get half off of any tanning or what they call speed tanning.
I have an announcement to make. Suck my big black. I won the lotto. I won the lotto. I'm a millionaire, and I don't have to sit here anymore and listen to your bull. You crazy. You suck my mother suckers. Oh, yes.
03, 06, 14, 18, 46.
46.51. Okay, that was a misprint. Okay.
Everybody
had
apparently
that.
they printed thousands of them. Everybody.
Yeah, it happens.
Putting suck your is on my to-do list though now.
When I said that out loud, it was,
Oh, I'm so sorry not everybody's here. Because what I wanted to say to all of you butt bloats all at once. All right?
Mm-hmm.
You people have been blisters on my taint. And not just blisters, but ingrown hairs. And yes, there's Cabernet in this cup. All right? I won the lottery last night. You know why? Because I willed it to happen. Huh? I'm going to go out and snort coke off a black man's behind.
You didn't hear about this? 3, 6, 14, 18, 46, 51?
Yes.
Yeah. They printed 3,000 of them. But there is some coke in evidence, and Jones is a pretty good sport.
Nice coat. Is that real? Yeah, don't.
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, suck it. Suck it. Guess who won the lotto? Guess. You mother. You.
For the record, you're the second person to come in and tell us to suck your black.
Who else did?
It's like that moment. It's that moment. You're like, you know what? Maybe you should have stayed banned. Maybe that was a good decision.
Get to reconnect with a lot of people that I hadn't seen in years. Plus, I got to make new friends. I even met Hassan. It was a fun event and I don't regret going. With all that said, you don't screw up charity. Even calling this boxing event charity is pretty misleading. It implies that there is no for-profit element whatsoever. Anissa and Ian had a mask-off moment on the H3 podcast.
And we kind of want it to be like a Super Bowl, like every year.
You want to do it again?
One, yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
If it works out, then we can do that, and there could always be a charity aspect to it. You know, but I think the main goal is just to get the people paid who are involved in making it happen.
You'd think if they wanted to right their wrongs and ask for a second chance at charity, they would downsize a bit. And sure, they did that fighter-wise, but maybe less dinners, less galas and shit before and after the event. Maybe don't re-rent the Tampa Bay Lightning Stadium that you couldn't even fill last time. And also, maybe don't jeopardize your event by putting one of your fighters who is from one of the biggest promotion opportunities that you've had at your past two events in a shitty situation like you've...
So I think I've gotten emails from autistic people saying they disagree with this, but I feel like my feelings on this interpretation are so strong that I might be delusional and they're beyond evidence. So warning on that, okay? I wanted to say Destiny, regards to the Dr. K and Pirate video, that Pirate comes across as incredibly autistic, and I think if you see it that way, it changes a lot. I disagree. I don't think he comes across as autistic at all. I think that there's a difference between lacking social awareness and just making goofs and gaffes versus always lacking social awareness, supposedly, but you're always erring on the side of blowing up your own ego, blowing up your own reputation. And like when it's consistently in one side, I don't think you can just say like, oh, LOL autism. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Just done. A little update on the situation. So one of the main card fighters, Harley Morenstein from Epic Mealtime, dropped out. Why did he drop out? Well, one of the reasons was because when he agreed to fight, they agreed that all fighters would be getting paid the same amount. But when Harley talked to his opponent, LA Beast, turns out he was getting paid more. Another reason is Harley felt quite uncomfortable with this whole drama, with Ian seeming to side with pro-terrorist and pro-Hamas people like Hassan, Denims, and Frogan. And by the way, I don't know if you knew this, I don't know if you could tell by the fucking last name, but Harley Morenstein is a Jew! The main card of this fight was not meant to be Israel versus Palestine, it was supposed to be Harley versus LA Beast. He was also quite uncomfortable with the use of the swastika sword in the content cop, and unfortunately, shortly after, Lena Ayad from the H3 podcast, the wife of AB, decided to drop out as well. And what's really fucked up about that is, as I said, if Ian had a spine, he would buy her out. He didn't, and that's fucked up. But thankfully, Ethan did decide to cover the costs that Lena and AB were going to face because Ian decided not to buy them out, which is nice. Creator Clash 3 will likely fail, and I won't be supporting it. However, I will be rooting for Lena on the sidelines. Maybe if shit hadn't hit the fan and there was better marketing, I would have ended up going again. However, given the fact that the UFC and Jake Paul are also having fighting events the same night across the country, and that VidCon is literally the week before all the way across the country, I don't see much success here. And those ticket sales are not looking too good. I'll paraphrase something that Nicholas Diorio said. If you want to support charity, donate directly. If you want to waste money,
Bro, this
donate
guy is
to me.
Nicholas Diorio's #1 fan. He said him like 4 times in this video.
Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous 2 events. They're very capable. They know exactly what they're doing. They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We are, you know, I think just going to be known as the founders of the event.
Another grand idea that Ian had was to give the event to the people who ran the last 2 events. Were they a part of the financial decisions to run all those galas, buy out the hotels, get the comedian and all that other shit? I'd like to see the finances. Were they a part of those shitty financial decisions?
I got a text from a chick. She was trying to reach a coworker, but I guess she got the wrong number. I remember what you said about you hit it off on a similar position lately. We've been texting a bit, and she sent some cute pictures. How did you make to the next step? She wanted to see... I think it was proof that I could, or I think she said she had like a dying uncle and wanted to transfer me a ton of money. So I just had to give her the password to my Wells Fargo account and stuff. And then I think she said she was going to log in and make sure that everything worked there. And then I'm waiting for a response on that.
Let's see some accounting. And speaking of accounting, I find it extremely suspicious that you claim that you're not getting any financial benefit from this. You made a big investment to make this event and you're just not going to get anything back from it. I don't buy that for a fucking second. It's just not how finance works. You are most certainly getting your...
Well, they get the clout, right?
Your investment back if you have any smarts whatsoever, and if not, I just find it extremely suspicious. Let's see some fucking accounting, because I don't believe that for a second. You've proven to be malicious. You might not be...
I would be shocked if they were actually stealing like from a charitable thing like that. That would be wildly fucking stupid to do.
Gaining anything financially, but you sure as hell have to be getting your investment back, which means less money for charity. You also gotta love this characterization that it's because of drama and not that Ian and Issa did anything wrong. You guys fucked up the last event, you fucked this event, but it's not your fault. It's all H3's fault. You guys are free from any blame. It's because of everyone else.
True.
You're just so fucking spineless, dude.
You bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, like, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content cop even came out.
Which I... Like this stuff, this is what I'm kind of talking about in terms of like, you can't say anything about anything without it being some secret manipulator plot. It's so fucking annoying.
Told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you are saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath. You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her.
Why would I do such a thing to Lena? Dude, you have as much agency as I do.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
You have no fucking place to blame Ethan for the Lena situation. Why did Harley drop out then? Was that Ethan's fault too?
Yep.
It's because you're a horrible fucking boss. To wrap up this video, we're going to take a look at what growing and changing looks like. Losing all sense of irony, not pushing vulnerable people's buttons unless it's beneficial to your career. Don't morally grandstand unless you've grown and changed. Harassment is bad, with one exception. Racism is bad, but anti-Semitism is okay. It's okay if you promote terrorists, but not if you condemn them. America deserved 9/11. Either all of them are okay or none of them okay? No, but some of them are. Having money is bad. I'm being a bit facetious, however, it is pretty clear that while yes, Ian has changed, it doesn't seem like he gained any empathy for anyone other than himself. In fact, I almost argue that Ian is more bigoted now than he ever was.
Damn.
Like, at least before he had the excuse of just making a joke, but all throughout his recent video, he was patronizing all kinds of groups of people. As for Anissa, I don't think Ian's change is entirely her fault. I think they have an equal role of this retardation.
Damn, maybe this guy does watch me.
Anissa's problem is Anissa. She's extremely unlikable and always has been. Ian see something in her, and I guess good for him. But take one look at her Twitter and see why people feel the way they feel about her. She does herself no favors. And if you're going to be upset with Ethan wanting you to speak out, maybe don't give him a reason to be upset by openly endorsing.
YouTube chatter, that guy says, it gets good soon, guys, question mark. This video, let the record show, did not get good. Fuck you guys.
Endorsing Froggy Tonic and Denims after what they did, making it clear whose side you're taking on your podcast, or make a 1-hour video shitting on the guy. Now, as someone who has benefited from the use of therapy, I gotta say that this weaponization and reliability of therapy is extremely fucking annoying and overdone. At this point, it's beyond concern trolling. Can I just say, if I was deeply depressed and thinking about getting help, and I saw this latest video of Anissa's husband recommending therapy to me, I would run away. His latest video is anti-therapy propaganda. Finally, the last point I'll mention on this episode is about the series itself. Content Cop was always meant to be a little bit funny. However, in this latest one on H3, I think I audibly chuckled only a few times, and most of it was because of jokes that Ethan was making in the clips.
Yeah, this is a huge issue. I don't know why people can't be funny sometimes when they go woke or whatever. Like, it's okay to make fun of people. Like, just don't be actually fucking evil when you do it, I guess. But people have a really hard time with this for some reason.
There's only one occasion where one of Ian's jokes actually landed. In conclusion, being pro-Palestine or making charity events does not absolve you of criticism. And I can't find a person more worthy of criticism than iDubbbz. But that's going to do it for today's episode of Content Cop. If you have any recommendations or if you want me to keep going, just let me know in the comments below. If you'd like to see some of my sources, the links are in the description below. Please check them out, okay? They've done some great work. And until then, I'll see you guys next time. Take care.
Later.
I was morally grandstanding.
Okay. Vegan gains, divorce break. Let me use the restroom 1 sec. My brain's too tired for lawyer content. We're doing slop content, Kafka, okay? All right.
When she asked for a car, bought her a car. When she asked for a motorcycle, bought her a motorcycle. When she wanted a horse, bought her a horse. Paid for her gas, paid for insurance. She could practically eat any food she wanted. Like, we went out to eat.
Why did the girl in the firing range have quantum mechanic books? You always skip this. Pretty clear she's a criminal. Maybe she's just carrying books for her older sister. Maybe she went to the library to pick some up for her because her older sister is too busy working to support her family because their parents died.
Like, fairly fucking... When she asked for a car, bought her a car. When she asked for a motorcycle, bought her a motorcycle. When she wanted a horse, bought her a horse.
Jesus.
Paid for her gas, paid for insurance. She could practically eat any food she wanted. Like, we went out to eat, like, fairly fucking often. Like, my God. Like, she had it all. And, dude, even when she gained weight... Like, I loved her so much. I didn't care. Like, I just loved her and I wanted her to be happy. And I never shamed her for how she looked. Never tried to bring her down. Like, bitch, you're getting fat, lose weight. I was always supportive and I said, baby, I love you. There's no way you could, like, get fat and, like, I could ever think anything less of you. I love you for who you are.
Jesus.
If you want to lose weight and feel better about yourself, I'm here for you. I know about training and diet and nutrition. I can always help you. You can always work out with me. I was always fucking supportive. And, like, I wasn't perfect in the relationship. There were some stupid fights we had. I could have, like, acted a little better here and there, but, like,
Has she made any public statements about their breakup? Or I'm curious why he elected to talk about it. Or I don't know why I'm asking you guys. Like, I've got a bunch of Vegan Gains fans that can clarify. But
I always tried my hardest. She cannot say the fucking same.
Damn.
Lazy, manipulative, complacent, just gaslighter, and just trying to take advantage of me at every fucking step. So she can say whatever.
Wait, hold on. I need to be able to layer these. Let me try this again. One sec.
Tried my hardest. She cannot say the fucking same. Lazy, manipulative, complacent, just gaslighter.
There we go.
And just trying to take advantage of me at every fucking step. So she can say whatever the fuck she wants. I know I'm a good fucking person. Forgot my name.
She can say whatever the fuck she wants. Oh, okay, so it sounds like maybe she was talking a little bit of shit first.
Donate $2. Do you think she is a big enough scumbag to stop being vegan?
Oh no. Is this like an added concern that vegans have when they break up with somebody? They're like, fuck, we're gonna lose one, guys. Fuck.
Possible. I'd say there's a low likelihood, but it's possible. Especially since she's a woman. Women are far more likely, I think, to become ex-vegans. There's a few reasons for that. One is they'll do whatever the fuck their boyfriends do. What in the world were you thinking when you got married to that hoe that she would work? Did you really think that, or what were you thinking? Well, I didn't really care that she didn't work because I made enough money where saving would be easy, assuming she wasn't like some fucking insane leech. But yeah, she ended up being a fucking insane leech.
Jesus.
She had stupid spending habits, and so there are a few points where we really had to tighten our belt, focus on not spending, and she would lecture me on, like, oh, do you really need to buy that? Like, we're supposed to be saving money. And I'd be like, grr. Yeah, I should probably choose this cheaper option or get less or something like that.
And then what would she do? But then
then after lecturing me on this shit,
what would she do?
She'd spend like $300 on like new clothes.
What the fuck?
Or I'd have to eat nothing but fucking potatoes.
What?
And then she'd go and buy like $100 worth of Gardein chicken at the grocery store. She would guilt trip me in spending money. We need to save. You're spending irresponsibly. And then she'd go and the only reason she did that was so that there's more money for her to take from me.
Damn.
She never had to save anything. There was always some justifiable reason for her to spend as much money as she possibly wanted. She would try to make me, like, just fucking live off of fucking nothing. If she could convince me to live off the fucking bugs that crawl around in the basement, she'd do it. She tried to minimize, like, my life to fucking zero. I could never have any fun, spend money on anything, even if it's my money. I'm the one who's working. I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want with it. She would try to, like, make my fucking life, like, as dull and boring as fucking possible, not ever, like, let me spend money on shit, so that she would have more money to take from me and spend on the shit that she wanted. That fucking, as, like, when I realized that and just thought about it over time, like, that's when I broke and I said, look, you're paying for your own shit from now on. If you want to, like, have these hobbies that you have that are very expensive, like the horse and everything, you can pay for it from now on. Jasmine donated $2. You are a beta male, Richard. You let her spend $100 on Guardian vegan chicken lathered with vegan mayo twice a week. While you ate potatoes, you didn't tell her to return it or anything, didn't tell her to get a job, you were being a cuck. I should have been more assertive. I'll admit that. Love is very blinding. It just does something where rather than thinking pragmatically, you're thinking, I just love this person and I want to give them the best life possible. That gives them the opportunity to take advantage of you. And yeah, she took advantage of me, but that's never going to happen again. Instead, like, oh, just ask me to drive you anywhere, I'll take you. Why do you even need a bike?
Is there a way to reasonably conclude the actual state of a relationship from just one side? Like, how much can we really take Vegan Gain's word that his ex-wife was just horrible? Almost never. When it comes to friendships, relationships, any kind of relationship, like romantic or professional, whatever, usually you need both sides. Usually you need both sides of it.
Every fucking single time there was a situation where I couldn't ride my bike, either because I had to wait for the insurance to renew, or it was snowing, or there was like a mechanical problem or like my brakes went out and I needed to wait for like my brake pads to come in or something. Never fucking once would she ever drive me. I think there was only one occasion where I fucking had to get into this huge argument with her and shame her that she...
It sounds like it was literally all the ex-wife's fault though. I mean, like, I feel like we tend to catastrophize. I guess it depends on the circumstances. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of the relationship, so.
She ever fucking drove me, and all she had to fucking do was drive 10 minutes to, like basically down the street to let me pick up some, like, fucking groceries or something. So she fucking lied. Like the biggest fucking lying jackass. Oh, don't get a bike. I'll just drive you wherever you want. Anytime, I had to rely on her to drive me. No, I don't want to. I'm feeling bad. I feel sick. I'm too tired. I had a long day. All the excuses you could fucking imagine. And, like, again, like, when she was hounding me over buying that fucking V-Strom, like, oh, you shouldn't have spent the money on that. Why do you need that? It's my fucking money. Like, I'm the one working. What, like, fuck you. Like, this is my money. I can do with it what I want. I'm a biker. That's just what I am. Bike is me. Me is bike. This is my hobby. This is what I do. This is how I get around. This is how I want to spend my money. Who the fuck are you to judge me? And then nothing but gaslighting. We work as a team and we have to make financial decisions together and what's best for us and we're building life together and all this shit. And I just wasn't, like, I just wasn't having it.
Okay, like, I mean, I feel like those are reasonable statements, no? Or did I miss something?
I mean, we have to make financial decisions together and what's best for us and we're building life together and all this shit. And I just wasn't, like, I just wasn't having it. You know what?
Uh-oh.
Fuck you!
Damn.
If you feel that way, then why don't you get a job and contribute? Well, I guess that's just how it's gonna be then. And then she just storms off into her room, doesn't talk to me. Okay.
Base.
Jackass. Just fucking jackass. Selfish. only thinking about herself, how she can benefit from every fucking situation, never takes responsibility or accountability, fucking hypocrite, immature fucking child. Forgot my namification, donate $2. So is the issue with women really a problem with men not holding them accountable? Like for every retarded woman that doesn't know how to be an adult, there's an even bigger idiot dude bro who just wants her holes and ignores her red flags. Yeah, I'd say that's primarily the problem.
She's wasting his money at this point. I feel like it's challenging. I actually have no perspective on this because I don't think I've ever really been in this situation before where just one partner works. Those seem like really challenging relationships to navigate. I imagine you have to be very intentional and very explicit about like expectations and responsibilities. That's just that's a whole ass thing you got to deal with.
Men are stronger. So, like, if a chick is violent and hitting you, you can just beat the ever-living fuck out of her and teach her, like, she's not going to get anywhere by using violence. Men are ultimately the ones who hold the gate to the relationship. So, I think dudes kind of...
Do they not have kids? If not, one partner not working seems impossible to maintain. That's true. I don't know why she's not working, but I don't know. I don't know the structure of the relationship. She might be going to school or I don't know.
Lose sight of the power they have, and they get so blinded by pussy that they forget, oh, I can just tell her to go fuck herself and walk out and leave and tell her, okay, well, I'm not... You can dangle so many carrots in front of women, and they just don't realize that, and you don't have to play their games. So, yeah, if you just realize the kind of power and control you have, you don't have to play any of their fucking games, and you can hold them accountable and keep them in line. I would have, like, rage freakouts back when I had anger issues, but I never, ever physically threatened her or, like, attacked her in any way. Never fucking pushed her, shoved her, smacked her, never said, I'm gonna fuck you up if you do this or that. Never did any of that. Anytime I had a rage freakout, the only violence I committed was against, like, furniture or something. So I remember I punched a hole in a wall, I broke my glasses, I smashed, like, my PlayStation controller, something like that. She actually hit me. And one time she attacked me, like, pretty fucking bad. I tried to leave the apartment one time when we were having a bad fight, and I just wanted to cool down, have a walk. She literally jumped on top of me and tried to tackle me down to the fucking floor to prevent me from leaving. You know what happened one time when I had a rage freakout, and I chose the best method I could at the time of dealing with it.
Oh my God, do the choke thing. He's doing the Destiny, the Destiny circuit. Do the meme.
I walked into the other room, I grabbed a pillow, and just started punching the pillow.
Oh, cringe.
You know what Jasmine fucking said to me? You're scaring me. I'm worried you're gonna freak out and, like, beat me up or kill me or something.
Weak.
What does she have to be afraid of? She was the one who fucking hit and attacked me. Never fucking hit her, never threatened her once. So I'm sure... like, she's blabbing to some of her friends or something. Oh, he's dangerous. He's unhinged. He's a wacko. He could hurt somebody. I felt scared. Like, this is just something women do.
Base.
I don't care. Nobody cares what she thinks. She's just some fucking nobody, so whatever. Like, it was just nice being around her. Like, we had a very similar sense of humor. You know, we'd kind of say things at the same time. We had a great time watching horror movies. Me and her really liked horror movies. So when I was really fucked, she was there and told me, like, I know you're feeling like shit, and I know you, like, want to kill yourself, but I just want you to know, like, I love you. And, you know, she had at least the first, like, I'd say, like, 4 or 5 years. Whatever I, like, told her I needed when I was feeling that way, like, if I wanted her to stay in bed with me and watch something with me, or if I just wanted to be alone, she'd just accommodate me that way and be like, all right, I'll just stay in bed with you, we'll watch a movie, stuff like that. That was really nice. Later on, though, when she realized she could just take advantage of me and shit, she just exploited the whole fucking situation. But yeah, early on, you know, there were a lot of good times.
Jesus. We love you, vegan gains. Was this, I'm guessing this breakup was recent? New Mexico police use non-lethal force to disarm armed boys, 7 and 9.
Go ahead and put it down for me, okay?
You're not in trouble, but you have to drop that and come talk to us, all right?
If there's a magazine inside the magazine well,
Put it down, baby.
they're playing with the gun back and forth. The one in the blue is trying to take it
Is that a real pistol?
from the one in the orange.
Oh no.
Put it down, babe.
Oh Jesus.
Put it down.
And now the kid in the blue and green has a firearm.
All right, then Eugene, can you put it down for me? Now Sean has it. Sean, can you just toss it to the side, babe? Let's make this easy. Because we want to help you. We want to help you.
I want to try to do a warning, something.
Put it down, Sean. We don't want to hurt you, okay?
I just don't want to fucking.
Put it down, Sean.
I really don't want to fucking 40 a kid right now.
We don't want to.
What he said? He doesn't want to 40 a kid? Is that the homicide or shots fired thing or whatever? Is that what he said?
I just don't want to fucking.
Put it down, Sean.
I really don't want to fucking 40 a kid right
We
now.
don't want to hurt you, and we want to help you, okay?
A 40 is a beanbag round. Oh. Stop! We don't say less lethal in my chat. We say non-lethal. Please stop. It is the worst phrase ever. I will go to the grave saying non-lethal. Please stop. That is so fucking cringe.
It'd be.
Put it down, baby.
40 going out. 40, 40, 40. Drop it!
I feel like if the kids aren't escalating at all, like if they just seem unsure or whatever, I don't know why you would start shooting at them. I feel like if you, because if you start doing shit like this, I feel like you run the risk of exciting them and then shit could get crazy, you know?
It'd be.
Put it down, baby.
Like, it seems so stupid,
40
but
going out. 40, 40, 40.
I'm curious what the lead up to this is. Like, where are the parents at?
Drop it!
Can you explain? I thought the proper term was less lethal. No, the proper term is non-lethal, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to use a type of disabling armament that isn't necessarily designed to kill somebody. So you're using non-lethal means. But then the SJWs or the wokies or whatever fucking losers were like, well, sometimes non-lethal stuff can kill people, so we're gonna call it less lethal. And it's like, okay, that's fucking retarded. Like, yeah, shit can go wrong, or sometimes people die for a bunch of reasons, but to call it less lethal is, it's misleading. It doesn't make sense. Do I want to use the really lethal rounds, or do I want to use the less lethal rounds? Like, a 22 is less lethal than a 9, which is less lethal than a 45, which is less lethal than a 5.5. Like, what? It's the dumbest fucking phrase of, I don't know, this started like 5 years ago, I think. Oh my God, it's so fucking cringe.
Drop it! Drop it, Sean!
Like, do you think that, should we call lethal stuff like mostly lethal? Bring out the mostly lethal, I misspoke.
Load another one.
Load another one. The first one, we were making progress. What?
Drop it now, you're gonna get hit. Drop
No, oh my God, what are they doing? Does this kid get killed? It says they use non-lethal force to disarm armed boys, so that means they hopefully don't?
Drop it now. Drop it, both of you.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't have the gun.
Who is this? Some guy's like, this is retarded, guys. Let's... It's like the Uvalde police stuff.
I don't have the gun.
Somebody showed up late. Oh my God! It's the guy. It's the guy. It's this guy.
Incoming to Watch Madison.
All right, be reloaded. Reloaded. Are those shots coming from the outside? I don't know.
X-ray 316. Shot fired. Suspects down.
It's that guy. He showed up. He got there. He was like, what's the situation? And they were like, it's two goddamn preteens. It's a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old. And he's like, oh.
Drop it now. Drop it, both of you.
I don't even have the gun. I don't have the gun.
Get over here.
10:30, 10:40.
What, sorry. What the fuck was the start of this? Are bomb squad vests, are those bulletproof? They're probably not, huh? Like, just because something is explosive proof, it probably doesn't mean it's bulletproof. Is there not, like, have we not designed, like, a bulletproof, like, suit? Like, if you got, like, crazy people, can't you get cops to have, like, just big bubble boy bulletproof suits? You're like, I'm coming to get you. And then if the guy shoots at you, you're just like, it's too late. The guy's here. Big Daddy's here with the suit. Like in John Wick? Well, but except realistic, okay? There's got to be some big, yeah, like some big juggernaut, some Doom guy suit. Why don't soldiers wear full-body bulletproof suits? On top of being very heavy, as mentioned by u/Alexify, current body armor is either ceramic or Kevlar for helmets, crotch guards, joints, etc. Once the ceramics have been hit, the vest becomes mostly useless very rapidly. Kevlar doesn't usually have that problem, but it can't stop anything better than a standard 9mm/22... What does LR stand for? 22 long rifle? With any real success. If full body armor were a thing, you'd be running around in a combat situation with several hundred pounds of extra gear that became useless after the first time you were hit with a 7.62. The AK-47, which is the most common rifle in the world, is 7.62 by what, 5.2 or 3.9? I forget what the AK rounds are. Would just be a terrible waste of resources and weight. Okay, but why not just put on 2 Kevlar vests? How much would that stop? Cringe. Holy shit. Could it be possible to wear a giant magnet on your chest that has a repelling force on it and a giant battery on your back to power it so the bullets curve around you? The fuck? Is that possible? I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure lead is not magnetic. I don't even know why. I don't actually know anything about electromagnetism. I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember any of that shit. But I know that when you go to the range, if you bring your own ammo, they'll put like a magnet in your box to make sure nothing sticks, because they don't like you using, I think, steel bullets. They have to be made of something softer, something different? Would the magnet fuck up the iron in your blood? I don't think so. Lead and copper are non-ferromagnetic. Okay. Okay. Do I care about that? No, I don't. Two young kids point guns at deputies during standoff.
And 394 has eyes with the drone. It is going to be...
Just go ahead and drop that.
Is this, wait, where? This is in New Mexico? Why does this cop sound Canadian?
Just go ahead and drop that.
Am I crazy?
Put it down, babe. Go ahead and put it down for me, okay?
You're not in trouble, but you have to drop that and come talk to us, all right?
No, never mind. He doesn't
There's a
sound
magazine inside the magazine
like he's
well.
from the north at all. Just kidding.
But they're playing with the gun back and forth. The one in the blue is trying to take it from the one in the orange.
Put it down, baby.
Just drop it, buddy.
Put it down, babe. You're okay. Put it down.
And now the kid in the blue and green has a
I
firearm.
need you to put it down, baby.
Let's not do that, bud.
Because of the shield.
Well, let's not do that. Let's take our hand off, buddy. Let's put it on the ground.
He said he has his hand on the trigger.
Hey, guys, put the gun down and come
394 has
talk
a
to
shield
me.
if you do need one. Someone else come back
Put the
for
gun
it.
down and come and talk to me. It's okay. You're not in trouble, buddy.
Just put it down.
In situations like this, the only one who should be talking is just one person, probably the woman cop, right? I asked this question on stream before, and the answer that I got, I think some guy in chat agreed, I think, and then I got an email, was that like if a shooting happens or if something gets fucked in a civilian event, when the researchers come in, not the researchers, I'm sorry, when the investigators come in and they start asking, did you tell them to drop their gun? Did you tell them to do this? That if you don't have an answer, that you could get like fucked. So that's why in these high stress events, you always have like every cop shooting, put the gun down or stand down or, get on your knees or whatever. Cause like if you get asked individually, did you issue that command and you say, no, I thought someone else did, that you could have like huge liability. I don't know how true that is or not. I do think it is a dog shit way to organize any type of stressful situation like this. You should have, in my opinion, in playing video games and in watching any type of event like this, I guess in experiencing events like this, because I've been swatted now, and in just in general organizational leadership structures, even in video games, you usually have one person calling shots, and multiple people doing it can just clusterfuck shit up so fast. And I'm pretty sure in the military, it's usually one person as well. You don't have like 20 different people making calls simultaneously in the middle of an op. But for some reason, I guess for policing, we've decided that every single individual cop is his own arbiter of freedom and autonomy and can say whatever the fuck he wants.
Down, babe. I know. Can you?
Sometimes you'll hear cops say one voice in these videos, and it's standard procedure, Destiny. Okay.
Babe. I know. Can you put it down for me?
Just put it down.
Like they're talking to this one lady. Why the fuck is this other guy shouting too? Like, why say anything? Just shut the fuck up and let the lady talk. No.
You're not gonna be in trouble, okay?
Just put it on the ground, bud. Come talk to us. You're not in trouble.
394, who has it?
Can you put it on the ground for me, bud?
The one in the blue. One in the green. It's gonna be in his left hand.
What if the kids are incels? It's true.
He does have his finger on the trigger right now.
He talked first. Okay, well then fuck the woman, or then fuck the woman. I don't know. Just why not just one person? Get a line of dialogue, you know.
Hey.
Put it down.
Put it
Don't
down,
do
buddy.
that.
I'm not either.
Put it down, baby.
Come on.
It's coming up to you guys.
Okay.
Eugene. Put it down, babe.
341. Yeah. Back up.
Can you lift?
You want 40 on that side? If so, I would go ahead and 40 you.
Fuck, I don't want to do that.
Stand by, waiting for it to arrest.
Just Wait, let's try to keep talking.
What is the perspective of this camera? Who's recording? Is this just like a guy leaning out of his window, or what is this? Or is it a security camera? It sounds like the voices are close, so it sounds like a police body cam, but it's clearly not that because it's stationary. Oh, it's a drone cam. Oh. Wait, why can't the drone just go down and be like, hey, look, they should dress a drone up like Chicken Jockey. Is that, or Jockey Chicken? What's the name of the creeper, the kid creeper? And then look, he's gonna Minecraft channel. Like, give the gun to the Chicken Jockey guy.
I know.
Eugene, put it down, babe, okay? Can you put it down for me so we can talk? Can you do that for me? Because you're doing a really good job right now. So if you could just put it down, I would appreciate that.
Which one's Eugene?
He has a firearm right down now. He's no longer got his finger on the trigger. I don't know.
You move up. I would go ahead and 40 him, try to knock it out of his arm, and then we can move up.
Hold on. What I want you to do is I want you to hit beside them.
Okay, hit the wall?
I want you to hit the wall.
Hey, put that.
Oh, this is the one who makes a call for that? Why?
Sean!
I wonder what the
I
rationale
want you to
is.
hit the wall, hit the fence.
It's gonna hit the wall with the 40.
Hey, you gotta do what he says. I want you to hit this fence right here.
Yeah, we have tried speaking with these kids.
Sean!
Right here.
Yeah, we have tried speaking with these kids.
What did you say? Can we try and have sticky with these kids, or what?
Sean! Can you put it down, babe?
Hold on a second. Give it a second. Kiddos, just drop that. And come talk to us. You're not in trouble.
Yeah, that's simple. We tried to talk.
Yeah, like of all the times to use robots, can't we get one of those like wheelchairs from the airports to come, or one of those Amazon delivery bots to just come right up to them and like, hey, can you just put the gun in here? And I have like a candy bar next to it, like trade. No?
Down. They're refusing to put the gun down.
If you can, ricochet it on the bottom of that wall into their feet.
Like what? I feel like this is so complicated. Is this really necessary? Do we have John Wick on call right now? Or I'm sorry, Revolver Ocelot or whatever?
Cannon, if he puts the cannon down, will you put it down?
Okay?
So just
Try not to hit him.
Put the gun down and we'll throw you the cannon.
He's not gonna shoot you, babe. Put it down. Okay.
Also, I don't understand why cops are like this. And cops should understand it more than anybody else because they literally are fucking act like crazy schizos. There has never been, and a man should know this as well. Actually, women should know this too for relationships. There has never, in the history of all of mankind, been a situation, okay, where somebody says, calm down, and you calm down. That never works. Whenever you have people who are freaking out, it's like, hey, calm down. Hey, put it down. Calm down. Chill. Like that has never, ever worked. Ever. It doesn't work when someone's mad at you. Hey, calm down. Oh, fuck me. I was raging. I was actually out of my fucking mind with anger. And then you told me in the middle of us fighting, because my anger, I guess, is inconvenient to you, to calm the fuck down. And now I'm super calm. Thank you for that. I didn't know before. I was excited and anxious, but now you told me to calm the fuck down while 12 people have guns pointed at me. I'm calm. I'm chill now. Thank you so much. Like, why not just like, I feel like they should just make like everybody leave with like 2 people. Also, it's like a kid. What's he gonna do? Run out and start killing people? Just like, chill the fuck out.
He's gonna put it down now. He's facing it down.
Also, kids are super sensitive. Adults are too, but we can intellectualize away like tone a little bit. Not as much so, but like kids are very sensitive to tone and stuff. And this is one of my huge criticisms I give of parents, especially for kids that hit that like when they're like 3, 4, 5, when they're old enough to know that they shouldn't be hitting each other, but they still do it. Parents sometimes fall into this weird, stupid trap of telling a kid no, but like laughing or giggling while they're doing it, like, oh, don't hit him, haha. And it's like the kid doesn't hear anything that you're saying at all. He's only getting the tone from you, and you're laughing and giggling, and he's gonna keep doing this. I don't know why you're so fucking stupid that you're basically encouraging the behavior. But it's like the same thing here when you're like, put the gun down, it's okay, everybody's calm down, just put the gun down and everything will be okay. It's like, bro, you're like, this kid is not chilling out. Like, not an adult in this situation wouldn't chill out. It's just, I don't know.
Now you put the gun down.
You have 100% control. Exactly. What do you do to stop the situation? I don't know. Literally have everybody go around a corner and just have like one person, I don't know, their mom or dad or a family member or a woman, whoever's a soothing voice, or a dad, just be like, hey, let's chat a little bit. I don't know. Talk. There's no urgency here. They're not out doing anything. Nobody has like a medical emergency. I feel like you have literally all the time in the world. You don't have to force anything. Like, why not just chat for a little bit until the kid is chill, and then once you've built some rapport, like, hey, can you put the gun up top and I'll bring you candy bars? I don't know, just like chill. Jesus.
Okay? Come on, Sean.
Can you put it on the floor?
The urgency is an accidental discharge, right? Yeah, I guess, but I feel like you're more likely to cause that by getting them excited. Like getting everybody excitable, I feel like is probably going to be the highest risk for causing that to happen, would be my guess.
It's still going to be right by you, but if you put it down on the floor, then he could keep his cannon down. But put it on the floor.
Ready in 40? Just wait.
Yeah, like, see, okay, she's making some progress.
Stand by.
The sooner you put that down, the sooner we can take you home. We can go see your mom.
Sean, this isn't a game no more.
Like, bro, whoa, why would you say that? This isn't a game, motherfucker? Okay, what am I fighting for my life? The kid is 9. Everything is a game. Life and death situations to these kids are games. They're 9. He's a 9. He doesn't know what death means. Like, what? He's fucking retarded. They barely gain sentience by the time they're 13. Come on.
We're not playing a game right now. This is serious. I need you to put that down.
We want to help you, Sean. You tell me what you need after you put it down, and I'll make sure that we get you some whatever you need, okay?
We're just gonna wait for a second.
Like, there we go. Finally, bring out the cheeseburgers or the chicken nuggets or something.
Can you do that for me? Well, your mom gave me your name backwards then. All right, then Eugene. Can you put it down for me? Now Sean has it. Sean, can you just toss it to the side, babe? Let's make this easy. Because we want to help you. We want to help you.
I want to try to do a warning, something.
Put it down, Sean. We don't want to hurt you, okay?
I just don't want to fucking.
Put it down, Sean.
I really don't want to fucking 40 a kid right
We
now.
don't want to hurt you, and we want to help you, okay?
It'd be.
Put it down, baby.
40 going out. 40, 40, 40.
Like, why would you? I just seems wild to me. I don't know, dude. I don't know, man.
Drop it!
Like he literally fucking like this is like a full-on brandishing, aiming.
Drop it!
Like, why would you do this? Props to the cops for not killing him right here, because honest to God, in the United States, I would have expected them to just fucking unload. We got a goddamn 7-year-old with a 45. We're gonna take him out.
Drop it! Drop it, Sean! Load another one.
Oh, we just need like 3 more. This is like when your ex like texts you for the 70th time, and it's like, one more text. One more text will get him, please. One more and they'll respond. Like, okay. We just need one more person to scream at him.
Load another one. Drop it now, you're gonna get hit. Drop it.
You dropped the gun!
Oh, that's why somebody comes in, is because they say he dropped the gun. Oh, but he didn't even drop the gun! No! Did anybody issue a correction? Did they say anything? Bro, is nobody watching the drone footage? Oh my god! Bro, what is this?
Drop it now. Drop it.
I think this person came in fully thinking that that gun was on the floor.
I don't even have the gun. I don't have the gun.
Get over here.
He said drop it now? It sounds like when they went behind, it sounds like one of the cops called out that the gun was down. Wait.
Drop it now, you're gonna get hit. Drop it.
You dropped the gun!
It sounds like he said he dropped the gun, did he not? I don't know. 99% of cops stop yelling drop the gun before hitting it big. Jesus. What? How the hell did you mess up at parenting so bad that your kids would be this resilient? Did they mean resistant? During a standoff. Those are the dumbest kids I've ever seen. The parents should be ashamed of themselves and be responsible of this happening. Bro, they're okay, listen, kids are really smart, but they're also really retarded. Okay? There's just no shot that any 9-year-old and 7-year-old duo are going to respond with any level of measured calmness in a situation like this. The dumbest thing here is probably the, obviously it's however they got the firearm in the first place, but these kids will spend a significant portion of their lives behind bars. Are these bot comments? These kids didn't listen to a single word anybody was saying. Holy shit. What the actual fuck do you even do with these kids after the fact? Like, what is the course correction here? I mean, it would depend on it would depend on the events leading up to this. Like, if the kids just got a gun and were like playing with it or whatever, then I mean, you just tell them don't do it. Like, I don't know. But like, if the kids were like scheming and plotting to go outside and start a standoff with cops, then you probably need some way bigger therapy. I don't know. I feel like you can end up in really dumb situations. Actually, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna stand taller on that claim. Kids can do incredibly stupid shit without realizing the severity of what they're doing. This is why if you own firearms and you have young children, you absolutely should keep this shit locked the fuck up. As much as you might think, like, oh, he's 9 years old, he's not going to look at a gun and do something stupid. That is absolutely not true. I think one of the most common causes of like child death are kids getting into firearms and they're playing with a friend, or you have no respect for the destructive power of a firearm if you've never actually shot one before, especially as a child. You just can do super stupid things. These cops were just thinking outside the box. They passed the test, in my opinion. Based. Do you support charging parents for not securely storing guns? I feel like at the very least there could be civil liabilities there. Or maybe something criminal. Yeah, I think there's probably something to be said for that. Somebody got charged with, was it accessory to murder? There was a controversial case a few years ago, I think, where parents got actually charged, I think, with something akin to that, right? I don't remember exactly what it was about, but. It's a school shooting one, I think, yeah. Difference between getting into that situation and not obeying the command 50 plus times from authority figures. Bro, if kids think they're in trouble, kids won't listen to shit. Or maybe I'm just projecting from my own childhood or whatever, but if a kid thinks he's in trouble, they'll just like pretend to not hear or ignore whatever. I feel like there's like a, oh geez, I thought there was gonna be something else. Actually, you know what? Wait, I need a paper towel. Kids in trouble remind me of dogs in trouble. Fuck. There's one like perfect video of this where they come home and there's like two dogs and one is like so obviously the dog that did the bad thing. Was it this?
Who did this mess?
There's a much better video than this.
Cody, did you make this mess?
No, not this video. This is dumb.
Okay, everybody, so
There's a video in my mind, and I'm not gonna be able to find it. Fuck me.
Harley and Loa are both currently in trouble, although I believe that only one of them did the dirty little deed. So, Harley and Loa, I need one of you to tell me what the other one did. I need you to rat the other one out. Now, Loa, I know you love your brother, and it would hurt you to turn him in.
Wait, was it this one?
All right, well, apparently while I was out, somebody got into the kitty cat treats. Now, I'm gonna go look at the suspects. Suspect number one.
I think this is it.
See your face. Did you do this? Did you? I don't think you did. Number two. What? Did you do this? Denver, did you do this? Denver, was this you? Denver, you won't look at me. Did you? What? Denver, did you do this? Look at me. Come here. You did this? You know the routine. In the kennel. Go on. Very disappointed. You're in the penalty box. You let it happen. I hope you're happy too.
What? It's not his fault. Damn. Okay, sorry.
What are you in trouble for now?
The woke. Oh no. Some of these guys are like breaking off the MAGA cult. First was I want to call him Kissinger. It's not Kissinger. Constantine. And this James Lindsay guy, I don't know if you've been watching him on Twitter. He's been having a lot of problems with the low human capital. It's like, are you guys fucking retarded?
Woke, right? It's a fraught term, right? Because you have woke, which they associate with left. You have right, which they associate obviously with the right. And so now you've got a paradox.
It's troublesome for those with a conservative bent to throw away the idea of institutional legitimacy. The only possible antidote to really unrestrained investigation. The idea seems to be something like the more radical the revolutionary precept, the more likely something Luciferian is behind it.
So now we're talking at a very abstract, I think metaphysical is the right word, level for what represents woke. This isn't going to be recognizable to your average Joe on the street who's dealing with, you know, a pride parade.
We don't have the
and
big
they are
brains that you guys
pride
do.
Parade.
Ooh,
They are right.
pride, like pride cometh before the fall? I didn't even realize that. Damn.
And the cardinal sin of Lucifer is pride.
Jesus. That's crazy, chat.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
My guest today is James Lindsay,
Cool.
who's been a commentator on cultural affairs for, a good 10 years, I suppose longer than that, but being well known for that long. He was one of the people, along with Helen Pluckrose and others, who published a sequence of papers in...
This shit is such low IQ, self-jerking, uninteresting bullshit. Oof. spoken like a true retard who just can't hang with them intellectually.
Radical journals that were not genuine, let's put it that way.
Let's
and
put it
that
that
was
way.
very scandalous.
Okay.
It was part of an attempt to expose the pathology of the academic, the pathology that had set into certain aspects of the academic institutions. And it's become much more widespread now. James has got himself in trouble in recent months, once again, for popularizing the phrase woke right by accusing or pointing out, depending on your perspective, the fact that various members of the so-called right
have become
are engaging
woke.
in shenanigans that are very much reminiscent of those that characterize the radical left.
Shenaniganery.
And so that's what we talk about today, the nature of the woke right. I discussed the overlap between such behavior and
Can you elaborate on the James term on Twitter? Who's he beefing with? I don't know what happened, but I think he probably actually was one of the few people. Please don't mistake this for me co-signing anything this guy says. But I think he was one of the few people who actually did feel some kind of principled attachment to freedom of speech. And I think it was the Elon Musk banning people on Twitter for disagreeing with him that broke him. And when he started to fight against it, he got eviscerated, I think, on Twitter for it. And now he's just kind of become I don't want to say a full-on anti-MAGA guy, but I feel like I see him fighting with MAGA people quite a bit.
Classification of psychopathology with James, the relationship between woke behavior, mobbing, extreme perspectives, self-victimization, protest, gaming the system, and cluster B psychopathology, narcissism, histrionic behavior, borderline, antisocial, and the dark tetrad. And we attempted to determine how our views align and how they differ. And, well, it's a walk through the dark side of ideology. So join us for that.
Thanks.
Nice to see you, Dr. Lindsay.
It's good to see you,
It's
Dr.
been
Peters.
2 years, eh?
It's been 2 years.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what are you in trouble for now?
The woke right.
Lay it out, man.
It's a fraught term, right? People see it as paradoxical because you have woke, which they associate with left. You have right, which they associate obviously with the right. And so now you've got a paradox.
Jeez.
And so I've caused myself some trouble.
It's not actually a paradox. We would just call that an oxymoron, but that's okay.
Associate obviously with the right. And so now you've got a paradox. And so
also, for as much as these people drive me crazy, I hate these people. This guy, I think, is a pretty smart dude. I think he actually, I believe he has published in the field of pure mathematics. And he was a math major, and I want to say he did graduate work or maybe even published something in pure mathematics. A very smart guy mathematically, but this was the guy who I was on stage and we were arguing and he was talking about like ESG. And I was like, do you even know how like trading works? Like how to buy or sell a stock? He was just like utterly clueless. And I'm like, bro, fucking get me the fuck out of here. But Jesus.
you have right, which they associate obviously with the right. And so now you've got a paradox. And so I've caused myself some trouble by calling a radical segment, not the whole right, a radical segment of the right, woke right, which I kind of started doing, I guess, last fall, September. I started using it before that, the term. I didn't invent the term. A lot of people accuse me of inventing the term or credit me with it. This term has been in rough circulation, floating around in the internet space for at least since middle of 22. So it's not a brand new term. I just adopted it and went kind of hard about it. And the simplest explanation I give people for, well, what do you mean by woke right? How does that make sense? And I say, well, it's woke people who call themselves conservatives.
Oh.
And some of them don't, though. They call themselves right wing. And they distinguish that conservatives and right wing are different. But it's woke people. So the whole suite of behaviors, beliefs, even the deep metaphysical constructs underneath those beliefs. And as you recently pointed out, I think the psychology that generates those beneath all of that, the cluster B personality disorders are presenting, and the psychopathologies, psychopathy itself sometimes, all of that kind of feeds upward into this concept of woke, which I think we, can talk pretty fruitfully about. But I don't believe it can only be presented through, left-wing causes. You can present it in terms of right-wing causes or religious causes or other causes, because it's the path.
There is like a huge thing. I've complained about this quite a few times. there's something to be said for brevity, okay? I think that it's actually a negative. I don't think it's a neutral or a I think it's a negative. If you can't find a way to communicate an idea in a few sentences and it takes you like 20 fucking paragraphs to do it, that's a speech thing that you should work on. Like this whole podcast could have been summarized so far in like 20 seconds. You said woke, right? Yeah, and it's kind of weird because people associate woke with being far left and, you know, right as being the right. But there are people on the right who can exhibit the same kind of behaviors as people on the left when it comes to being, you know, like religiously attached to some political movement. Oh, okay, cool, let's go. But it's like when you pathologize the histrionic attachment that some members of a political movement will have when they are idealizing the philosophies that are being passed around by some of the more idolized figures of their socio-political movements and the leadership that can endorse and lead to the proliferation of these ideas. Like, bro, why? Nobody's better off for this. You're literally wasting our lives. Not even wasting time. You're wasting time, but the time is our lives. You're wasting people's actual lived lives. This is like low IQ behavior.
The logical expression of an ideology or of a belief structure that ultimately is woke. And so this term has confused people. It's angered people. I decided to try to put...
Who is it angered?
Well, this is the thing. This is what has I'll use this word. This is a heavy word for the beginning of a conversation. But this is what has dismayed me.
Heavy word.
I knew it would anger the people that it applies to, in my opinion, because who would want to be called woke right, first of all? And second of all, it limits their ability to interact because they have a label that's not a good label that sticks to them. But what I'm dismayed over is that almost the, I hate to use this word so glibly, but what I refer to sort of as a bookmark as elite MAGA.
Ooh.
Or the more who's who of the conservative movement seems entirely captured by this as well. And they also became upset, saw me as a turncoat and a traitor against the movement.
Damn.
One of the things that I think, you tell me what you think about this, but I don't think we should name any names in this podcast, if that's okay with you.
Oh my God. He is actually the biggest pussy motherfucker in the universe. I hate these people. Call out are you serious? I don't want to name you, but you make them upset. I don't want to be mean. But also, I respect it. Because if this was a leftist podcast, they'd be like, so here are the last 52 leftists that engaged in microaggressions that we're now removing from the movement. So you know what? I respect the hustle.
It's totally fine.
Okay, we can talk about why that is as we progress. Okay, good. I mean, I wasn't going to make that a cut and dried rule, but I have my reasons.
Oh, I'm sure.
So you just referred to some comments I made on Fox News and also to some degree on Rogan.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about, and I've actually written a fair passel on this. You know, there's been this idea that the extremes of political belief meet, hey?
Yeah.
And so let's hash that out a little bit. You seem to find useful or possibly accept this additional diagnostic distinction, which would be cluster B or dark tetrad.
That's right. I actually wrote about this. I don't know if you know, in 2020.
Can we just let's just talk about the problematic political dispositions before we get into the fucking actual pathologizing of this feels like high school girl shit, right? Like, so which cluster B personality trait do you think that these people have? Can we just talk about the phenomena first?
That specifically
in December, yes, in 2020, I called the article something like Psychopathy and the Origins of Totalitarianism, and I published that at the end of December of 2020. I put forth the hypothesis, which of course I got from somewhere else in significant part. I had read that infamous, quirky, but I think important book, Political Ponerology.
Yes.
Is that Lubachevsky or something like this is that name, the author. And I had read that and found it striking. And at the same time, almost, I think sometimes, a chapter here, a chapter there. I read I think one of the most important essays in English, which is Joseph Pieper's Abuse of Language, Abuse of Power. I don't know if you've heard of this. Joseph Pieper was a Catholic, and he wrote this. I don't know what else he did, honestly.
What an unfortunate name if he got accused of Was the crime called peeping? I guess any type of crime like that. Damn, guy's name is Peepers. What are we gonna have next? Anthony Weiner? Just kidding. Sorry.
I should probably look into it. But he wrote this essay, "Abuse of Language, Abuse of Power," and talked about how tyrants arrange an abused version of the prevailing language to mislead people into the tyrannical program. And it's in 2 sections, 2 parts. It's been 5 years since I've read it, so forgive the details. But there's, in a sense, 2 chapters to this long essay. And one of the 2 is very Catholic in its orientation, and one of them is this more general thesis. And it was extremely interesting. But of course, in political punerology, you also have the discussion of the importance of language, which of course we were seeing with the social justice woke movement as well, that they're misusing.
Wait, am I crazy, or did he not explain at all what was in the book? Wait, did he just say that the second part was interesting and not explain it? I'm sorry, hold on.
Sections, 2 parts. It's been 5 years since I've read it, so forgive the details. But there's, in a sense, 2 chapters to this long essay.
Okay.
And one of the 2 is very Catholic in its orientation, and one of them is this more general thesis. And it was extremely interesting. But of course, in political punerology, you also have the discussion of the importance of language, which of course we were seeing with the social justice
Maybe he'll go
woke
back to
movement
it?
as well, that they're misusing words like racism very blatantly. And so in political punerology, you have this claim he makes that he says, well, with the psychopath, what he calls a pathocracy, what you have is you have people who are psychologically disordered, who create a vision of the world. They need other people to play in it. And the way that they do this is by creating, he calls it a second language. So it's the same language, but the words now refer to other things. Of course, having read the postmodern.
Hold on. I will say this. This is high praise, okay? This is high praise. The fact that I'm watching a guy who's, I think, conservative, actually cite a fucking book and then talk about the fucking book that he read is the most impressive thing I've seen out of a conservative in all of podcasting, YouTubing history for the past fucking decade. So good job on that. He actually read a thing and is giving us information from the thing that he read. So good job.
Like Derrida, I'm picturing all of
That's
his
what happens
ideas.
in the Tower of Babel.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly
Remember,
right. Sorry.
words lose their meaning and no one can understand.
That's right.
Nobody can understand each other.
So they reorient the discourses, and then what he says actually solves the tyrannical problem. This is the...
I hate Jordan Peterson. That was a low IQ connection, by the way. It sounds like what James Lindsay is talking about is he's introducing a concept having to do with the relabeling or the reappropriation of words that sound, they're almost like homophones. You're creating homophones. You have words that sound the same, but they start to mean different things, and you like subvert a person's ideology that way. The whole point behind the Tower of Babel wasn't to cause different types of communication or to hijack somebody's mind. It was to break people up, right? It was to like say, oh, humans think they're so cool because you guys can all fuck each other and not include me to the Ayla orgy. Well, now all of you guys, boom, have different languages. Get fucked. So I don't know why I don't know how the Tower of Babel compares this other than they both deal with language. Like, he could have just said, wow, that kind of sounds like this app on my phone called Duolingo. But okay.
Words lose their meaning and no one can understand.
That's right.
Nobody can understand.
Like, it's not right. He shouldn't even be, he shouldn't even play into his delusion. Say, no, that's wrong, actually. It's not about words losing their meaning. It's about them acquiring a secondary meaning. So if you could just shut the fuck up and let me finish what I'm describing before jumping in with a super irrelevant point. Are you okay?
And each other.
So they reorient the discourses, and then what he says actually solves the tyrannical problem. This is the Lobachevsky's, if I'm saying his name's right, his thesis. What solves it is that a third language.
And he's saying the name of the author and he doesn't know how to pronounce it because he actually read the book and didn't just listen to somebody else talk about the book? Wow. That's a 10. That's a 10 performance for a conservative. Actually, for anybody that does online politics in my world. That's a 10. Good job. Jesus.
Evolves that unmasks the second language and allows people to see it for what it is and in fact laugh at it. And so this is what takes it apart. So I read these 2 essays and I'm taken in by them. Of course, I'd been reading the postmodern literature quite a lot. I had been reading Lyotard, the postmodern condition, and he has this very confusing they're all very confusing sections throughout the whole book. This very confusing section about this thing called legitimation by parology, that he accuses all all knowledge-seeking enterprises, including the sciences, of being legitimation by parology. And there's this story that goes along where he's teaching legitimation by parology to his students at some point, or no, somebody's teaching Lyotard to their students, a philosophy professor.
How long is Peterson going to ride the coattails of this anti-woke movement? Are we going to be hearing this shit into Trump's third term or what? I don't know. I'm actually really interested by what he said so far, though. These essays or these books actually sound really interesting. So there's a subversion of language by the creation of a second language that hijacks familiar terms and relabels them as something different. And the freedom from the authoritarian or totalitarian mindset is the creation of another language, or the making people aware of the falsity of the second language. And that's an interesting concept, I guess. I feel like it maps on conceptually to when one thing that I stress over and over again is like they didn't care about deficits. They don't care about this thing. They don't care about this thing. I guess actually it almost maps onto it when I talk about how when people say they care about a thing, they don't care about that thing. It's actually a proxy for something else. I guess a more eloquent or maybe a more complete way to conceptualize that is by calling it almost like a second language, maybe, I guess. Maybe.
Says, okay, so what do you think legitimation by parology means? And everybody comes up with crazy ideas because you can barely get it from the text. And finally, the professor says it means false legitimation through consensus. You get everybody to agree.
Okay.
And so I framed out this essay in terms of saying that what the pathocracy or the pathological ideological state, which becomes a vehicle for that pathology that serves the psychopaths at the center of it, the way that it operates is it generates a parology, a second false logic that defines the ideology, and a paramorality, a second false set of values and virtues that also defines the parameters, the social parameters and the psychosocial parameters. How do I know if I'm a good person? How do I fit in with my society? And so I write this long essay. My poor assistant, I got in trouble for this. I had him publish it on Christmas. I was so excited about it. Christmas Day, we put this out. And, you know, very long essay explaining that this is what I see as at the root, because I was trying to diagnose and explain to people what nobody was calling woke yet at the time, at the end of 2020, or maybe we had just begun to call woke. We were trying to diagnose and explain this social justice left phenomenon. And so I put out this essay and said, I think at the root, underneath the whole thing, there's the same psychopathologies that motivated people like Lenin and Stalin and all this. And I didn't have the psychological chops. I was aware of dark triad or tetrad terminology. I did know quite a bit about the cluster B personality disorders because I knew some people who were basically rabid feminists in the 2010s, and they were all talking about how they had various schizoidal personality, or and that one may be cluster A. I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. True. That's actually true. If you ever want to learn about cluster B shit, just listen to a bunch of crazy women talking, and they will tell you all about these types. Cluster B is, I think, typically the personality disorders that are most associated with like high neuroticism, generally women. Some people even claim that the whole cluster B sect of personality disorders is sexist because it's so heavily slanted towards women being diagnosed with them. But like borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder are included in this.
It is.
Sure.
Yeah.
I believe.
And then they had the, borderline, antisocial, histrionic, narcissistic would come up again and again. And I think that actually is paranoid's cluster C, right?
Yeah.
My reading, for example, of Derek Bell, one of the founders of critical race theory, is that he had very likely suffered both paranoia and schizoidia, which are both mentioned by Lobachevsky as well as in
Schizoid personality disorder reads to me like super ultra autistic. Schizoid has nothing to do, I don't believe, with like schizophrenia or like hallucination or anything like that. That's a different. I think that might also be a cluster B personality disorder. But schizoid doesn't have anything to do with like schizophrenia or any of that.
Indicative. I can't say any about any of the cluster Bs. So I think it's a little broader than just that one cluster up here. Conspiracy theories or paranoid thinking, for example.
Yeah. Right.
And
I don't like how they're so ardently pathologizing all of this, though. Like you can believe in conspiracy theories without having a personality disorder, or like an actual psychiatric disorder. So it's kind of weird, but
schizoids tend to have imaginary conversations with people who
right.
And schizoids tend to have imaginary conversations with people who aren't there on a, you know, childish, fictional.
Wait, let me check. I might be wrong. I'm sorry. I didn't think that, I don't think this has anything to do with hallucinations or anything, but I could be wrong. Schizoid personality disorder is a condition where a person shows very little, if any, interest and ability to form relationships with other people. It's very hard for the person to express a full range of emotions. If you have schizoid personality disorder, you may be seen as keeping to yourself or rejecting others. You may not be interested in or able to form close friendships or romantic relationships because you do not tend to show emotion. It may appear that you do not care about others or what's going on around you. Some symptoms of schizoid personality disorder are similar to autism spectrum disorders, other personality disorders, especially avoidant personality disorder, and early symptoms of schizophrenia. Talk therapy, also called psychotherapy, can help those. Okay. I don't think this involves any. Although the names may sound alike, schizoid personality disorder, schizotypal personality disorder, and schizophrenia spectrum disorders are all negative types of mental health conditions, but they can have similar symptoms such as not being able to make social connections or show a full range of emotions. In contrast to schizotypal, it's not schizo, it's schizotypal personality disorder and schizophrenia. Schizophrenia. Wait, is there a T? Am I adding a T always with a schizophrenia? Schizophrenia? People with schizoid personality disorder are in touch with reality, are not likely to feel paranoid, hold bizarre beliefs, or hallucinate, make sense when speaking, although the tone may not be lively. The content of the person's behavior is not strange at all. Okay. This is like a psych term. I think laymen sometimes mix up, or you'll hear schizoid, or people will hear schizoid, and they'll think that it's like related to schizophrenia, but it's not. Kind of like when people hear like negative reinforcement, they think that's the same thing as punishment, but it's not. Negative reinforcement is when you remove a bad stimulus to encourage a behavior. Positive punishment is what most people think negative reinforcement is. If that makes sense. But
level, you know, they're
but we will forgive him. The fact that he is reading books and is giving us his summaries of books, he still gets his A+, okay?
They're pretending the world is the way that it should have been for their emotions when they were 9 years old. That's the split, the skits and the schizoidal. And so they write these elaborate stories about how the world's supposed to be, and then they have outbursts when the world doesn't match that. And Derek Bell was famous for writing these missives where he would present them as evidence of racism at, say, at Harvard, where he had an imaginary conversation with a dean and then would write the whole imaginary conversation down. And I'm thinking, this is so disordered, not just disordered thinking, but this is psychologically disordered, that you would then present this hypothetical conversation as evidence. But at any rate,
for
a long time, I've thought that's there.
Okay, so let's lay down some theses and tell me what you think of them. So the first is that about 4 to 5% of the population, maybe more, has dark tetrad cluster B.
Like this, you're taking what is genuinely an interesting conversation topic, and it sounds like even James himself is actually engaged with it to some extent, which is impressive. You're taking an interesting conversation topic and you're making it the most like faux intellectual exercise ever, which is just so cringe. Why? Whatever.
Traits to some significant degree. Okay, and so that was histrionic, narcissistic, antisocial, and psychopathic.
You say this exact thing for like every podcast? What? Which one? I don't normally give people credit for reading anything at all because people usually never read anything.
Right, that's the cluster B cluster. Whether those are psychopathologies, like illnesses, that's a matter of dispute. There are certainly forms of severe social misbehavior, manipulative social misbehavior.
Oh,
yes.
Yes.
And people who fall into those categories will use cries of victimization to parasitize.
Yes.
Right? So they're parasitizing on empathy. That's one hallmark. Right? They have disordered interpersonal relationships, often very intense. They're predatory, particularly the antisocial types. That's more straight, repetitive criminals. Very stable pattern of behavior.
Yeah.
So let's say 4 to 5%. It's probably increased because of the net. That would be my guess, because it's not well regulated on the net, because most of our evolved mechanisms for dealing with such people don't work. Especially, we could talk about anonymity, because I can understand why people.
I remember when Jordan B. Peterson diagnosed you as a psychopath because you like to argue and maximize short-term game. Did he? He might have. Or short-term game. Somebody in chat said something like, if you steel man it, all personality disorders are just extreme variations of ordinary behavior. I mean, not only would I say that's true, I think definitionally that's true too. Like most psychologists or researchers would say that, with the exception of some disorders. For personality disorders, I think that's broadly true, with the exception, I think, of BPD, because that one can be weird. Is bipolar disorder, is that considered a mental illness or personality disorder? Hold on, let me check. It's a mental disorder. Wait, I've looked this up before. Is there a clear delineation between disorder and illness? Because like I would say that bipolar disorder, ordinary people I don't think experience things that are similar to mania or depression ever. I don't think there's a spectrum for that. Like that's either a thing that your mind's been fucked, you've experienced it, or you haven't. I don't know if I would say you experience that on a spectrum. But like for a lot of stuff related to probably like ADHD, I think a lot of that is kind of like on the spectrum. Maybe for like anxiety, I think is kind of on the spectrum. I don't know. But I'm the Glink guy. Who knows? Does he still make videos?
Will defend it, but by the same token, it allows you to escape from your well-deserved reputation.
With Mother's Day just around the corner, I wanted to share an amazing...
They can't even do an AI voice of him reading the ad? Come on.
...organization that's making a real difference for mothers in need. Preborn. Their network of clinics provides love, support, and hope to pregnant women who are feeling scared, alone, or pressured about their...
You can have acute schizophrenic episodes if they're drug-induced, maybe, or maybe if you stay awake too late.
These choices can affect not just their baby's life, but their own emotional well-being as well. When a woman walks into a preborn clinic, she's welcomed with compassion and offered a free ultrasound so she can see and hear the little life growing inside of her. And you know what? Most of the time, these powerful moments help her choose life.
Foundries?
This Mother's Day, you can help both a mother in crisis and her baby. Just $28 provides one ultrasound, or $140 covers 5.
But can a
Every
foundry
dollar
do
goes
ice?
directly to supporting these moms and babies. Plus, monthly sponsors receive photos and stories about the lives they helped save. Want to get involved? It's easy. Just dial pound 250 and say baby, or visit preborn.com/.
Stop. No one cares.
That one of the... Yeah.
Right. Okay, so that's...
Years ago, by the way, you said that one of the features, you got in trouble for this, and you were right, of course, but you said one of the features of our moment was that there's male aggression and female aggression that express themselves differently.
Yeah.
And male aggression, I don't know if you use this terminology, but I think it's something to this effect, doesn't upload very well.
Yeah,
You can't punch somebody in the nose through the screen.
Yeah.
But female aggression, the social aggression, uploads very well. But what it turns out is this cluster B or dark tetrad manipulation uploads almost even better.
Yes. Yes.
You can have 50 accounts. You can, switch from one to the other. You can create entire false environments that your targets have to engage in.
It's particularly true because it's literally cost-free.
Yeah.
Right. So you might imagine that any storehouse of value is likely to be parasitized to the degree that you can invade it for no cost.
Yeah, that's totally right.
Okay, so this is what I think happened to the universities, right, is that they're whale carcasses, and they've been invaded by parasites. And the whale carcass idea is a very old one. It's a huge storehouse of value, right? So since World War II, the West was on a pretty productive trajectory, and we generated massive storehouses of value in many, many places. Those would be financial storehouses, but reputational storehouses that's even more germane. Like Harvard has both. It did have both, right? $53 billion plus a stellar reputation.
Yeah, the best brand in America.
Exactly. And
in the world.
Next to Disney.
Yeah, right.
Right, which is another storehouse of value that's been severely parasitized. Okay, so now, so that's two things. There's 5% of the population. Oh yes, the dark tetrad types are narcissistic, Machiavellian.
Yeah.
So they use language only as a means to manipulate towards instrumental ends. There's no communicative intent.
Right.
It's all essentially status gaming. They're psychopathic, and that means they're predatory parasites. And then they had to top it all off with sadism. And I think that's what changed the dark triad to the dark tetrad. I think the reason for that is that if you have a dark triad orientation towards the world and the world turns against you, it makes you so angry because you're rejected and unsuccessful that expresses itself in positive delight in the unnecessary suffering of others.
Okay.
Right. So this is dark.
That's real
material.
dark. That's some dark
Now,
stuff, dude.
There's no reason to assume that the cluster B dark tetrad types would do anything other than gravitate towards storehouses of value. First of all, the parasite problem.
I feel like this is also like the most boring form of analysis, because when you hardcore pathologize everything like this, you're basically reducing it to mental illness. And it's like, okay, well, can we talk about like culturally how these things could come about, or could we talk about culturally, right? I guess the environment is way more interested in me, because what is the analysis that we can engage in here if we're literally just saying all of this is pathology? I guess maybe they can talk about how the environment can cause the pathology, but so far it's just like this. It feels very essential, I guess, is what I'm saying. Like these are just built into people, and it could have never been any other way. But I don't know.
Problem is a very deep problem biologically, right? It's so deep that some people think sex evolved to solve it. As you mix the genes, it's harder for parasites to move down the generations, right? So that's actually one of the canonical theories for the evolution of sex itself. Why would you take a 50% hit in terms of genetic transmission when you could just clone yourself? Well, the parasites can breed, multiply faster than you can, and so they have the upper edge in a lengthy battle. So you mix up the genes, and anyways, so the parasite problem is a very old problem.
True. My political opponents equal mentally ill. Me equals mentally healthy. Much better political views. So true.
Yeah.
True.
Okay, so I want to add one more thing to that.
Yeah.
So imagine that a system of knowledge is a way of representing the world and navigating in it. Okay, so that would be like a scientific theory or an engineering theory, right? And so you might be able to assess that theory on the grounds of objective fact, say. Okay, but then imagine that there's a different form of language game, and that is that you orient yourself with you bring a number of people together, and you lay out some game rules. They could be religious axioms. In fact, I think religious axioms are game rules. I think that's the right way to think about it. But it could be political, right? So communism, a pseudo-religion, has game rules, axioms that you have to accept. And so does conservatism. These are games that can integrate a large number of people. Okay, so that's a slightly different function, right? Because now it's like if you and I decide to play basketball, we're going to produce a hierarchy within that set of rules, right? Whatever set of rules you lay out, people are going to be differentially able at implementing.
That's right.
Right? Any set of rules.
That's right.
Right. So, for example, if you were in a gym and you had school children roll, and you had a competition, you'd get a hierarchy of.
I also think somehow Jordan Peterson has this gift for being able to take an idea that is incredibly basic and incredibly boring and borderline self-evident and expand on it in such a way as to sound so incredibly profound while saying absolutely nothing insightful. He's probably one of the most gifted people at doing this like waste of oxygen type of like masturbatory meandering of like, you'll see that like if a man and a woman meet each other's gaze at the ends of a restaurant, then what'll happen is the ancient evolutionary game, the dance that ultimately leads to life and death and procreation and the same patterns found throughout the entire universe of start and stop. It's just like, okay. Like by the end of it, like he said enough, I think, that people that jerk off to listening to shows like this and think they're getting like so much smarter, there's enough Hello? Did my game just crash? Victoria doesn't crash. Oh. There's like enough material there for them to get off on, but like he hasn't said anything insightful at all. It's so boring. Oh my God.
Rolling speed.
Yeah.
And then top rollers would
Yes, both Weinsteins do this as well. Yeah.
be the high status people within that game. So you can organize systems of knowledge so that they're ground rules for a game, and then you produce a hierarchy. Now, hierarchical position has value.
Yeah.
So the higher you are in a social hierarchy, the more positive emotion you feel, and the less negative emotion, and the less likely you are to perish.
Yeah.
Partly because you have social capital and social support. So people will compete for status within the confines of any given hierarchical game. Wow. That's a whole different function than representation of the world. Now, maybe you'd hope that your game represents the world too, which I suppose is that would be something like competition in a scientific lab, right? Because
yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Or
it's
competition
kind of
within a game that's actually productive and self-sustaining.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And the axioms of Western culture seem to be a game like that.
They do.
Right. Now, okay, having established that, you can game it.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And so that seems to be, okay, so we agree on, so far, there's nothing in that you think is objectionable?
No, nothing. No, that's right. I think that's exactly right. And it's a good way to look at it. And I think it opens a door to how this becomes woke.
One thing I don't like about these shows, and I think a lot of podcasts today are guilty of it, and it drives me crazy that so many of you fucking retards like this style of conversation, is like yeah, actually, you know what? I say that, and I'm actually so guilty. I'm guilty of doing it all on my shows too, so fuck me, I guess, as well. But I blame other people for not being able to handle disagreement. All podcasts today seem like they're all just some version of yes-anding everything. That's it. Yes and yes and yeah. Like, can we ever hear a disagreement ever? Like, do you guys really agree 100% wholeheartedly with every single thing we said? There's no disagreement whatsoever at all that we can talk right now. Like, even if somebody said, like, yeah, like I tend to think that StarCraft 2 is just the best game ever made. And the other guy's like, yeah, I know what you mean. I think Halo 2 is actually the best game ever made. And the guy's like, yeah, that's true, actually. I really liked in Halo 2 how you could dual wield weapons, or was that only Halo 3? And the guy's like, yeah, that's true, yes. That is true. Dual wielding weapons, though, was actually the worst part. I think the sword was the best part. Oh, okay, yeah, true. The sword was really cool that you could like one-shot people. And the guy's like, yeah, actually it was like the sword sniping was the cool part. One-shotting was actually really lame. The guy's like, yeah, true. And it's just like, why? Are you so scared of stepping on top of each other's toes that you can't? I don't know.
In a particular way, if we get very, very general, because if you actually want to know the controversy about woke right, what's happened, Eric Weinstein told me this. I know we said we're not going to name names, but it's positive.
Yeah, okay.
He told me that what he realized, and of course he's a mathematician as well. So, and I'm a mathematician. Yeah. So he said he told me this at ARC. Actually, we were having a conversation, and he said, when I realized what you'd done is generalize the concept of woke, and then applied it in a different domain, it clicked. So it's no longer, just left-wing, totalitarian behavior. It's now this mode of totalitarian behavior that I can apply.
It's transferable.
Correct. And so with the hierarchy, well, not just the hierarchy, everything you just described, but you have these reservoirs of value in hierarchies built off of these games.
Yeah.
So there's value there. And the parasite is drawn to the reservoir of value.
Wherever it is.
And the idea is that you want to be high status, but they have natural limitations because they're not
competent.
They're not competent. Yeah, they're...
Holy shit. Do you know what he is right now? Your Enbrook was so disappointed that you did that too. I think you see one more pushback. Oh yeah, for sure he did. I was not. That was not what I was there for that convo though. To have a whole... Jordan Peterson's giving us the react right now.
The reservoir games just described, but you have these reservoirs of value in hierarchies built off of these games.
Yeah.
So there's value there, and the parasite is drawn to the reservoir of value.
Wherever it is.
And the idea is that you want to be high status, but they have natural limitations because they're not
competent.
They're not competent. Yeah, they're outside of the range of what brings you to the top of these.
They tend to be very low in conscientiousness.
They tend to be, that's right.
Right.
And so
and
what would you do? what you would do is there's a word for what you would try to create. As the parasite who's now latched on, the thing you would try to, there's different, if you want to talk about it in politics, there's one word, and if you want to talk about it in religion or more generally, there's another. The general word or the religious word is cult. You'll create a cult where you've taken a variation on those rules to where there's a new status game that's rigged so you're always on top of it.
Yeah.
And what you're going to do is pervert the underlying rules. We call it an ideology or a cult doctrine. The word in politics would be splinter, a splinter movement within a broader movement. So MAGA is a political movement, and you could imagine a splinter off of it, where the Democratic Party had a political movement, and the Justice Democrats came along 10 years ago and made a splinter off of it that created the Squad. A lot of people know that history, at least, so it should be, germane. So the generation of a localized cult is sort of this hypothesis, and the ideology grows out of the desire for the people at the top of that, who are parasitizing the hierarchy, to create their kind of internal nested hierarchy, where they're on top of the whole thing. And the way they do that is by saying the big system is gamed. The big system is rigged. The big system is fake. And we have a secret truth about how things really work. And now you enter into the Gnostic kind of, I don't know, even metaphysical space.
Okay.
The ancient Gnostic religions, whether against Judaism or Christianity, all held out that Yahweh, the character, the creator God of Genesis, was in fact a demon who had tricked everything. He wasn't the actual highest unknowable God. He was this low-level functionary God who said, I'm going to rule over all this stuff. I'm going to imprison them in this, wonderful garden. And then, whoops, they disobeyed me and almost realized the game by eating from the forbidden tree. So now we're going to throw them out into a real prison. And they've been, in the Heideggerian sense, they've been flung, their being has been flung into a world they didn't choose, in which they suffer. And you get the whole Gnostic architecture. But the way that Gnosticism attracts is by saying, and that I can make this kind of literal to things that are happening in our world if we have to, is that the authorities...
I feel like we started with such an interesting topic and it just got so, I don't even know, symbolic and pathological and crazy so fast now.
In the existing game know so much, but they don't want you to know everything. They don't want you to know more because you might surpass them.
Okay.
They're trying to keep you down. Okay. But if you come with me in my cult, I'll tell you the real secrets.
That's an appeal to paranoia too.
Sure.
And that's going to be more effective under conditions of extreme uncertainty.
Sure.
Okay, so let's concretize this a little bit.
Sure.
Okay.
I'd like to talk about, we can talk about Douglas and Joe.
Sure.
Sure.
I think let's amend our
One more
rule.
sure.
We're not going to point any fingers at woke right people.
Okay.
But I'd like to talk about...
He wants to talk about Douglas and Joe. We want to be very careful. We're not trying to burn any bridges. We're not trying to be mean to these guys. We're not trying to call them out. We're just talking about the ideas. We're not going to point fingers at them. Oh my God, dude.
Joe.
Sure.
I think let's amend our rule.
Pussy.
We're not going to point any fingers at woke right people.
Okay.
But I'd like to talk about the current situation.
Yeah, the situation and the ideas, I think, are important.
Well, Douglas's point with regard to Joe was that it's troublesome for those with a conservative bent to throw away the idea of institutional legitimacy.
Yeah.
And that's a fair comment, standalone comment.
Okay.
Joe's rebuttal to that, insofar as he had a rebuttal, because I thought the conversation was actually pretty civil given how difficult it was that the institutions have been so cataclysmically faulty in the last 10 years that the only possible antidote to their falseness is really unrestrained investigation. And Joe's been a master of unrestrained investigation, obviously, because he's allowed his interest to take him wherever it goes, which allied with a certain amount of conscience is a pretty good orienting function as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, dude.
And I'm at a loss to some degree how to reconcile those viewpoints, because I think it is a cataclysm that the institutions have become unreliable. But let's walk through them a little bit. I think the universities are gone.
Me too.
I think that Harvard is having this war with Trump and that Trump is 100% right.
Yep, me too.
The president of Harvard, in my understanding, said to the Trump administration that it was unfair to punish the researchers by withholding their research funds. But I look at that and I think those researchers have been filling out DEI statements for 10 years.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, they lost all their credibility. They're not independent researchers at all.
Oh, that's right.
And they could say and have said that they were just following the rules. It's like,
so is Hitler, Goebbels, and everybody else. Oh, no, not those guys. Fuck. Or Dr. Mendel, whatever. Please do a Nazi comparison. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. Please, God, do a Nazi comparison. Please, I'm going to come. Please.
Have said that they were just following the rules.
Please.
Like, that's not a very good excuse if you're a seeker after knowledge, right? If the rules have become pathological, you have an obligation to cease following them. Harvard took its DEI head, I think it was Harvard, and kept the person and changed the name. Well, that's all the universities are going to do that.
Yeah, that's right.
Why wouldn't they?
And that's just fundamentally deceitful.
More deceitful even, right? It's another form of mimicry. And I guess that's another thing we could point out about the psychopathic 5% is that they're masters of camouflage. What a psychopath does is mimic competence, right?
That's right.
And usually they can't get away with it not for long, because they don't create, they destroy. And eventually that evidence accrues and then they have to leave and find another host, so to speak. Now online, that's a snap, right? Because you can just switch
Exactly.
You can just switch your identity and and you've solved the problem, or you can multiply it beyond. And then there's a bot problem online too.
A tremendous bot problem.
Yeah. We've tracked some of that. And for some of these discussions about the woke right, 30% of the comments are bots.
Yeah, right.
All of the woke. The bots are targeting them. That's why. Okay.
So that means we're automating the psychopathy. Like I've thought for a long time, and I do think this may be the case, that virtualization enables psychopathy. And if that's the case,
we're in trouble.
We're in trouble.
We're in big trouble.
Well, at least 50% of internet traffic is criminal, right? It's
Holy cow, yeah.
It's 30.
What?
% pornography, which is close enough to criminal, so I think distinguishing them is not useful.
Okay.
And then, like, old people are just scammed nonstop.
Nonstop.
Right.
Okay, dude.
So, and there's no policing, and there can't be, because you can hide so effectively.
Right.
So, and then what it seems to happen is that the unrestrained psychopathy spills over into the public domain, and everyone is mad, like in both senses, angry and insane because of it. Let's return just for a moment to the hierarchy idea. So you pointed out one interesting mechanism of attaining status, which is to twist the rules slightly, create a new game, and dominate that as its originator.
Right.
So that's a transformation of a process that's actually creative and adaptive, right? Because if I wanted to make a variation of a business, I could do that. And then if I served my customers well and so forth, I could climb to the top of that new business niche and succeed. This is the parasitical equivalent to that.
Yeah.
Right? It's to what? To generate a version that does nothing but attract unwarranted attention. That would be the narcissistic spin. And to use any means whatsoever to attract that attention.
While directing blame to the parent structure. I think that's very important.
Yeah.
So, for example, with Karl Marx, he phrased his vision of communism wasn't the crude communism that was experimented with by Gracchus Babeuf in the French Revolution. It was a transcendent communism. And I use that word because he doesn't call it transcendent communism. He calls it communism. But what he says, his exact wording for it is it's communism as the positive transcendence of private property as human self-estrangement, and thus a complete return of man to his true nature as a human or
Right.
social being.
Right.
We'll be right back, but first, here's a sneak peek at the member-exclusive portion of this episode.
What the hell is going on?
I mean, the left is doing what the left does. The
What
issue
the
is never
hell?
the issue. They're trying to tear apart society,
Oh,
gain
shit.
advantage,
This just
the whole
got
thing. Everything they
serious.
did with critical race theory, queer theory, you name it, they're doing it now with this new issue. They're saying Israel is bad and the Jews are a problem. That doesn't play well with mainstream America, so very plausible that this is coming from foreign adversaries.
Mm-hmm.
China's behind it, let's say. Qatar's behind it.
Yep.
2018, the Wall Street Journal publishes an article, 250 MAGA influencers are on the payroll of Qatar, trying to
Jesus.
influence Trump's policy. Do you think they stop?
Well, it's certainly in Iran's interest. The Iranians would sacrifice every single Palestinian in a second. They're just cannon fodder. I mean, it's obvious that Iran is funding Hamas.
Propaganda works. Throwing the dust of moral confusion into the air blinds the eyes. Say you tweet something that they like, doesn't matter that it's you. They can blow it up. They can put tons of bots behind it. They can put lots of positive comments on it so that they can create an artificial environment.
This is such an ugly vision of the future.
Yep.
Watch the full member-exclusive session now on Daily Wire Plus.
I'm on it.
So that's a Nietzschean revaluation of all values.
Yeah,
Right.
it's really it's
Wow.
much
So-
deeper than people think.
so-
It's redistributing
That's
property. It's to transcend property. And so how does this turn into what I said is that the game, which at that point he's looking at, it doesn't matter if it's capitalism or feudalism or even slavery, it's the private property game that he believes is the course of history. He says, well, everything is actually that thing's fault. And people who play that game are the people who are the problem. And that's how he recruits. He finds people who are losing within that game, who are being injured by that game, and says, you know what? It's not you. It's the whole bloody game. Come
Bloody.
over here. We've got a different game. But the trick is, who's at the top of that game? With Karl Marx, it was Karl Marx. It wasn't the people ever. If you read it, so what's Communist Manifesto?
Why do you and every other fucking political commentator mispronounce Qatar as Qatar? Because the actual Arabic pronunciation of it's like Qatar or something, and Qatar is the closest like English way to say it, and Qatar is more incorrect. Suck my dick, bitch.
We'll just break it down. Chapter 1, Communist Manifesto, is titled Bourgeois and Proletarians. Bourgeoisie and proletarians. So he describes the relationship between the people who are playing that game, the bourgeoisie, and then the proletarians, who are the workers at the bottom who are making that game possible. And he says, all you guys down at the bottom are getting exploited. You're being alienated from who you really are. You're alienated from your product. Everything's terrible for you, and it's exploitation, so the winners of that game can cheat you. That's the relationship that he puts out. Chapter 2 is communists and proletarians. And he says, so it starts out brilliantly. He says, so what's the relationship between the communists and the proletarians or the workers' movements? He says, we don't disagree with any of the workers' movements. We actually are the highest expression of them.
Wow.
So we take their vision and put theory behind it and take it to a higher level of understanding, and we're going to bring all you guys with. And so naturally, what's going to happen? So let's say he agitates the proletarians to revolt.
Mm-hmm.
He's just said that the shepherds are going to be the Communist Party. And then who's going to run the Communist Party? Karl Marx.
Yes.
So it's a whole thing is a giant scam.
Wow.
To blame the existing system, to agitate a large group of people who aren't winning within that system, to get them to
elevate
switch
himself
games
to the highest.
with him at the very peak.
Okay, so
That's
to
crazy.
me, I know that we've talked a little bit about religious matters, but I'm going to delve into that for a second.
Actually, before we go, put a bookmark.
Yes.
Okay.
Because Hitler did the exact same thing.
Yes, Hitler.
The exact same
Icon.
thing. Mussolini did the exact same thing. Hitler is
Icon.
much more clear.
Yes.
He says, we had this German race. And back in history, he writes this fictional mythological history of the Germans. Some of it, if you read or see it, is just kind of humorously, transparently false about how great they were in antiquity and all of this. So we've got these Germans, and they've got all this, he's got this whole occult, theosophical, Aryan stuff that he's brought in from Helena Blavatsky and read The Secret Doctrine and all this weird occultism he's attached to race. And in Mein Kampf, 2nd volume, chapter 1, he talks about, well, the Nazis have a new world.
Your Kampf? Mine
concept, Weltanschauung. And that world concept will be the racial world concept. And then he lays out how the state exists to preserve the race. That's the point, because when you have the race, you have the people who will generate high culture. And when you have the people who generate high culture, then you can advance society to its highest level of expression and man's highest level of expression. Very progressive ideology. But what he's saying is, we had this somewhere in this mythical, distant, foggy past, and we can recover it. How? By taking every step that we can to figure out the race and purify the race. And guess what? Everybody who's with me who wants Germany to be made great again after World War I and the ravages of the Treaty of Versailles as they saw it, and the challenges that came with the interwar period as we see it now. All you Germans who are mad at Europe and mad at the French and you're having a bad time, guess what? There's a mythic Germany that you've lost and we can get it back. Hey, come on, let's go. And here's the ideology. It's our...
Jesus, I'm so curious how the rest of this conversation, how are they not going to map that directly onto, literally it's in the slogan, Make America Great Again. How do we escape that?
Racial world concept. And here's how it's going to be organized, not with this, vanguard Bolshevik model over there that the communists use, but we're going to use what I call the Führer principle. Not me, Hitler called the Führer principle. The leader principle. Of course, who's the Führer? Hitler. So he's on top, and it's this absolutely rigid top-down pyramid of authority, which is a completely different expression.
That's what a Tower of Babel is.
That's exactly right.
What the fuck? Kill me.
Yeah, with the wrong thing at the top.
But it's the same program. The game that we've now, it's not the game that we're all playing. It's the game that we've been forced into by this rotten circumstance, has dispossessed us from who we should be. We're heritage Germans, for example, and we should have the benefits of our mastery of race. But the problem is, in his sight...
It's very attractive to anyone who has nothing to offer but racial identity.
That's right. That's right. And two things, racial identity and obedience. Maybe a modicum of cruelty as well.
Yeah, well, that comes along for the ride.
It comes along for the ride eventually.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the young Germans were actually inspired because they thought it was going to be good for the worker. They were inspired by the socialism part of National Socialism, and that it was going to be good for Germany. And they loved their country and they wanted to see it great. And so they were swept up, the Hitler Youth were swept up to get into this. But it's the same program. There's a game. We were used to be the masters of the game, but now we've been dispossessed from the game. They threw us from top to bottom. That was an intolerable experience. By the way, this is all the story of Lucifer.
Yes.
We've been cast to the bottom.
Yes.
And so what we're going to do now is we're
one.
going to grab our
Religious.
rightful inheritance, and we're going to build the structure that returns us to it. P.S. The organizational structure is the Führer principle, so I'm at the top.
Okay, so I want to talk about
Lucifer.
this Lucifer idea.
Yes.
So Lucifer
King.
is the
fallen
morning
angel.
star, and he's the angel of the untrammeled intellect.
Yes.
That's how he's portrayed.
Thank God. We were so close to getting something interesting actually said, but now, yes, religious allegory. Or is it true? Or is it metaphorical? Or is it nonfiction? Who the fuck knows? The listeners sure don't, because Jordan will never tell us.
Traded Milton, right? And he's allied in some strange way with the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
If I might
Yes.
just interject, if he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning after the morning
Masturbate.
star rises?
Pee. Kill your
wake up.
wife. Oh.
Right.
Woke.
Right.
Oh! Oh my God, he figured it out.
You wake up.
Right.
Woke.
Right. The spirit of enlightenment. Right. Okay, so in
Or dark enlightenment, as it were.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What?
Right, absolutely. Well, that's the question. What's the difference between genuine? What's the difference between what's genuine and what's false, let's say?
Yes.
So in the story of Genesis, God tells
That was
Adam
so
and Eve
deep.
that
Holy
they can
shit.
pretty much have free reign, except for one thing. They can't, as far as I can tell, what it means is they can't take the right to define the moral order to themselves. They have to abide by the moral order, that there's an intrinsic moral order that's grounded below nature, even grounded in the principle of being itself.
Sure.
They have to ally themselves with that. But Eve, interestingly, Eve is tempted by the serpent. Maybe her powers of discrimination are somewhat lacking. Maybe her
Because women are tricked
proclivity
by
to empathy
sociopaths.
clouds her.
Yes. Weak woman.
And maybe it's a form of feminine pride. in any case, the
form of feminine pride. Eve taking the apple was actually toxic femininity on full display. Bad Girls is actually a Luciferian film about women's proclivity to destroying everything.
serpent tempts her, telling her that if she ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that she would become like God, which is the one thing God forbade, right? So the idea seems to be something like, the more radical the revolutionary precept, the more likely something Luciferian is behind it. So it's a serpent in the garden, so it's clearly something poisonous, but then it gets weirdly associated with the idea of Lucifer, right? Which is a very strange leap. The leap is something...
I love that it's Peterson of all people being swept up into supporting a fascist regime and not being able to realize it, considering he talked about the Germans and Nazi Germany so much. Actually, in a very weird way, we can understand that because, in a way, Jordan Peterson fell a little bit into the trap, or helped create the trap, that James Lindsay was kind of describing in the very beginning of this podcast, or whatever, this episode, where Lindsay was talking about the idea of creating a second language using the words of the first language. And what's something that conservatives, for whatever fucking reason, have been trying to do forever, and it's relabeling Nazism, National Socialism, as a left-wing socialist movement. And as long as Nazis are left-wing and socialist, then that means that conservatives, you literally don't even have to look out for it. Why the fuck would I have to worry about Trump or MAGA or anything on the right becoming Nazi? They're literally left-wing, right? Because of that, the relabeling of all of that, the obsession with trying to make that a left-wing movement instead.
like, what's the most poisonous of all possible serpents, right? So then it becomes a meta principle. And it looks to me like it's something like the drive to power. And that fits well with the notion that, well, Marx would be on top of the communists and Hitler would be on top of the Nazis and Mussolini would be top of the Italian fascists.
Yeah.
So if the belief system is pressed into the service of the hierarchical status of its originators, then there tends to be something profoundly Luciferian behind it. Yes?
Yes. So now we're talking at a very abstract, deep, whether metaphysical is, I think metaphysical is the right word, level for what represents woke. This isn't going to be like recognizable to your average Joe on the street who's dealing with, you know, a pride parade and saying, well, that's woke. I understand woke. But
yeah, and they are called pride parades.
They are called pride parades.
And the cardinal sin of Lucifer is pride.
Is pride.
Right.
Shit. It does fit
desire
together.
to replace God, to replace the fundamental moral order. So I figured something else out too recently. So
God, G-O-D. And what's the problem with the left? They have multiple gods, G-O-D-S, gods, God's gaze, LGBT, 4. It's always the 4 letters. 4 years, Biden, okay? Careful.
Imagine that you could found a society on power, because you can, at least for a short period of time. And imagine that you could organize a group of people hedonistically as well. So that would be the real dark side of populism, right? We'll just have the government give people, it's like Pleasure Island in the Pinocchio video, right? Bread and circuses. You can get away with that for a while. Power, hedonism. You can abandon everything and sink into a pit of nihilism. That's not very effective psychologically or socially. But then that begs the question that the postmodernists wrecked their ship on, I would say. Is there a unifying principle, a high order unifying principle? That's the meta-narrative idea, right? Because the cardinal proclamation of postmodernism is that there's no pinnacle meta-narrative. There's no upper union. But I think that's wrong. I think that the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice is foundational. And I think that's the narrative that runs through the biblical corpus.
You've given very, very eloquent speeches on that.
Well, and so then we would have a dynamic where because we're trying to figure out how to identify the Luciferian players, let's say.
Exactly.
That seems reasonable, right? So they're in love with the creations of their own intellect. But that intellect is not serving the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. It's
True.
serving the principle of power.
Oh, Right. my
You
God.
remember in the gospel account when Christ is in the desert, the third temptation that Satan lays before him is the temptation of power.
That's right.
Right.
Everything that you see before you.
Yes.
Yeah, Matthew 4.
If you follow me.
That's right.
Right. So that seemed okay. So you don't have any problem with the underlying dynamic of that.
No, not at
explanation.
all. No, not at all. And I see, you know, a fruitful discussion because, you know, this is of course very high order thinking and expressing.
High level shit, guys.
But the experience for people on the ground is exactly what we were mentioning earlier. It's those traits of the dark tetrad, like Machiavellianism and all of this. So they're going to experience, what does that look like in everyday experience? The swarms on social media, the cancel
the woke
culture,
mobs, Ellie fingering that one chick with her dirty fingernails, trans people in video games,
struggle session, you know, this kind of stuff, the lying and the manipulation,
cries of victimization,
the gaslighting, and is the, you know, it's called sometimes Darvo, deny, attack,
Darvoing,
reverse the roles of victim
high
and
school
offender.
women,
when
yes.
you catch a
How do we go from all of this analysis to the people on Twitter? Are we just ignoring the entire state of affairs across the entire planet right now? In 2025, Donald Trump, his chief of staff is talking about suspending habeas corpus. They're deporting people with no due process. Sometimes this includes U.S. citizens. We've made an enemy of the entire world. The president has unilaterally passed tariffs higher than in any point in U.S. history. We've made enemies of both of our neighbors. We've blown up the only trade deal that he took credit for, which was the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. We're on the verge of wars with like 3 different countries. We're talking about conquering things from allies. India, but anyway, so these girls, they use the term Darvo, by the way, which is Luciferian in nature.
psychopath out, they do it's an acronym DARVO. They deny that
there's a number of people operating like that
that's right.
at the moment.
It's everywhere. And so these are the experiences. So the expression that I could give to tie people, just to bring woke right back to the conversation, is we're familiar now with the machinations of woke left, right? And what I would say is, well, what's woke right is same energy, different direction. You have all of those same exact, whether it's Luciferian at the high level, whether it's struggle sessions, Machiavellianism,
well, we've got a
sadism at the
hierarchy
low level.
there. It's Luciferian at the core. Then we've got the cluster B dark tetrad traits. Then there's the mechanisms that you described, right? So that's a differentiated. Then that gives us a way of identifying.
So if we use the kind of, you know, pop word of the day of, you know, vibes or energy, it's same energy, different direction. And this is exactly like what I was already saying with Marx versus fascism, or communism versus fascism. And we could go as weirdly deep as you want. There's a few ways to get to it. Like you say, well, obviously communism's kind of the arch progressive ideology, but I would disagree. It's probably fascism, but differently. Communism was actually obsessed. If you read Marx, he's obsessed. What was this? Well, the quote: positive transcendence of private property is human self-estrangement, and therefore a complete return of man.
Return to monkey.
To what? His real true self. It's obsessed with state of nature. It's obsessed with, we've been alienated all the way back to the beginning. For him, private property marks the fall. So the serpent came along and didn't offer an apple, but offered the fundamental right to exclude private property. But you have the same general concept. So they're obsessed with looking all the way back to the state of nature.
Well, and that is also an unbelievably effective move on the psychopathic side, because the basic criminal attitude is, and I've dealt with criminal types quite a lot, it's pretty straightforward.
It's practice.
It's perfectly fine for me to take what you have because you took it.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. And
that's
so
exactly
Marx
what you
has
hear.
just nailed that perfectly.
That's exactly what it is.
Property is theft. As soon as property is theft, the criminal is the moral agent. And that happened in the Soviet Union, right? Because in the prisons, the criminals were treated as moral agents, whereas the political prisoners were treated as, you know, what would you say? The kinds of heretics who deserved nothing but the longest possible sentence of death. Right. Because the criminals were victims. If property is theft, criminals are victims. That's a hell of a satisfying outcome for the criminals.
That's right. And so what you have in that same paragraph, so you have Marx saying that,
just as a heads up, remember, so that you guys don't ever sound like fucking retards, that the quickest and easiest way to figure out if somebody is totally lying about even pretending to have the slightest understanding of socialism or communism or Marxism, whatever the fuck. Private property is not personal property. Private property refers to capital, and personal property refers to things that an individual might personally keep. These are two different things. That's not the same thing.
What we're going to do is get back to our state of nature. But we're not going to go back. It's not going back. He's just discussed Babeuf and the failure of the French Revolution commune model. That it was all low end. It was, grubby. It was dirty. They had no high culture. They had not, same as Hitler's interest, no high culture. He says this is wrong. We're going to have a transcendence. So we're not going to go back to state of nature. We're going to transcend. And all he's doing is rehashing Rousseau, which had passed through Hegel and Schiller. And what Rousseau had said is we need to be, because he wanted to live a free libertine lifestyle, not liberal, but libertine, but he liked being a citizen, didn't he? And so he wanted to, savages made to live in cities. That's, in the French, however, but that's what he literally called them. Savages.
If personal property appreciated, would it become private property? I don't know if personal property, I don't know if that can appreciate under the labor theory of value. Where would the appreciation come from, actually? I'm so curious. I don't know how that would be explained in a Marxist sense. I'm not actually sure.
Is made to live in cities. That's the completion of man. The omega of man. Alpha of man is the primitive communist. The omega of man is when you reach the point where you have the same sharing attitude and liberated lifestyle as the beginning, but now you have all the high culture and benefits of all the production in between. So it's a perfectly paradoxical and impossible thing, but Marx calls it the riddle of history solved that knows itself to be its own solution.
What does the future hold for business?
Jesus
one source is looking to streamline, even hunt. Speaking of JB,
and so that's
JBP.
Also, the name of this show is When the Right Goes Too Far. It feels like that's where we started. I feel like we've spent the majority of the time still shitting on the left, though. But, who knows? Maybe we'll get somewhere else. Let's find out.
And so that's
the
alpha and the omega.
So that libertine offering is an interesting twist. I've been trying to puzzle out. I wrote this article with Jonathan Pajot on the Scarlet Beast of the Apocalypse. And it was really illuminating to me. There's lots of the Book of Revelation I just don't understand, me and many other people. But I understand some of it. So the Scarlet Beast is the degenerate state. So imagine that when a uniting principle disappears, so that would be the Nietzschean death of God, you get the postmodern condition, which is that there's no uniting narrative. And so the state grows a lot of different heads. It's kind of a hydra now. It's collapsing into chaos, symbolically speaking. It has a lot of different heads.
Yeah, it's the personal property that appreciates money. In Marx, the labor theory of value is a transformation that is supposed to show you where all the value of everything in society comes from. And it does that by relating labor, capital, and natural resources. And labor, it's labor, right? It's labor, natural resources, capital, and is profit in there, or do you derive profit from it somehow? But I don't know how you deal with just a thing appreciating on its own without any additional labor or without any additional labor. I don't know how that's accounted for in a Marxist. I don't know for like labor theory. I'm not asking how does your I know in real economics how it appreciates in value. I don't know in Marxist economics how they account for that. I don't know. All right, we can actually, oh fuck. How does labor theory of value account for appreciation in personal property value? There's no shot I'm getting an answer to this. No, okay. Oh, that might be true, actually. Value is not the same thing as price. Those things can become disjointed. I don't remember how they account for that, what all that looks like, or if there's a transformation between value and price ultimately, but...
heads because nothing's uniting it. And that's why it's blood red, because that's a very dangerous condition. It's a fragmenting condition. Okay, so that's the scarlet beast of the degenerate state. This is a symbol of the end of times.
Yeah.
And I don't mean the end of time per se. This is a symbol of
Obviously,
how
guys, come on, don't be
things
fucking
end,
stupid.
Right? Always.
Yeah,
Always.
sure.
The state,
yeah, no, that's right.
Right.
I follow you.
So, okay, fine. So the state deteriorates still. It's a multi-headed hydra. Okay. But then it has something on its back.
What?
And that's the whore of
Prostitute,
Babylon. Yeah, the mother of all prostitutes.
Holy
so
shit.
The idea there is that when the patriarchal state
Breaks
or
down,
psyche
it turns
loses
into a
its
woman.
central function,
It becomes feminine in
female
nature.
sexuality commoditizes.
Yes.
Right, and we can see that's like just happening everywhere right now.
And that's-
OnlyFans is the greatest example
Yes,
of that.
and it's
That woman
Luciferian in nature.
Great Britain who's sleeping with like 100 men a night, or I think she managed 1,000 in a week, something like that.
It's crazy.
I won't say her name, but
Very Luciferian.
she's become very well known for the absolute outrageousness of her behavior. Her mother is her business manager. It's so awful
Disgusting.
that you just can't believe it. Okay, so you have this
Where do you find that stuff? I'm just kidding.
mother of all prostitutes. So that's the central spirit of commoditized female sexuality.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to happen when the state deteriorates. Of course, female sexuality is going to commoditize when
Yeah.
the
There's no
state
men to
loses
protect
its
it.
protective and integrative
Yep,
function.
there you go.
And so she offers this libertine pleasure, right? So you could think of power. That's a way that power. That's what power offers to those who are willing to use power. It's like,
It's
why do you want
hedonistic.
control over someone?
True.
Well, to have your way with them, obviously.
Absolute-
And there's going to be a
obviously.
sexual component to that. That was certainly the case in Marx's own life, for example.
Oh.
So you can imagine the fantasies that possessed him, too,
Oh, yeah.
would be,
Right.
well, once we establish this new utopia, and the communists promised free love. That's a common
Absolutely, they did.
leftist, as if it's love,
As if
which
it's
it
real
isn't,
love.
and as
And
if
it's
sex
free.
is free, which it
Not
never
even
is.
close.
What happens at the end of the Scarlet Beast
It
horror of
devours you.
Babylon
Say it.
dichotomy,
It
say,
devours you.
interaction is the beast kills the prostitute.
Yep, every time.
So that's perfect, right? Because so the degenerative patriarchal state breeds the commoditization of female sexuality, but ultimately destroys all pleasure. And I also think that's happening now.
True.
I mean,
with OnlyFans.
You have radically high rates of virginity, for example,
Yep.
among Japanese and
But
South
higher
Koreans.
pornography consumption.
And in the West, more broadly, an apparent breakdown of the relationship between men and women, not least politically, right, with the men starting to fly off into the conservative sphere of influence and the women becoming increasingly liberal. So that's another, it shows you the fact that these mythological tropes appear fitting shows you how deep the malaise is, right?
Yeah. Sure,
The
and
culture war is way deeper than the political.
In a vehicle to this is transgression, right? Transgression of the existing order, and transgression, I think, is such a key feature. In fact, I've described recently a cult of transgression that you could easily describe on the woke left, right? And it kind of fits my same energy, different direction, or same energy, opposite direction, because you see with both of these two wokes, but also other these kind of degenerate ideologies and psychosocial dynamics, you have this cult of transgression where the way it's like the payment to be in the cult is to transgress a little further. You start with,
Yeah.
oh yeah, well, we need LGBT representation. Okay, well, you've already transgressed because the
And then we're going to be at we need trans children and then pedophiles. Come on. Give us the path.
he's different from the LGB. It's completely different. It refers to trying to work out a
It's a competition of transgression.
there's nothing in lesbian, gay, or bisexual that is a disintegrated psychology. There's something fundamental in the transition that's a disintegrated psychology. If you have gender dysphoria, if we admit that that's even real, you have a disintegrated psychology. Your phenomenology of self and your ontology of self are out of whack.
Yes.
And in fact, what they do then is once it gets out of whack, they invert it.
Yes.
And they put this phenomenology first and say the ontology has to follow. So if we do enough surgery, somehow we've changed ourselves. This
Mention
is
the kids.
completely disordered thinking. So
And
it's
the kids.
already a
And the kids.
transgression, but let's not get
Well,
lost
and
in
the
the weeds.
foundational principle there is sexual identity, right? This
Of
is a
course.
very strange thing about these fragmented identity claims is that they, like, an identity should unite and it should serve a psychological and a social purpose simultaneously. Sure. An identity that's predicated on hedonistic orientation isn't an identity at all.
And this is where the transgression is. What does the whore present? The whore, she presents sex out of its context. It's free.
How much do you think these guys, do you think they actually stroke themselves like after the conversation? Like, do you think like that was just, I'm feeling frisky after like the podcast ends and like, let's go to the jerk room over here and just like, cause I'm fucking ready to bust some loads. That was just, it was such a deep and insightful conversation we had after saying just like so much worthless shit for an hour or 2 hours. Jesus Christ.
As you said, sex is never free. She presents free sex, right? So what she presents
the ultimate delusion,
the ability,
free sex.
The ability to transgress. And so you go from LGBT itself as a word, but we need representation. Okay, fine. So we need to put gay characters on TV. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe it's not a problem. Who knows? Well, we take a step.
Do kids.
What does it got to be after this?
Kids.
We know. Well, we need gay characters in children's programming.
Yes. And then
it's a
do
further transgression.
pedos.
Then we need them in schools. Now we need a drag queen to come read to the kids.
Close.
Well, the drag performance needs to get more radical. And you can see it in the pride parades too.
Yes.
It's the inclusion of more and more transgressive
Yes.
stuff. This is a cult
Get
of
to the kids
transgression.
part.
And
I'm
it's
almost
how-
ready to
Okay, so
come.
those now we can link the transgression back to your original idea.
It was almost there.
That you have a
You cut 'em off.
hierarchy of social status, let's call it conservative. And so
Yeah.
now the parasitic predators swarm in and they splinter it. They splinter with transgression.
Sure.
Right. So that's an important thing to note, right?
But there's a deeper thing here, which is it's also what Mao did with his red identity, black identities, which were split themselves, is that the target is actually normal integrated society, and the excuse for the targeting is the opposite side pathology, right? And so with Marcuse, to go back to the left, he writes this essay in 1965, Repressive Tolerance. He says, okay, there's three kinds of tolerance. He says there's democratic tolerance. That's what a normal, healthy society has, and it only can tolerate so much or it'll fall apart. And then there's the repressive, right-wing.
True. I wonder if beforehand they're looking at each other, it's like, okay, this is like all Jordan Peterson might. So, okay, I'm going to leak. I'm sorry. I said I was never going to leak this because I signed a big contract saying I wouldn't, but I think I have enough money now that I'll just pay the penalty. When Peterson goes on these shows, okay, what happens is you sit across from each other and he says, the way that I do this podcast, the only way that my deal with the Daily Wire is okay is we're going to have a schizo off. And I was like, what do you mean a schizo off? I wanted to talk politics. Like, no. He's like, what we do is both of us just become increasingly schizophrenic during the podcast. And we try to see how far we can push it before anybody in the audience calls out that we're actually competing with one another to give the most inane, just arbitrary, but also wild, but also nebulous, but also like pointed at the left, but also like vague, and just like everything, just the ultimate schizo off. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have the ultimate schizo off, and then once we figure that out, or I'm sorry, we're gonna do that, and then we'll see if anybody in the audience can figure it out. That's what's happening right now. Okay, in case you guys wonder when you watch some of these shows, have they said anything of value over the last hour? That's what you're listening to right now. Okay.
He has, and it only can tolerate so much or it'll fall apart. And then there's the repressive, right-wing, maybe it's fascist, whatever. He actually uses the word fascist repeatedly. And then what he says is actually those two things are the same thing because of different stupid excuses, nuclear weapons or whatever else. So actually we live in the repressive state now.
Yeah, right. All game rules are repressive.
And his argument is actually that all capitalist society will degenerate into fascism unless it's resisted. And he says the answer to this is liberating tolerance. And what is liberating tolerance? And his own definition, which is, close to from memory, a quote, it is, we will extend liberating tolerance, he says, would mean we extend tolerance to movements from the left and we withdraw tolerance from movements from the right.
Jeez.
Which is everything to his right. Okay, so speaking
it's amazing how that's played out
in psychopathology, that's splitting, by the way.
And sociologically.
It's like BPD splitting, wow.
I mean, one of the things I've noticed about my home country, it's really stark in Canada.
Oh, it's gotten dark over there, guys. Since the Libs won, not good, guys, not good.
Conservatives protest, they're flattened.
Yeah.
Left protest, there's no holds barred. No matter how pathological it becomes, the left-wing protesters are always the heroic victims.
Yep.
The trucker convoy was a great example of that, right?
Yeah, when the truckers I can't believe how much these guys were maligned. All they did was try to shut down the entire North American economy because they didn't want to wear masks. And for some reason, everybody fucking vilified these guys. Like, Jesus Christ. It's unbelievable how mad people got. Like, there's a whole world out there of trade and business and economy. And like, just because these guys wanted to shut down the economy in North America, all they wanted was just reprieve from the oppressive mask mandates that the majority of Canadians across the provinces voted for. It was crazy how much people demonize these poor truckers.
Because, you know, it was a disruptive demonstration, although remarkably peaceful. And the legal repercussions are still unrolling. And I think maybe it's, tell me what you think about this. I think it's because it might be partly the spread of the ideas of Marcuse through the culture.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I also think that people are genuinely people.
That's just, God, he's so profound sometimes.
That spread of the ideas of Marcuse through the culture.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I also think that people are genuinely people.
Yeah.
There's something to genuinely fear when actual conservatives protest, because they don't do it until they're pushed to the wall.
That may be, but I think
well,
it's...
is it also an indication that something very fundamental has gone sideways? Because conservatives aren't the protesting type.
Think about that. It's just such a nice... It's just so... God, I wish I could fucking suck Jordan Peterson from 2015 out to come and analyze this Jordan Peterson. Like, the amount of patronization or the amount of... he would say the bigotry of low expectations, right? When the left protests, it's destructive and evil and horrible and malicious. One might say Luciferian. But when the right protests, I mean, you got to imagine if the right's protest, that's like dads crying. Okay, that means some crazy shit is. It's not their fault. Like, Jesus, if the right is protesting, you know that shit is fucked. Because damn, the right never protests. It's got to be something crazy, right? When the left protests, it's their fault. When the right protests, something really bad is causing the right to protest, right?
I wanted to share something special with you as we Father Chillin God just a few and how that complete
tells us something. No, but I think that the trucker protest tells us something different, because the target, these people, this is one of the most genuinely peaceful, pro-liberty, free. It was the freedom convoy, and they meant it, and they policed their own borders, and they kept the radicals out on the right. So what happened was they showed up, the left showed up to protest the normal people. I'm not going to say the middle, the normal people. Everyday freedom-loving Canadians. And the excuse was there's a far right.
Here's how much the Freedom Convoy has cost to the U.S. and Canada. Traffic on the Ambassador Bridge, a critical North American trade route, reopened on Monday after a week-long blockade by truckers protesting vaccine mandates ended. But not before the protests likely inflicted hundreds of millions in economic damage. The so-called Freedom Convoy, which started in Ottawa more than 2 weeks ago and comprised roughly 8,000 participants at its height, created a blockade of key bridges and crossings between the U.S. and Canada, including the Ambassador Bridge, as well as daily demonstrations in the Canadian capital of Ottawa. The protests largely centered on objections to vaccine requirements for truckers crossing the U.S.-Canadian border, but came to include a protest against COVID regulations writ large. The bridge is North America's busiest trade link, connecting Detroit to Windsor, and a vital artery for the auto industry. About 25% of the trade between the U.S. and Canada crossed this particular bridge, about $360 million of cargo daily, according to Reuters. The 7-day blockage, therefore, had wide-ranging consequences. The auto industry alone is facing losses as high as $988 million because of the blockades, given that there's an estimated $141 million worth of vehicles and auto parts flowing in and out daily, according to 2021 data from IHS Markit, a research firm.
Everyday freedom-loving. So what happened was they showed up, the left showed up to protest the normal people. I'm not going to say the middle, the normal people. Everyday freedom-loving Canadians. And the excuse was there's a far right. Okay. So what happened is I call this ideological flattening or dialectical flattening, but it's psychologically it's splitting. The person that's occupying the leftist deranged position has flattened liberals and conservatives into a single monster. Not so they can fight the conservatives, so they can fight the liberals. And that's happening on the other side. Conservatives will look over and say, whoa, there's the far left.
Whoa, hold on there. You're doing the dumb thing where you're criticizing the right again. Jordan, can you save us from this real quick? Can you find a way to make this about the left again? Because it's kind of weird because he kind of went to the right again. I don't know why he's doing this. Come on, Jordan. Please, 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 please. You got to bring this back. Go back to shitting on the left. I know you can do this. Please bring this back to the left. Come on, Jordan.
And all the classical liberals are actually in their camp, and they've flattened them. It's the same splitting behavior. And again, so this is, again, an emphasis of this woke, or an exhibition of this woke right phenomenon of same energy, different direction, opposite directions in this case. And the idea is that they are attacking the middle through the proxy of the far opposite side. So I brought up Marcuse because he's also famous for Eros and civilization and the sexual liberation. And we were talking about the pride and the queer theory.
Well, those left-wing movements in the 60s all floated on a cloud of free love.
That's right, they did.
Okay.
But
good.
Look
Kinda
at
good.
the Pride Parade. Okay, so
on.
we need
Don't let 'em do
representation
this.
and visibility for gay people because there's a repressive society. That's the excuse. It's the far right that won't let anybody come out. So they come out. And is that where it stays? Is that what they're actually targeting? No. You have fetishes, you have all kinds of perversion, degeneracy. I mean, I don't want to even talk about what it is, you know, explicitly,
Thank
which is
God.
an advantage to queer theories. Nobody will say what it actually says.
Yeah,
because
right.
it's so gross.
Yeah.
But what they were targeting were liberal societal norms, real societal norms, healthy, let's forget liberal, healthy, not degenerate societal norms about sex and sexuality. And the excuse was if you don't...
degenerate's the right word too, I think, because I think one of the hallmarks, because if you are a relativist, you might say, well, who are you to place modes of orienting yourself in the world in a hierarchy?
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
'cause you described some of them as degenerate. The reason that they're degenerate is because when they're employed, they degenerate.
Yeah, sure, of course.
So
God, he's just so fucking smart. Oh my God.
that they're degenerate is because when they're employed, they degenerate.
Yeah, sure, of course.
So they're games that violate their own principles as they play themselves out. Because I think one of the hallmarks, because degenerate's the right word too, I think, because I think one of the hallmarks, because if you are a relativist, you might say, well, who are you to place?
It's funny. This, I believe, would be a form of begging the question, right? So you're trying to figure out, what I mean when I say degenerate, because what, you're more a relativist? Well, let me help you there, buddy. A degenerate is somebody that engages in behavior that is degenerative because the behavior itself leads to degeneration. Did that help? Liberal? Well, no, because the question was, what does it mean to be degenerate? What are you degenerating into? Something that's degenerative, of course. Okay.
Modes of orienting yourself in the world in a hierarchy.
Yeah,
Because
sure.
you described some of them as degenerate. The reason that they're degenerate is because when they're employed, they degenerate.
Yeah, sure, of course.
So they're games that violate their own principles as they play themselves out.
But there's nothing about a guy in fetish gear at a parade in front of children, for example, that's challenging the norms of a repressive sexual society that thinks that, you know, it should be procreative, heterosexual sex only. That's an excuse. It's pretext. What they're after is the norms that hold regular society together. And my argument is that the woke right does the same thing. They have a cult of transgression too. They sometimes call it being based, but that's a completely bad word for what they're trying to describe, because based should mean based in reality, although the origin of the term is slang for being free-based on cocaine. So
what the fuck?
So they're out of their minds, right? It's just funny how this lines up. But what do they do? Okay, so the left has told us, the far left has told us, you can't be racist. Racist is worse. Everybody's a racist. And of course, they completely made degenerate the concept of racism, the word racism, the accusation, the sky is racist, going for a hike is racist. But they aren't trying to reclaim and say, okay, no, wait. Racism's bad. We don't want to be racist. And nobody should be racist. And the left completely ruined it. So we need to reclaim the term and have this healthy societal norm about discrimination and bigotry. What they're doing instead is saying it's time for us to be a little bit racist. The left said, don't be racist, so we're going to be really racist. And we're going to do it in order to
beat your racism.
You know, to own the libs, as they sometimes phrase. the thing, right? But really it's to reject woke culture is the pretext. They're not acting racist or blaming Jews for everything going wrong in society, or, you know, getting further and further into the racial expression or the white racial consciousness or whatever, or the white supremacy or even white nationalism in order to challenge the left.
No.
They're doing it to challenge the center, the healthy core of society and its norms. So that's the target. It's a cult of transgression.
Hold on.
But they point in opposite directions. Left in some sense
I don't
says,
like
don't be
this.
racist. They say,
I don't like this because it's kind of like he just said something that's like a little bit bad about the right. Jordan, Jay, can you bring this back, please?
do be racist. And this is, again, the communist fascist thing. We're going to liberate everybody. That's what the
No,
communists
bring it back,
say.
bring it back.
They come along, it
Come on.
screws everything up. And, you know, there's all this oppression in society. We're going to liberate people from oppression and everything's going to be utopia.
He's going to get it. He's going to bring it back. He's going to bring it back. Don't worry.
Mhm.
Okay.
Defined primarily by full sexual liberation.
Of course.
Right.
And
you
it
know,
all-
there is.
Okay.
Hold on.
No, no,
It
no,
all
no,
goes
no,
to
no,
hell.
no. Did he just cut him off? Jordan was about to bring it back to the left in sexual degeneration. Come on.
Liberation.
Of course.
Right.
And
you
it
know,
all-
there is.
Hold on. It all goes to hell.
I can't believe
And
you
so then the right
fucking
wakes up.
interrupted him.
Wakes up, woke, and says, actually,
woke.
I think the oppression's what was holding us together, so we should do more of it. And they create a hierarchy in society that's very rigid, again, with that Führer principle from the fascists. Because Mussolini had his lighter version of it, Hitler.
God, the problem is that James is like so close to not even saying something correct, but almost so close to saying something profound. He has like the pieces there. Jordan is not a good person to have this conversation because he's a fucking retard. But like, there's something here of, in a way, the right is being reactionary against things that they see as the left. And the way that they're doing that is by embodying things like racism, because they're trying to hint at a thing that was better than where we're at right now, but they're misidentifying the things that were better. So people will think like, oh, the internet was so much better back when we were kids because it didn't have TikTok or whatever else. And, you know, and maybe that might be correct, maybe, but it also might have just been better because you were 16 years old. And the biggest worry that you had in life was whether or not you had a quiz tomorrow in English class, not whether or not you could afford to pay rent, or if that pain that you just got in your knee is like a new permanent fixture in your life, or dealing with dying parent, right? It could just be that there were a whole bunch of other things that were just like nice in life, because when you're a kid, you have no actual worries or fears. You know, maybe not, you know. But he's so close to hinting at something profound, actual profound here, like something that would be an actual nice observation that could lead to a treasure trove of thought. But Peterson's just ready to rip it back to the degenerate lefties every single fucking time. Jesus.
Concretized it for Nazi Germany in 1933, following Carl Schmitt's book, The Legal Basis for the Total State. They created the legal structure for this thing. But the idea was that there is a hierarchy that kept society on the rails, and we're going to go back to that hierarchy in extreme pastiche form. And there's a reward structure socially for the people in the club to push the envelope and attack those normal, everyday societal norms in the center. So again, same energy, opposite direction. But the point is the transgression, which they call queering on the left. We don't have a word for it on the right. They call it being based, but that's not the same as transgress. But it's still transgression. And so same pathology for different reasons, same idea, like Marx said, you go all the way back to the state of nature, you're going to combine it with the end, so you're going to become the man, the alpha man, who's also the omega man, in other words, the alpha and the omega of humanity. So you become God man, Homo Deus, as Harari named it in his book, Homo Deus. And then on the right, they don't go that far back. They don't go back to the state of nature. They're not interested in the state of nature. They're interested in the mythic past from which they've been dispossessed that never existed, a romantic vision of who they were at some golden era.
Look, see, like he's actually really, and this actually does, like he's read stuff. Like this actually does tie into the Nazi stuff and everything else, and the Palestinians and the Israelis. Like everybody has to be in charge of manipulating history, because when you can manipulate history and present a false history in front of somebody, then you can harken back to a better time that you can convince people was actually real. But that better time wasn't actually real in the way that they remember it, or not because of the things that they think were making it better, like racism or whatever else, but that was an aspect of what it was like. It's like when you grow up and every car around you is a shitty car and they're all blue, and you've got a guy and he's like, remember when cars used to be good when we were growing up? And maybe the cars genuinely were better, but they were also all red. And you're like, we need to take these shitty blue cars and we need to paint them red and things will be better like they were in the past. And maybe the red paint in the past actually sucked shit and it was corrosive and it rotted and whatever the fuck, I don't know, whatever paint does, right? And so you get these people that are trying to harken back to a better society in the past. And maybe it was better, maybe it wasn't, maybe it actually wasn't better. But if it was better for different reasons that weren't related to the paint of the car. But that's the thing that you focus on. And the car paint, for the analogy here, would be the opting of a language and creating secondary meanings out of all the words, right? Like Lindsay's onto something that is like almost profound. It's very close to being a very interesting thing, and it's true for the Nazis too, right? The empire of Bismarck was so much more ambitious, and not really the way that they present it. Or for the Palestinians, you know, we used to own all of this land as a strong Palestinian people, not really. Or the Israelis, you know, we got along with everybody and we've been nice to everybody around us, like not really. It's like he's close, but then Peterson's here to fucking rip it all away.
In the past that they've been ejected from, but they're still now the alienated outsider. They're still the alien force came in, dispossessed them from who they are, and now they're going to claim it back. And the way they're going to do it is by organizing a fascist structure as an answer to the degeneracy, a very rigid structure, and in a too rigid structure, in answer to the
too rigid structure to make sense of what the perceived disorganization, right? And the book that we are so reading, of course, right? The fascist structure in response to the bohemian, lackadaisical lifestyle that lacked any real defining cultural aspects, you know, like the great ancient, well, not ancient, I guess, in their time, but like of the generation before, right? Or in today's culture, right? The degenerating music and all this horrible stuff as compared to the wonderful stuff we had when all the musicians and singers were super straight and not degenerate in the 60s and 70s and 80s.
The not rigid enough structure of communism. And then what they do is the exact same transgression against the center to build their own power out in their local little cult against the big game of society. They're attacking the game of society to build their numbers with the hope of being able to replace it in both cases. So this is why I call these people woke. It's not just that they've gone on cancel rampages and struggle sessions. It's not that they've put me through a relentless struggle session since September without stopping, or, you know, doxed my family and everything else in their wrath. I said, James calls them all woke right, and they decide to prove me wrong by canceling me and struggling me and doxing my family and acting exactly like we all went through in 2015 when you stood up about the pronouns. And that's the thing, Jordan, back then, you stood up and you paid. That was ugly. And you were right. You saw that when they said you will use these literally transgressive pronouns.
Or else.
You said no. And it's like the world lost its mind on you. And it's, looking back, it's almost quaint, but it wasn't quaint to go through. But the thing is you were right. And then Peter and Helen and I did the grievance studies papers, and we were right. So we were right. And I see the same structures, the same patterns, the same behaviors, the same reactions, the same explanations with slight modifications. That's the difference between communism and fascism as modern archetypes. And what I see when you can think of those as modern era mythologies for how society is supposed to be organized. And I see the same thing. And the thing is, we were right then, and we're right now.
Yeah, I've been thinking.
We, but Peterson is not at all. I don't know if James can perceive it. I wonder what else is operating here. Maybe there is something pathological, just kidding. But like, I wonder what else is operating here that, this is just such a great example of being able to intellectualize something, but something is not connecting because Peterson is not at all, not even 1% along for the ride on this. It's why he keeps trying to revert the subject back to talking about the leftists or the degenerate wokies or something else. He doesn't want to go down this road at all with them. That's why he said no names. Okay, no names. I'm curious if Peterson is about to hijack this to talking about the left again. That he won't engage at all on this. Let's find out.
I see the same thing, and the thing is, we were right then, and we're right now.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it as the hijacking of belief. Right, that's right.
A nice phrase. It's a parasite.
Yeah.
And that hijacking of belief is this. Just to take it all the way back to the Gnostic thing. That's what the Gnostic cults did before Irenaeus put them down, and then Augustine comes along and mentions them all and says there have been 84 heresies or whatever up to this point by the 4th century. The Gnostic.
But hasn't Jordan called out the woke right before as well? A couple podcasts ago, we talked about the Nazis and stuff online. He'll only call it out insofar as the Jews or the Nazi shit. That's it. but he won't go. But in my opinion, just from what I've seen online recently of James Lindsay, Lindsay is like he's almost like an in-between. Oh my God, actually, these guys should actually have a conversation. James Lindsay is like an in-between between Richard Hanania and I don't actually want to put Jordan Peterson out here at all because this guy's a fucking loser. But he's like in between but he's closer to Richard Hanania right now, I think, than Jordan Peterson. Peterson is not really calling out MAGA at all. In fact, I don't even know if Jordan Peterson is willing to call it the woke right or call it like a toxic element of MAGA. It's like he wants to view it as something different. Like that can't be MAGA. It's almost like a no true Scotsman thing, right? Look at all these MAGA guys that are Nazis. No, that can't be MAGA. They're Nazis. But that's the impression I get. I don't know. Maybe he has something more. He said something more like identifying them like that, and I just haven't seen it, but
cults did the same thing. They splintered off from the true faith. They came up with the idea that they had secret knowledge. That's the gnosis.
Have you tried the femdom dating app? That's the secret, my friend. All dating apps are femdom by nature because of the fucking differences in gender engagement.
They
don't get fooled.
Splintered off from the true faith. They came up with the idea that they had secret knowledge. That's the gnosis. But look at what the cults were, like the Manichaean cult. The Manichaean cult is a absolute splitting of the world into total good and evil. It's not us and them. It's us and everybody else against us. And the idea is that the evil is embodied in the world, and the good have to slowly work to consume the evil and turn it to good. And eventually you...
Oh my God, good suggestion. Wait, I'll try that. I will try that. A combo between me, Richard, and James Lindsay. I think it'd actually be really interesting. I'll DM them tonight. I'll see if they're interested in it.
You end up with all good. But this Manichaean battle between good and evil is what Marx codifies on the first page of the Communist Manifesto when he says that in a word, what he's talking about, the entirety of the story of history is oppressor versus oppressed. It's a fundamental dualistic metaphysics. There's no unity of society with a kind of melange of different people in different places working, playing different roles, sliding up and down the ladder. No, there is a fundamental dualism. You might move within each of those, but there's a fundamental dualistic structure, and they are in conflict. That's the first line of the Communist Manifesto after the famous preface. The first chapter, he says, the history of man is the history of the conflict of contending classes, oppressor and oppressed. And he says that what it's going to result in is the revolution of society or the common ruin of the contending classes. So either the bottom's going to come up on top and take over, the splinter group is going to replace society itself, or they're going to ruin everything. They'll destroy everything that they can't have. And then we're looking at, beastly behavior, and I don't mean animals.
So do we...
Like, it's so interesting to me that he's actually read it's such a low bar, but he's actually read the material and understands, and he can engage with it. He can actually engage with the material intellectually. I don't like where he goes with a lot of this, but I don't know if it's because Jordan Peterson's friend of him, or he's been so mindfucked by the wokes, or he's so mindfucked by MAGA dipshits or whatever. But like, he's read the material, he's integrated it into his own mind, and he's like formulating his own thoughts on it. He actually has like an understanding of Marx, probably better than mine if he's read it, because that's more than me. But it's so funny because for so long, Jordan Peterson is the one who's talked about the neo-Marxist, post-modern, blah, 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 blah. I don't even think he knows what Marx even speaks about. I don't think he's read anything. Actually, I know he hasn't, because in his debate with Zizek, he thought that it was enough to read the Communist Manifesto, which is like the retard version of Das Kapital for fucking farmers, okay? And he thought he could debate Zizek on it, which was so arrogant and so stupid. And Lindsay's actually giving an accurate accounting of kind of like the philosophy, I guess, of how society will overturn and all of that. What is Peterson about to say? Peterson just can't engage on this at all.
And we're looking at, beastly behavior, and I don't mean animals.
So maybe we could lay out some of the behavioral markers so that, because we might as well make this concrete. I can tell you what I've observed about the behavior of psychopathic parasites online. Okay.
Sure.
Maybe if you have 5 of these, you're one of them. You know what I mean?
That's
so
often
any one alone isn't enough.
Right, diagnostic criteria.
So in the comment sections, for example, anonymity is a marker. Use of a transgressive cover name, often satanic, often. So you know, and it's tongue in cheek, but no.
Like, look at how Peterson. I'm so curious. I think it's evil. I'm just gonna start ascribing malice to him. I am. Like the way that he talks about all of this, the words that he uses, right? Think about it. What are bad MAGA? What's a smarter way than saying, you know, no true Scotsman fallacy? They're not bad MAGA. They're parasites. Parasite is something different. It's not the thing itself. It's actually a separate thing. Okay, well, where do these parasites come from? Well, a parasite is not the organism itself. Well, where does the thing itself come from? It doesn't have anything to do with the ideology. It's actually pathology. They're psychopaths. They're psychopathic. Psychopathic manifestation, okay, of some biologically essential behavior has caused these parasites to latch on to the MAGA movement. In saying all of this, we've removed all of the accountability, all of the agency, all of the everything from the actual movement itself, because none of that, you can't cause a biological, essential, pathological psychopathy, okay? Sorry, all of these words are intentional. I'm trying to be Jordan Peterson, okay? It's biological in nature. It's not environmental. It's not anything you can fix, okay? It's biological nature, okay? Nature. It is psychopathy. It's a disease of the mind, okay? It's a pathology, right? It's a disease, and it's essential, meaning it's part of who these people are. It's not caused by something. You don't have to worry about causing it. It's an essential characteristic of these people, right? And then it's parasitical in nature. It's a parasite. It's a leech onto the movement. It's not anything from the movement itself. All of these, this is why I'm saying I'm viewing him as more, I think he's just evil. I think he's an evil person. He's not doing this by accident. He's choosing all of the right words and giving all of the right diagnostics to make this so there's no accountability. There's nothing wrong with the movement itself. I feel like it's very insidious. I don't know. That's the feeling I get. But
Use of a transgressive cover name, often satanic, often. So, you know, and it's tongue in cheek, but no, it's not.
Yeah.
Like there's such a clear, who can say it in chat? God, there's such a clear analogy to what he's just said there. There's a clear real life example of this. What did he say? Hold on.
You know, and it's tongue in cheek, but no, it's not.
You can do things that are kind of very evil, and it's tongue in cheek, but no, it's not. That's a profound thing, right? Fuentes identified this when he talks about I think somebody in his audience asked, like, why do you listen to this when it's just propaganda? And Fuentes said, yeah, it's propaganda. It's important to listen to the propaganda because it tells you what they're really saying. And that's true, right? It's tongue in cheek, but it's not actually tongue in cheek. It might not be expressing the thing itself, but it's expressing something about it by expressing the thing itself, right? People are saying Sam Hyde. I would say a really great example, the real life analogy here is the Elon Musk Nazi salute. I don't think Elon Musk is a Nazi. I truly don't. I don't know if he has any alt-right or neo-Nazi-ish beliefs. And I do think that was a joke. It was a joke, but it wasn't a joke. He was signaling, right? It was a joke, but not really. It was tongue-in-cheek, but not really, right? That's a perfect comparison to what he's talking about here. But of course, they would never bring that up here. But
often. So
same with Kanye? No, not the same with Kanye. Kanye is mentally ill. That's a different thing. Kanye is actually fucking crazy.
You know, and it's tongue in cheek, but no, it's not.
Yeah.
Derisive language, right? So that would be language indicative of
derisive language. Donald Trump is the nickname president, literally. Nobody fits this better than Donald Trump. Derisive. Nobody fits it better than Donald Trump.
Contempt.
Yeah.
Contempt's a really toxic emotion. Contempt and disgust. Hitler used disgust language to characterize the Jews, not fear language.
That's right.
And you destroy things you're disgusted by.
That's right.
You stay away from things you're afraid of.
It says in Mein Kampf that early in the book, in the second chapter, that one of the best moments, he doesn't say it's the best moment of my life, but he realizes, and it's clear that he's very happy about it, was the moment when he realized that the Jew is not a German and the German is not a Jew.
Right.
That's disgust.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. They use derisive and contemptuous, what do you call it?
This is just, the Trump admin is riddled with this. How do you have this conversation without bringing any of that up? The people of the shithole countries, the immigrants are poisoning the blood of the nation. Or what was that? There was some unhinged quote about immigrants. Like, how do we not bring this up? They're immigrants. They're not Americans. They're asylum seekers. They're not immigrants. They're not like us. I don't understand how you can make this combo without.
Call those. LOL is a good example.
Dismissive kind of.
Yeah. What do you call those? LOL is a good example.
Dismissive
that's
kind
the
of.
example we're going with. My bad.
Yeah, acronyms. Okay.
Now, you know there's lulz culture online.
Yes, of course.
I do it for the lulz. That's a hallmark of sadism. Now, those people who do those things, so those are 4 or 5 things: anonymity, pathological nom de plume, derisive language, and then the use of these contemptuous and cool acronyms, belittling. They use the word dude. That's a real good marker.
Yeah.
Dude. Or they'll use a derisive nickname to kind of equalize the playing field.
Yeah. I'm Jimmy a lot.
You're Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Diminutive. They'll use a diminutive.
Jimmy.
Like, seriously? The diminutive nicknames? Come on. It has to be intentional. It has to be intentional. Seriously? We're not going to bring up who does this more than anybody else? Really?
Concepts instead of conceptual, James.
Right.
That started on the left, and now the right uses it.
Right. Yeah. So those are markers. What else have I seen? An insane rise in explicit anti-Semitism.
And
that's been going on for about 5 years. And it's worse
Nazi,
all the time.
And Nazi apology.
Yeah, well, that's
which
starting
isn't
to
just
creep
the
in
apology,
now.
too.
Yeah.
It's
God, and it's so boring because the anti-Semitism is actually so much more insidious on the left right now. The mainstream right, they're just too old. Dude, fucking Donald Trump is the most Israeli simp president in the fucking universe, okay? Jesus Christ. This guy would let fucking Netanyahu bend over his wife if he asked, okay? God, fuck. And now they're on the, oh my God, it's so cringe.
Years, and it's worse
Nazi,
all the time.
And Nazi apology.
Yeah, well, that's
which
starting
isn't
to
just the
creep in
apology,
now.
too.
Yeah.
It's the transgression. It's
like, how can you talk about Nazi apology without bringing up Ian Carroll, without bringing up Douglas Murray on Joe Rogan with Dave Smith, without bringing up Tucker Carlson entertaining all of the Nazi, without bringing up Candace Owens? How can Candace Owens leaving the Daily Wire? How can you not bring any of this up? We're just going to hearken to random Twitter trolls? Really? How is that possible?
It's the post the meme, sometimes meant to be funny, so you have plausible deniability or the other social functions of humor.
Joking with plausible deniability. It would be funny if I ran for a 3rd term, wouldn't it? How does none of you are in a target-rich environment when it comes to examples. This administration, the last 3 months, are littered with perfect plug-in examples here, and none of them come up. None of them come up.
Come into play, but they'll post the meme of Hitler. Why? Because you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
That's why. So you have norms of decency around different things. And one of those norms in, again, mainstream healthy society has been that we're not going to valorize Nazis. We're not going to lionize these guys. And you have, I'm not talking about the historians or whatever.
Oh my God, and he's too scared because he doesn't want to insult Jordan Peterson here. So now he gives the out to Daryl Cooper. Now he gives the out to Ian Carroll. Now he gives the out to these guys. Oh, I'm not talking about those guys. Oh my God, dude. How do you bring this up right now? These were mainstream international conversations about platforming these historical revisionists, and now we're not going to say the names at all?
We're not going to lionize these guys. And you have, I'm not talking about the historians or whatever else that are coming out and rehashing David Irving or any of that. I'm talking about these, to use the word that's on the internet, shit posters.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You know what I thought, sorry. No, James has impressed me with the conversation, but I realize what we're hearing now. This is 2 grown men recounting their trauma of dealing with gripers. That's all this actually is. My bad. It took me a while to realize it. That's what this is. This is 2 grown men who got trolled the fuck out by gripers, and now we're listening to them processing their trauma about it. Okay.
These, to use the word that's on the internet, shit posters.
Yeah.
Who come and post pictures of Hitler with a smile on his face, or they're translating his speeches into English and clipping out parts where he's rousing Germany to a you know, cheerful future. Oh, he just loves his country. That's one of the messages they put. They love it. I'm sorry. Read Mein Kampf. Actually read it. He's utterly clear about the point of his state is to preserve the race, and the biggest pollution of the race, to preserve it against pollution of inferior races, and the most inferior race is the Jews.
Yeah.
Absolutely clear. The demonization is absolutely visible in 25 when he publishes that, way before they say, well, it took until 38, 39, maybe 42 when
It's fucking true. Like, James is even pushing back again, and he actually read Mein Kampf while Hitler was in prison. Like, he actually is aware, and he's aware of the dates. He's distinguishing between the Nazi Party in like 33 onwards versus like what Hitler thought in 25. Like, he has like the timelines, everything in his head, right? Because this was a bullshit talking about, oh no, the Nazis discovered anti-Semitism in 42, LOL, when they turned the wrong dial on the camp in Auschwitz, and they're like, man, if we kill these motherfuckers, it's a lot more efficient than actually cleaning them. Holy shit. Somebody accidentally was delousing with Zyklon B and realized that if he did 300 times the dose, they could get rid of the louse and the Jews. But no, he's aware of that, and he's even countering that narrative, whether intentional or not. No, he didn't discover it wasn't a convenient thing. Hitler was a deeply anti-Semitic man, post 1917, deeply anti-Semitic. It's true.
Way before they say, well, it took until 38, 39, maybe 42 when Churchill got involved. That's when they had to really start hating the Jews. And no, that current is all the way back to the beginning.
So this shit posting problem. So that's part of the enabling of the psychopaths by the free social media platforms, right? By the costless social media platforms. Do you have any sense? So we're working out ways to identify people.
Swarm behavior, by the way, is another one.
Another marker.
So you'll get one of these derisive replies, and within minutes it'll get 600 likes on it. You don't know how that happened. From an account with 30 followers, and your reply somehow gets 600 likes in a minute or 2 minutes, and then everybody piles
like a biblical plague of locusts.
And then they jump in on you and say you got ratioed. Of course, a lot of it's bots that people bought. Yeah. But what they do is they say my comment was more popular than your comment, therefore you're not very interesting, and we're very interesting, so we're ascendant. And by the way, that's psychologically really impactful if you don't know what's going on.
Yes, definitely.
You feel like the crowd.
Fucking the Grubbers have traumatized these two men. Oh no. Jesus. I feel like I'm listening to Hassan talk about me right now.
They tell me this all the time. We're all laughing at you. We're all laughing at you. We're all laughing at you.
Yeah, right.
It's very sophisticated psychological torment. Okay. Unfortunately for my antagonist.
Hallmark of sadism.
I understand the game, and therefore...
Does it affect you?
Only when I'm not prepared for the pathway by which it comes. When I'm aware of it, no. But not at all, except maybe to encourage me. Somebody put up a meme of me the other day, and it shows like a guy building a castle standing inside the wall, a big giant guy, and it's me. And there's all these people throwing rocks, and it says on the meme, it says, James when his haters throw rocks at him, and I'm building a castle out of all the stones they throw at me. And so no, not so much, except they can catch you off guard. They can catch you off guard. And what catches you off guard the most, and this is the power of the struggle session, what will catch you off guard the most is when one of your friends buys it. They see it and they go with the people that are haranguing you. That's when it'll get
like dude, I'm actually so triggered. I'm glad I listened to this. James he's actually so close to piecing together so much good stuff, right? Do trolls bother you? No, of course not. Actually, I've given this exact same speech when it came to why I was so open to kind of like trolls and trolling in like 2011, 2012, and then why the character of it changed. And the explanation I would give in the past is trolling in your community was funny because when you trolled, it was especially funny because 99% of people knew it was a troll. 1% of dipshits would wonder, and I think it's true. It was a little different. Like on Reddit, stuff would get posted, or like the DJ SP2 forums or 4chan or whatever. Because like sometimes people would post trolls, and like 20% of people wouldn't actually know that it was a troll. But then like as the internet became larger, as these forums became larger, social media became larger, and as bad actors showed up, well, now you entered an area where a troll would be in a community would be funny, and like everybody knew it was a troll there. But once it escaped your community, all of a sudden like 95% of people are taking things very seriously. And now you're in this weird world where you step outside and somebody confronts you. Like I still get comments that I guess this is an inconsequential thing, but like people meet me in real life and like, oh my God, you're way taller than I thought you'd be. And I'm like, I'm 5'8", what do you mean? It's like, oh, I thought you'd be like 4 foot nothing. I was like, do you think I was an actual fucking dwarf? And this isn't even like that insidious of like a lie. It's like, wait, what do you mean? Like, how many girls that are like fucking 5'0", and it's like, oh, I didn't know you'd be taller than me. It's like, what? How do you even think that? Right? And then this extends obviously all the way to claims of like rape or political ideology, like, oh, this guy's a Nazi or this guy's a racist or whatever. And yeah, it's not, when a random person online is saying it, that's not the issue. The problem is are people in your life going to start believing it? Or are people that you know that should have a better opinion of you or that you trust to have good opinions of you, are they getting information that's hard to combat? And this is true. This is where it gets scary. And this also maps on, by the way, to bot behavior and bot amplification behavior. The issue isn't that bots are saying a thing online. The issue is that when bots say a thing online, ordinary people can see it, and then they'll start carrying the same message, right? It's like a push on a swing. Like this is a real problem that he's identified.
Get you. That's when it'll affect you.
So the proliferation of this kind of pathology seems to be linked to...
Another characteristic is the attempt to get people to distance themselves from you.
Yep.
I face that.
The isolation. True. Yep.
Very frequently.
Right.
You want to get away from him. He's contaminated.
Yeah, well, that's discussed terminology
That's right.
again, right? You're
That's
the
right.
carrier of something pathological.
That's right.
Yeah. So the social media platforms, so Musk's perspective, and Rogan's to some degree too, mine for that matter, is that the best antiseptic...
Don't do it. And then he goes back to the... Oh my God. I think Peterson, has the largest gap between... I don't even know if verbal IQ is a real thing, but if it is, he has the largest gap between verbal IQ and like actual intellectual IQ or G or whatever the fuck that I've ever heard in my entire life. I think he has the most verbose vocabulary in terms of like, what is he actually saying profound? Because post 2017, 2018, I don't think I've heard a single profound thing from Peterson. He used to say a lot of stuff that was actually profound. When I say profound, I don't mean like, oh, that's right. I mean things that's like, oh, that actually makes me think. It's insightful. He's about to do the sunlight is the best disinfectant, like the level 1 fucking engagement meme.
To some degree too, mine for that matter, is that the best antiseptic is sunlight. But
James is going to fight against this because James is smarter than Peterson. Peterson shouldn't even be in this conversation. He doesn't deserve to be in this conversation because he can't even hang in this conversation. James is going to counter this because he knows this is bullshit. He knows it's bullshit. I'm sorry.
That matter is that the best antiseptic is sunlight. But there might be a flaw in that reasoning, and maybe you can help me think it through.
Oh, Peterson realizes this is a stupid fucking answer. That's good, at least. He's thought for at least 2 seconds about this topic.
When I'm sitting across from you, I bear the weight of my words, right? It's going to have an impact on the net, but it's also going to impact the relationship I have with you. And so I'm constrained or regulated. I'm regulated in my utterances by consequences. And so there's never been a time really where free speech existed without reputational weight. Now, maybe pamphleteering and that sort of thing, but that's trivial compared to what we have now.
Right.
I mean, how many people can you get your pamphlet to? And what sort of effect is that going to have? That was back in the time of writing, but now your pathology can multiply virtually without end. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe it's necessary. I thought for Twitter, for example, that there should be 2 sections. There should be a section where people's identification is validated and a section for the anonymous trolls. And that should be demarcated. So you can go visit hell land of trolls if you want, but you know that they're not real people.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with that, as far as I can tell, is the digital ID problem.
Like the interesting conversation here is how do our political ideologies feed into antisocial or degenerative or destructive behavior in our political movements? If we were actually being self-reflective or introspective, that's the conversation we'd be having here, right? On the left, we have this conversation a lot in my community, of course, as well, because of the insane, this recent event. We can take a 2-minute Charlie Kirk break.
Spend all day on social media, of which when we built Turning Point, we didn't have any of this nonsense. We had like a little bit of Twitter, Instagram, whatever, but like we were too busy actually building stuff, not talking about ourselves all day long. And then third, you can't build anything with woke. And so what's happened is unbelievable. So this entire group is in disarray and Dean and Parker go on social media starting to issue these apologies because their organizer by the name of Z, this person that worked for Bernie, the head of their whole NF America thing, apparently was a little racist to all of the community of black creators because she was issuing microaggressions. And so they had to kick her out of their little club and they're in total disarray and issuing apologies. This, guys, is why DEI and woke will never work in this country. You guys can't even figure out how to fill out a permit for a campus event without having to go blame each other, say it's disorganized, and we're racist. This is a perfect example of the dysfunction of the American left and the hyper narcissism and the virtue signaling. Oh, I'd like to apologize to my fans because I knew this was happening. Honestly, what are you apologizing for?
Dude, true. What the fuck?
For it was a disorganized mess. Oh, it's offensive to black people. Give me a break. You guys, here's my piece of advice. Never entrust liberals or people on the left to do anything meaningful. I mean, just look at these guys. They're a joke. It's a circus act, and for good reason. And so while Turning Point USA is thriving, raising more money than ever, 400,000 donors, more employees, over 1,000 plus staff, our events are unbelievably big, and we have many more coming up. Huge summer events, thousands and thousands of people coming. They can't even figure out what is racist and what's not racist, and they're fighting over the simplest, dumbest things imaginable. It's a great example how conservatives get stuff done.
They are, and the thing is too, the most frustrating thing for all of this is if that event would have been an actual clusterfuck, then it'd be like, whatever. But it wasn't. Like, my understanding, assuming people aren't lying about all the numbers or anything, that event was unbelievably successful. They raised a decent amount of money off of it. Supposedly, not Charlie, Parker, I think, or Dean, one of these, or maybe both of them, were literally posting their most successful clips in the history of their entire channel. Is it Parker or Dean? Dude, these guys are both literally coded as the exact same people in my head. Did this come from the event?
It's a very
it did.
move on your.
We don't go to college, but apparently neither does a guy trying to.
Maybe purposely ignoring. Like it was so successful, and this was like literally their first go at this, and for this to fall apart for just the most retarded reasons. Are you serious, dude?
We are thriving. We are ascendant. We are popular. We're winning the culture. We're winning young men. And the left, the un-F America crew, they can't even fill out a piece of paper to be able to have an event. And their little sideshow event, maybe 6 people. Go woke, go broke.
Like, he's making fun of that for the optics or whatever, but it was, at least online, it was definitely successful. Especially, remember, this is the first shot at it. It was...
Can't build anything under woke.
It's so cringe, but...
I mean, the net allows people to escape the reputational consequences of their psychopathology, their destructive, sadistic, corrosive, power-mad, hedonistic psychopathology. It's a terrible thing, and people have no idea how dangerous it is. But if you verify IDs electronically, then we walk down the route to Chinese totalitarianism, something like that, as far as I can.
And if you read the original documentation, Stanford University has its Digi-China project and translates Chinese documents. 2014, they're putting forth a social credit system, and they actually explain that the purpose of the social credit system is to achieve a perfect socialism, because it's not just a social control mechanism. It's a Pavlovian training mechanism.
Right, nudging.
It's like your life becomes a video game, nudging you to hold the beliefs that the state wants you to have.
Well, the man who just got elected prime minister in Canada.
And he brings it back to bitching about the left. Like, he's so fucking he's so stupid. He's not. He's just very average in intelligence, and he presents himself as being so much more than that. God, he's such a fucking loser. He's politically captured. That's what he is. He's so politically captured. It's rotted his ability for any type of remotely interesting observation about ideology or society or politics or whatever.
The man who just got elected prime minister in Canada.
Yeah.
He says 2 quite stunning things in his book, which no Canadians read because
Peterson included.
We'll leave that lie. 75% of the world's fossil fuels have to stay in the ground.
And then he goes to the most retardedly stupid fucking talking points that oh my God, dude.
Okay, that's proposition number 1. And he's made that a centerpiece of his thinking for 20 years.
Oh, yeah?
There's no priority guiding every financial decision by every individual and every corporation that should be prioritized higher than decarbonization. That means every single thing, and then he says, of course, there'll be losers in consequence of that, but it's a price we're willing to pay, we have to pay, the sacrifice of others. So this is a man who thinks that net zero is the proper game, and that if you were a moral actor, decarbonization would be your God.
Yeah.
Right? Regulate every single one of your decisions. Well, out of that comes the kind of
Luciferian.
pathocracy that you described. It's like, you've seen this already. There's edges appearing. There's credit cards, they were issued in Australia, that track your carbon footprint.
Yeah.
Right? And at the moment, you're still allowed to spend on whatever you want, regardless of your, at the moment. That's exactly right. And once you're fully trackable, well, then we know what'll happen. You know exactly what'll happen.
It's over, guys.
You'll be nudged in whatever direction
That's right.
benefits the power-mad Luciferians. That's exactly what'll happen.
It's not just social control, it is social training. It is operant conditioning. I was looking for the word. It's operant conditioning in its most sophisticated form, especially when equipped with the technologies of AI.
That's right.
That's for sure, because the AI systems trained on your purchasing behavior, for example, will be able to predict your likely behavior with a stellar degree of accuracy.
That's right.
Right? I mean, the advertisements that you're fed already do that to some degree.
That's right.
So the only solution I can think of to this is to, because the digital ID solution seems to be troublesome, to say the least, means no privacy whatsoever, forever, fundamentally.
Yeah.
I guess it's exposing this and hoping that people make wise decisions. You know, and I guess that's what you're trying to do with the woke right idea.
Yes. Yeah. There are workable activities that could step into play. For example, you know, a lot of times you'll hear, especially libertarians, talk about the revision to the Smith-Mundt Act in 2012, and now our intelligence communities, we know that our social media is awash with propaganda. Well, there are legal constraints that you can put at least on your own government to prevent that. You can take, if you want to have a task force for doing something in terms of, say, national cybersecurity, keeping Russian and Iranian
Careful, don't
and
say Russian. We don't talk about
and
that.
Chinese bots and bad actors, Pakistani, these are where a lot of these bot networks are coming from. Keeping those influence campaigns, foreign influence campaigns out with a dedicated cybersecurity project is going to clean up a lot of it.
You think the administrators can stay ahead of the bots?
I don't think so. Actually, so far, not yet. I don't
know.
Well,
no, that's, I mean, that's another problem, right? Is that the system transforms itself so rapidly.
So we can't do anything.
Rapidly that it's very difficult to regulate it.
What I'm thinking is, you know, Trump created a space force because of maybe space war or whatever it's supposed to do, and I'm not quite sure. But this is like, I don't want to make it a branch of the military, but I'm using it as an analogy.
I don't know. Maybe it should be a branch of the military.
The cyber security or cyber warfare division, an entire branch that is dedicated to that. Because this is a serious problem for, and again, the bigger the country, the more power it wields, the more likely it is to be attacked. Not to be rude to people from Botswana, but there's just not that much incentive to go mess around with their internet. There's a ton of incentive to mess with MAGA, which is informing Trump.
Well, we've already tracked too, some of the groups that I'm working with. Women 18 to 34 have political opinions that are way off center compared to everyone else.
Look at how he brings up Trump and MAGA and how easily they're manipulated, and he immediately pivots back to women. He's a malicious actor, or he's just so fucking retarded. Like, he's done this every single time. Again, the title of this video is When the Right Goes Too Far. Or maybe I'm the dipshit, and this is a meta. The titling is actually meta to trick idiots like me, because the title of the video is When the Right Goes Too Far. And what is my complaint? Jordan Peterson can't level a single criticism at his own side. And I thought that the name of the video is When the Right Goes Too Far. And then Jordan Peterson says, well then, what would you say this video is an example of? And I'd be like, the issue is, if you look at the video, the issue is when the right goes too far. And I'd be like, oh shit. Oh shit. How Luciferian of me. You're right. Fuck.
Plus, they're dreadfully miserable.
Yeah.
Right. Well, they get 80% of their news from TikTok, and TikTok is a bot farm fundamentally.
Yeah.
And the algorithms are designed to produce exactly the kind of upsetting pathology that characterizes female voters between the ages of 18 to 34.
Who are the most likely to vote liberal. Of course, those are the pathologized ones. Of course, true king.
Well, I mean, this is why woke is so female coded. Everybody kind of wonders, what in the world is critical race theory? Why is it so female coded? It's because every bit of what we call woke on the left passed through feminism to mainstream.
Yeah.
So it was all built off of pathological women trying to figure out how to pathologize young women to join their club or
that's
cult,
for
really.
sure. That's
and
for
so
sure.
it all ended up getting twisted.
And Peterson's done it, thankfully. I've got the young lad back to talking about wokeism again on the left. Thank God. Thank God.
If you look at communism, that like Soviet
That's part of that
communism-
oppressor-oppressed narrative,
Soviet
too.
communism was not a feminine endeavor, right? Brutal gun shooting, the whole thing. And there's a lot of things you could say about the snitch culture and all of this, but it's not like what we have now. But the reason is because the ideology passed in order to become viable in our society, to find the receptor sites. The receptor sites for Marxism in the West were overwhelmingly young white women. And it had to pass through feminism to be able to get the parasite to attach as a mind virus in order to get there, because that's what it was designed to do. On the other hand, therefore, you have young men who've been ravaged.
Pussy whipped.
Dave Rubin and I were talking the other day, and he said that you, as an individual, have done more than, and I believe him, more than any individual on the planet Earth to help young men who've had a hard time through all of this.
Oh my God, we've got 10 minutes and we're talking about young men. Can we get a cry here, please? Can we get him to cry a little bit?
Nonsense for the last 20 to 30 years. Being a voice in the wilderness to reach and help and guide them and get them to, clean their room and all of the stuff,
And to identify the parasitic predators and keep them at bay.
So what we have now is we had a vulnerability complex that attached to young girls. Now we have another one that's rising in answer that's attaching to young men.
Whoa, excuse me. You just tried to talk about conservatism again. Can we go back to the crazy young women, please? Can we please go back to the crazy young women? Please, 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 please. Come on, JP. 10 more minutes left on the free video. You can turn this around. Don't let him talk about MAGA. Turn it around. Turn it around.
So the tragedy for me,
don't let him keep going.
And I'm watching this, and I get, I'm integrated with the moms networks of the grassroots moms all over the country, right? And of course, these demons have come up with all kinds of salacious rumors to spread with regard to that, to discredit me and to remove me from their activity, which are all nonsense. But at any rate, what I'm watching is all these moms. I'm hearing from these moms already who are telling me
he's hearing from your mom.
They aren't using this phrasing. This is my phrasing.
Peterson was propped by the zeitgeist of fighting woke via compelled speech, which got him on Rogan, then told boys to clean their rooms and give Bible lectures while refusing to affirm God's existence. He's a waster man plus grift. True.
Telling me they aren't using this phrasing. This is my phrasing. They by the grace of God, their daughters didn't get pulled into the trans destruction mania, and now they're having to watch their sons get lured into Nazism. And that's why I'm so worked up about this woke right cult of transgression. I get it. You're a 15-year-old boy, maybe you're a 19-year-old boy, or a 25-year-old, maybe you're a 35-year-old who hasn't grown up and got out of his parents' basement, and you think it's funny to post a mustache man meme or two here and there to rile up the libs and the normal people in the left and everybody else.
Plus, you're irritated that your identity has been targeted for 30 years.
Yeah, of course.
Look at that locus of control. It's always external. It's always someone else's fault. Hold on. Are they posting some Hitler memes? Okay, one, a lot of them are funny, I admit, as somebody whose Instagram reel feed is heavily Nazi influenced right now. But two, think about how the wokies traumatize these guys, right? People have been saying fuck the white man for a long time, sometimes you turn a little Nazi, right?
On racial grounds, right?
Just like the way the Germans felt with the imposition of the Treaty of Versailles, if they saw it that way, whether we do or not, how the Germans felt about the French and broader Europe and the rest of their standing in the world. And they were impoverished and they were broken down. It's the same powder keg. Or maybe that's not the right word. It's more like a tank of propane. Because you're going to pump it up and get it to spray fire when it comes out the other end. Right? It's like
one of the things people can watch for everybody who's watching and listening is beware of anything that's motivated by resentment. The mere fact.
Motivated by resentment. True. You wouldn't want somebody who's just like out for revenge, or is explicitly said over and over again. Like, imagine if you had like a political candidate, or fuck a candidate, imagine if you got elected who just talked about the last guy over and 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 over again.
Fact that you have had difficulties that are somewhat arbitrary, first of all, doesn't distinguish you from the main run of the human race. But if the motivation stems out of resentment, the probability that something horrible has got a hold of your soul is extremely high.
So I go back to the first thing I said, right? What's woke right? Well, it's woke people who act like, or who call themselves conservatives. It's woke people who call themselves conservatives or right wing, right? So there it is. You just said it. They are people who feel alienated and dispossessed from their heritage, victimized. They're filled with resentment, and they channel it through left-wing or right-wing causes.
Yeah. You know, that's the story of Cain, eh?
Oh my God.
It is the story of Cain's sacrifices are not rewarded. He invites the spirit of resentment in to occupy his soul and becomes not only murderous, but the progenitor of genocide and the precursor to the flood.
Wow.
Right? And the media, it's so interesting,
That's
James.
crazy,
because,
chat.
So Cain's sacrifices are rejected, and it's a little ambiguous as to why.
Oh, yeah?
And then he goes to complain to God. And God says, he says, you think you're miserable because you're failing.
Thank God we were able to take this back to some boring ass bullshit. Thank God for that. Thank you, God. Thank you.
It's like, you're not. There's lots of things you could do about failing. If you did well, you would be accepted, right? What you've done is you have allowed something terribly tempting that crouched on your doorstep to enter your house and have its way with you. And that's why you're bitter, resentful, and murderous. It has nothing to do with your failure. It's this additional variable, which is because the thing is, everyone, in a sense, this is true of heroes in mythology, everyone starts out lowly. Everyone starts out dispossessed. Everyone starts out oppressed, right? And there's angles of your identity that you can construe as oppressor-oppressed narrative.
Sorry, the reason why I get so upset about the biblical analogies, okay, is the Bible usually speaks so highly of Jesus and stuff, and I'm so Luciferian in nature that it's just like, like, Jesus, there's so much glorifying of Jesus and everything else. Like, can we get some Satan in here, you know?
With no problem. If you decide that you've been treated unfairly and now you have a right to resentment and revenge, then you're the monster that breeds genocide.
Yeah, and so what does Cain do? He's rejecting the system that he has to succeed in order to be rewarded. Yeah. He's rejecting, so there's a system out there.
Luciferian.
And so what does he do, though? He goes and kills his brother.
Like, it has to be a troll, right? Like, it's got to be a troll. This is like the, what were they all saying in liberal media? Apoplectic or whatever? Apoloptic? There's some word. It's got this, how many times he said Luciferian in this fucking podcast? It's got to be like 20 times. Not exaggerating. Like, it's got to be like 15 or 20 times. I don't know, maybe I am. Hold on. Control F. Luciferian. What is that? Is it 14? Well, no, hold on. Lucifer. Okay, I did exaggerate, I guess. My bad. 8 times. I bet it's in there more, but it's... Oh, fuck. 7 times. I bet it's in there more. It's just not getting caught by the auto speech thing. Destiny's talking about my supple senpai, my beautiful boba baby, and sweet prince, my summer day and winter's night. Please follow me into the kawaii cherry blossoms and be my pokey pappy and anime heartthrob. Okay, dude.
He goes and murders
his
the successful guy.
brother.
His successful brother. He goes and, so it's exactly the same thing. A lot of these guys that are pushing the woke right stuff, and there's nothing wrong with a new character coming on the scene. Every one of us was a new character. You were doing great work, obviously, and you have a body of work extending well before that as a professional. But then you spoke up in 2015 about that horrific pronouns bill, and you sort of became a different monster, a public intellectual. It's a curse word, I think, but you know what I mean. And this, my favorite moment ever. I was skeptical of you until I watched you talk to Kathy Newman, and then I watched you do the most effective.
You should have been skeptical of me to begin with.
The most effective judo I've ever seen in a discussion in my entire life. And I said, I watched that I was gonna tell everybody how you were wrong. And I watched it, and you impressed me, and I was like, I have to like him now. And so,
how annoying is that?
Isn't it? Yeah. Sure. No, but, and I think that that's a thing. I was excited to start learning as opposed to being annoyed and resentful. I'm like, oh, well, I was wrong about this guy. Move on. You know, but a lot of these fellas that are pushing the woke right stuff appeared in the anger and in the repression is the word of 2020, more 2021. They don't have a body of work extending before that. They just kind of came out of the ground. And good, I get it. There was a lot going on. There were people making great commentary about liberty regarding the COVID policies. There are people making great commentary about the obviously critical race theory, cultural revolution running amok, and the queer theory later. So I'm very grateful to everybody who came along. But these people that have a longer perspective and a deeper body of work, it's hard because
that's a crucial. So that touches on Douglas's point too, is that to not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
That's right.
I mean, one of the things
institutions are corrupt, but due diligence matters.
Right, right. What has this person who's saying these things done, and to whose benefit is what they're saying? So you have these pretenders. I think this is, maybe we can end with this at this section. I think what we'll do, maybe on the Daily Wire side, is talk about the anti-Semitic trope, but I'd like to introduce that for a bit. I don't understand it exactly. I don't understand why the woke right, for example, is particularly capitalizing on anti-Semitism. Do you just think that that's a particularly daring and attention-seeking transgression? Are they proclaiming that?
No, there's more.
They'll violate something sacred because that's how brave they are?
This is a yes and. A yes and.
Okay.
Tell us.
Yes, it's this transgressive. Also, they know good and damn well that there are certain transgressions you can't come home from. You go too far down that road, there's no way back. Okay. And not because your new friends are going to call you names like a sellout or a cuck or dual loyalties or whatever. That's the worst. There are certain lines you go down and you don't get to come back. Okay. And they know that, so they get to trap people there. But this, I believe, and we will probably or possibly disagree on this, I think that there are particular malevolent actors that are pushing this who have grander designs than getting clicks, getting an audience, satisfying their own narcissistic urges, transgressing boundaries. I think that and it makes total sense if I were to say China's supporting all of it, and if I had evidence, you'd believe
Iran.
Me. Oh, China, Iran, Qatar, Pakistan, the Arab League, Russia, and the deep state, possibly. Trump is a problem to something. We can tell by the way that they've organized the Trump derangement program that's just screwed Canada royally, but has deranged Americans. I have family members I can barely relate with still because of Trump derangement. I was obviously cast out in disgrace from the last vestiges of the left when I said I was going to vote for Trump and said publicly on a podcast, Make America Great Again, they lost their minds and said I went crazy. And so Trump is something, right? There is a lot of reasons besides just the fact that he's the sitting president of the United States of America. He's doing a lot of things to this global order that are disruptive and in a good way, in all likelihood. There's a lot of motivation to take this man down. Oh my God. And if you can fragment his base by getting them to argue about Israel good, Israel bad, that's a deep cut that you've just...
Like how have they managed to evade all of the responsibility from the anti-Semitism on the right? All of that is externally powered? Really? It's all just a massive psyop? That's where we're going with that? Okay, I guess.
Just taken cloven MAGA in half. So all it takes is one event, something that goes down in Israel, and Trump takes a side, takes the Israeli side, and bang, they can pull the thing apart. So it's like a wedge. It's not just what we were saying. It's also a wedge to hammer deeper and deeper and deeper into MAGA.
That's
the
a
people
take.
who like Israel and the people who don't, or the conservative movement, or America itself, which therefore implicates the left side doing the same exact thing at the same exact time, using the horrible events of October 7th as their pretext.
Well, we'll continue this on the Daily Wire side, and that way we can attract the maximum number of commentators who say that the reason we saved the discussion of anti-Semitism for the Daily Wire section is because I'm under the thumb of Ben Shapiro and the Zionists.
Oh, me too. Don't worry.
Oh,
I don't have Ben Shapiro or I'm Zionist. I'm paid by Israel. I've turned out the lights for them on Friday for years. Don't worry.
I see. Okay. Well, apparently we're in the same club.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good talking to you, sir. Thanks very much for coming in today. Thank you to all of you who are watching and listening, and to the film crew here in Scottsdale for making this completely preposterous conversation possible and helping us broadcast the word to be awake and be careful who you're listening to and why you're listening and what spirit possesses you while you're listening. And beware of resentment, boys and girls, that everyone in hell is resentful. So
thanks.
Good to talk to you, sir.
You too, Jordan.
Jesus Christ. Oh, wait. Fuck it. One more thing.
Report. Nika, of course I'm going to tell people to calm down. Claim of fraud. You know, like, hindsight...
You can't, you know what I mean? Like, we're trusting y'all with the movement. Hearing that she committed fraud and then you just didn't say anything, I feel like in moments...
Why everybody brings up that she committed fraud? They won that case on summary judgment. They won it. That means they didn't even go to trial. They won it on summary judgment. They won a pre-trial. Do they even have any evidence of any fraud happening, or do they literally just go by the fact that somebody like did an accusation once or filed a court case once? Is that...
Moments like this, when you're like an advocate or activist or whatever the case may be, you really gotta stand up for something, even if it makes you look crazy. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're the only one and you realize, hey, something seems fishy.
Bro, I feel like I'm going crazy on the internet. You have to stand up for something. Even if you're the only one and you feel like you're going crazy. She says, after a whole group of people have bullied the fuck out of these two guys to literally cancel the lead organizer of the entire event. Hello? Excuse me? What?
Even if it makes you look crazy in the moment, you just got to stand up and be like, no, this is weird. What's going on? Because now if you had addressed that small little thing, all these big things that are being uncovered now could have got uncovered then. And it's not your burden to bear, but at the same time, if we're trusting y'all with the movement and like a revolution or whatever the case may be, it would be nice for you to like fight for some of the things we would expect for you to fight for when we can't. You know what I mean? Like, we're trusting y'all with the movement.
Yeah. I think as it relates to like the claim of fraud, you know, like, hindsight is 2020. We now all have reason to believe that like her defrauding employees is likely, right? And like the reason...
Except you don't, because she won that case. And you don't have any proof of her defrauding employees. You understand that, like, this is the digital age. You motherfuckers have never seen a physical paycheck in your life. If you wanted to prove that somebody was defrauded, take a fucking screenshot of your fucking bank account. How is this even like an issue in contention right now? Go to your bank account and push the button to take the screenshot and then post it online and then post a screenshot with the message saying, I'll pay you this, and then show that you didn't get paid. How is this a massive fucking investigation? Do we have to go fucking Mueller to do a James Comey, FBI, NSA, CIA tier investigation to figure out if somebody got fucking defrauded? This shouldn't be that fucking hard. This is days, weeks later. What the fuck are we talking about right now? Hello?
For us to believe that she has defrauded, like the claim that she's defrauded employees is likely, regardless of like the justification or explanation that may be offered by the PAC or Soul Strategies, is the fact that, you know, seemingly she's ran away with like 100K, right? Seemingly she's paid herself like 95K, you know, and sent money into like.
How do you even know that? Excuse me, just because an organization was paid out something doesn't mean that all the money went to her. It doesn't mean the money was fucking stolen. You understand that you need proof for this stuff, right? Like, you have to actually have at least like a single shred of evidence, right?
Massage parlors in Albuquerque, New Mexico. You know what I mean? So and sent money into like massage parlors in Albuquerque.
You know what? I'm glad everybody's suing everybody now. Fuck it. I hope motherfuckers like this get sued. Come on, are you serious? Like, what is even the fucking claim here? She stole money from the PAC to go to New Mexico to massage parlors? What?
Albuquerque, New Mexico. You know what I mean? So it's like hindsight is 2020 now, right? We have sufficient reason to believe that the claim was likely. However, at the time, you know, I didn't have any external reason to believe that she had defrauded employees, and the justification offered by other individuals associated with the organization to me was sufficient for me to believe that that had not occurred. And that's why...
Like, well, there was the court system, and there are all the court filings that I could open up and read. But on the other hand, there were 6 black women that weren't even part of the fucking PAC that made a whole bunch of fucking noise online. I mean that in the most racist way possible. That's how I'm going to take that, by the way. They made as much noise online as possible. And now, actually, I actually have realized that I was wrong about every factual claim that I thought was true. And because I want to be an ally and a cuck for this movement so badly, I'm going to believe every single thing that they say.
I didn't like speak about it or inform other employees, because the first step was to say, okay, an ex-employee is accusing her of defrauding employees. Let me get more information from this ex-employee. And then when I got that information, I then turned around and I talked to somebody else, not Z herself, because, you know, she'd have self-interest in like denying the claims regardless if they're true or not. But I rather went.
By the way, I didn't want to drop this, but Dean raped like 7 women. I didn't want to say that publicly, but I've been told that. Now, I'm not going to reveal who told me that. They were black women that said it. I'm not going to reveal who told me that. And also, I didn't go to Dean and talk to him at all about it, because obviously Dean's going to lie about it. So just so you know, if Dean denies this on his stream, that he raped 7 black women, the reason why he's denying it is because obviously he's self-interested. Oh, sorry, Parker. Wait, is that Dean or Parker? Fuck. No, this is Dean. Shut the fuck up. Destiny, Parker watched. Oh, sorry, you did it for me. Okay. I didn't confront him about it because obviously he's going to lie because he's self-interested. And if he denies it on stream, he's obviously lying because he's self-interested. Okay. And I don't have to look at any court filings or police reports or anything else. I just trust me when I say more black people told me than black people told him the other thing. So what is this? What is this fucking world we're living in? Like, what? What is this world?
Her right-hand man, not only working regardless if they're true or not, because, you know, she'd have self-interest in like denying the claims regardless if they're true or not, but I rather went her right-hand man, not only working with her on the Unfuck America tour, but also associated with her at Soul Strategies, and they had offered an explanation to make me believe that had not occurred, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that like my main takeaway is that I should, like, as it relates to this specifically, just like be more critical in the future of who I'm doing business with, to like an insane degree. In fact, I'll even say that I've already had conversations about literally like hiring people on to like further investigate.
Bet, by the way, they will never do another event in the next 6 months. They're not going to do anything that's going to, because they have no idea how to organize. None of these people do. They have no experience. They're not going to be able to throw together anything. It's going to be a bunch of feel-good bullshit right now. There's probably going to be a little bit more infighting and falling out. There's going to be more residual damage from this. You think Peyton and all these other people are going to come together now to help whatever movement grows out of the toxic sludge that's been left behind from this? Nothing is happening from here. Absolutely nothing is happening from here, but...
like potential business opportunities or individuals that I'll be working with.
Yeah. Can I address 2 more things and then I'm done? Sorry if I sound incoherent, y'all. I'm literally in pain. Sorry.
Yeah, but before you do, just real quick. quick, for everybody in the chat, if y'all could just be like a little bit more chill, that'd be kind. You know, like Nika's being kind. She has her concerns, but she's addressing them in a very good faith manner. We're having a conversation. Y'all should be a little bit more kind. But go ahead.
It's okay. It's all right. But yeah, I was gonna say one thing that I forgot to say last live is probably hire a team. I think you're at that point where you need a team, because like I feel like a team would address more of this legal stuff, and it's a new thing, and y'all are independent. Y'all aren't under any y'all are not under any news thing or anything like that. So I feel like a team would help y'all, especially with I know it's affecting y'all mental health and stuff like that. And I don't want y'all to keel over because of some, not drama. Obviously racism isn't drama, but I don't want y'all
even she intuitively knew it.
to keel over y'all career. So maybe hire a team. And also, what else was I gonna say?
Yeah, what else?
So I actually have a team already. However, there's
She should immediately ask for the racial breakdown. You have a team already? Interesting. Why don't you tell me all of their names and all of their top artists? Let's hear it.
Been certain things that I didn't involve them in, like the Unfuck America tour. And this was some.
You have a team already, but this team is not involved in the largest events that you were involved in? What team do you have?
Something that a conversation that I had on the back end that wasn't public. Following the tour, one of the first things that happened was I talked with my team, and they were like, "This is why you should involve us. This is why you should talk to us.
Not the team clocking you.
This is why this is a predominant amount of the value that we can provide to yourself." Yeah, and they ate down. They did. They ate down.
They eyed out?
Yeah, and they ate down. They did. They ate down.
They ate down? Is this Zoomer slang? They ate down? They...
a predominant amount of the value that we can provide to yourself. Yeah, and they ate down. They did. They ate down.
They egged out? They ate down? I'm going to start using that. My team, bro, you should have seen us at that debate. We ate down.
100%.
Okay, and one more thing. I wanted to address, a lot of people are asking, what is the best time to
deconstruct
debate?
your racism?
And to be honest, there is no right time. It's up to you, which is why whenever people come up to you and be like, oh, the time is wrong, it's because you have to know when the right time is. And obviously you're not knowing. So I feel like, I don't know how to explain when you're going to know the right time to debate is. It's just it's a humanity thing. You have to know, okay, people aren't going to get offended by this. People aren't going to feel dismissed. It's I guess it's something you have to work on internally, where you're knowing that you're not.
I don't know if this is related to anyone, but apparently yesterday and today he said he's not doing debates with MAGA or debating anybody because he needs to the community needs to recover from everything that's happened or something.
Going to offend people by talking after allegations, because it's I don't want to say it's an emotional thing, but it's a humane thing to not.
Oh, I think maybe that's what she's talking about right now, actually.
It's just a respectful thing to not use the same people that you're defending allegations against as talking points. Black people were offended by the microaggressions. Let's start using Black people as talking points to why Donald Trump is this and Donald Trump is that. It's just...
Cultural appropriation is when you talk about issues that negatively affect the races. True. Fucking so true.
It feels like people are being used.
Queen,
are being used. I mean, do you feel like me...
yes.
Yes. Directly relating to Z's comments, discussing that for 2 days on live, and then
it was disrespectful. Yes. Own it.
The conversation.
Own it, you coward.
With the women that were impacted, then taking 2 days off and having continued conversation about the tour on a broader scale is sufficient to say, well, let's keep talking about.
He's asking for permission to carry on his TikTok live. Do you think I took enough time off Do you think that I took enough time off to? You think I took enough time off to come back and actually do stuff?
About it. Let the conversations continue, but you know, let's. At this point, I'm also going to shift some of my focus back to discussing the fascist regime we've run in the country.
I feel like if you talked about it already, maybe make a video on it so you don't have to keep doing it on live. Make a video addressing like, okay, y'all, let me lay this all out and then dead it. Like once you address everything in a video, dead it. Like it's done. Because when the thing with live is you're going to be repeating yourself. Like you said, you repeated the Starbucks thing over and over. Maybe you need to have a James Charles sit down moment where you just address everything. Maybe we need a Bye Sisters moment where you just sit down and address it in a video and then it's done.
True.
Because this is going to keep on going. Like I spoke to you, I think
This is going to haunt you until the day you fucking die, kid. Do you want the rest of your life to be like this? Haunted by this failure? To overlook the outcome of her last court case and just accuse her of being evil because she's a white woman?
Week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that was around a week ago. Funny that you say this because I also repeated this earlier, which is further proving your point.
You think that's funny?
Is that
what did you mean by that?
Me and my team have been my production team have been considering making a video kind of for that reason. So I mean, like when concerns arise, you know, there's just a video to that it can be referenced to, and then it also allows there to be like a concrete place on the internet where like my perspective lives. And that doesn't really exist when, you know, we're just kind of discussing these things on live, etc. But I will say, like, I think that we have a meeting on Tuesday. And I think at that point, that's like when we'll kind of determine if that's the direction that we want to head in or not. And I'd also like to clarify, because I've seen people saying that, you know, oh, if Dean doesn't do this, it's because he just wants it to fly under the radar and he's doing it out of reasons of self-interest. Well,
true.
All reasons of self-interest would indicate that a video would be a good idea, because then I get to share my perspective on things and other individuals don't get to speak for my perspective. And it'd actually be more beneficial for my own reputation if I were to make a long-form video. So, like, you know, the reason why I haven't made a video yet is not out of reasons of self-interest. Yeah. You know, and then like additionally,
good for you.
Know,
I feel
whatever
like the fuck
maybe it's
meant.
a good idea to have another conversation. Maybe take a couple comments from the chat. But I think that, you know, like I guess like at this point, going back into the debates and having some conversations with Trump supporters isn't like the.
It's not appropriate.
Like I guess I understand your perspective, but simultaneously I feel as if
it's not appropriate
we've
yet.
already given time to these things, and I think that continued conversation is good.
Yeah.
But I guess I just don't see like a problem with me talking to Trump supporters today.
Oh, never mind. Oh, he wants to debate again.
It's just that people that experience racism don't want to hear Trump supporters in their ear right after that. And I know we could leave the live, but we're fans and we want to stay. So yeah, it's just like insensitive. It feels insensitive and dismissive in that you don't really care. But
yeah,
we know you care, but it's just
it feels bad.
Right.
It feels bad.
Okay. So
it's kind of like oral, AURAL, oral, like auditory. It's kind of like an oral lynching if you think about it. You basically have a bunch of white men that are just taking you and really by the noose forcing you to endure horrific weaponization of race and stuff against you, and it's just, jeez.
So to the claim.
Oh my God. When a bunch of white people get together and like gang up on like a black person and like accuse them of like doing microaggressions or something like that, but it's like not real, we should call that a micro lynching. Has anybody used that term yet? My God. Can I patent that?
That it feels insensitive and as if I don't really care. Well, earlier, like, you know, you'd kind of pointed out that the appropriate thing to do is to have a conversation about this on a live stream, talk about the things that have been done.
I like how he's like fighting with this woman for permission to like do content again.
Discuss where
can I please just fucking stream?
Then give it some time and then get back into the debates. I guess from my perspective, that's what I've done for the last week. How do you feel about like the claim that
you
that's
serious?
exactly what I've kind of done for the last week?
Are you serious? Excuse
Can
me.
you repeat yourself? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Like, what are your feelings on my claim that what you're saying, like, given it time, following conversations about these things, is that that's what I've done for the last week?
No, it's not enough.
I'm not gonna hold you. I was working last week, like this whole week.
Okay.
And I wasn't really paying.
She's actually a Giga Chat. She's like, I'm gonna be honest. I actually just didn't catch any of the drama this last week. I just wanted to see you rehash it because I didn't see shit. That's what all I was saying. I'm sorry, Doug. I was eating down. That's it? I was eating down.
Attention. Like I was here for like the tic-tac-toe, you losing tic-tac-toe. But other than that, I didn't see anything else about the tour. And I was just here for some of the debates.
Okay.
But I wasn't really watching that much. I'm sorry. Did I miss so much? Did I miss everything, y'all?
Don't apologize for not watching my stream.
And he's like, no, it's okay, Queen. Don't apologize for being fucking clueless. Don't apologize for being fucking. Oh my God, no, Queen. Don't micro lynch yourself. Don't apologize, okay?
Don't do
I'm sorry.
That. Don't do that. And nobody shit on her for not watching my streams. That's you're a person with a life. I get
A life of oppression too. Don't forget that.
But B, like kind of reflecting on the last week. So immediately following the videos that were released, I hosted a 3-hour live with a panel and then just myself going over things. And then the next day, I then hosted another live about it, having more conversations, and then ended the day by going on the live of the Black creators who were originally impacted.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw the live with you and Geek, and then
yeah, and then I took a couple days off, and then I came back for a day for 2 hours. Then I took another day off, and then here I am. So I guess like from my perspective, I dedicated in total maybe around like 6 hours to discussion surrounding where I believe where I went wrong, rehashing events, and having conversations with members of like the greater Dinosphere, as well as conversations with members of like the Black community.
The Black community. I need to be more in touch with the Black community.
It's not perceived as if I'm being insensitive by coming back and doing debates, but also so I had genuine time to reflect upon myself. And then I'm back here today. So it's like when you tell me that.
God damn, these lags. This is microaggression.
My perspective is.
I'm not live.
Imagine we come back and he's like he's having a Kramer moment. I'm just kidding.
That having.
I'm just kidding.
To derail a debate live.
Okay.
And then talk about it over and over again for like 2 weeks.
Video, I could agree there. Now, outside of like making a video, because I've kind of like went over that, do you think, given the information that I just shared with you, that I'd still yet be insensitive from your perspective if I were to go on and have some debates with Trump supporters today?
Well, that's me personally.
Yes.
I'm not everybody, you know what I mean? So, but you shouldn't also do a vote. I don't speak for all Black people. I don't speak for everyone. It's just that a lot of people have a problem with it, me as well. So I'm just stating my opinion. At the end of the day, I'm not going to tell you what to do. You're your own person. This is your thing. This is your life. It's just a suggestion. So I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to boss you around and say, if you go on live, this. No. It should.
No. Please, Dean, give her some reassurance. But don't interrupt her. But as soon as she's done, you got to reassure her. It's totally okay. Okay? It's totally okay.
That as a Black person, one Black person out of many Black people, it feels insensitive. And someone else may come up and totally disagree with me and make me look crazy, make me look stupid, and call me just like that.
I'm sorry. How much fun would it be to like go on TikTok and like just totally mask on and get like the most sensitive audience ever, and then just like go totally fucking like in the most racist way, man. I'm just being, dude, I'm just kidding. I would never do that.
Long time. It feels weird, and I feel.
God damn it.
I think that my perspective is like conversations with Trump supporters, and just know that I do take your opinion, seriously.
Aw.
And I agree that like allowing time between a discussion about the tour and then getting back into debates is important. And I think that is something that I've done. However, I do agree that continued conversation is also a good thing.
Also, one more thing.
Yeah.
And I don't want this to sound insensitive either. If you do debate, whether it's tomorrow or today or whatever,
Please just don't talk about black people or black issues, you white demon. What's she gonna say? Please, what is she gonna say?
why don't y'all do God debates or trans debates or
Thank you,
LGBT
yes.
debates anymore?
Just no Trump stuff, because like us black people, we're tired of hearing it, Dean.
Is there like, because I kind of miss those.
So you can't really
just-
say the word gay on TikTok without getting a flag or a ban.
Oh, did I say it? Oh,
no, I just said it. I feel like you could say it like maybe once or twice and fly under the radar. You definitely cannot say TRANS on the live without getting.
Oh,
taken
I'm
down
sorry.
the ban.
I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries.
It's
You
okay.
could, like
You know,
I don't
can
know.
just get my shit banned, but who the fuck cares? I'm just a white demon, so LOL.
I feel like
I
say it
probably
once, you
knew
say it
that. I'm
twice.
literally like, I'm in a different mindset right now, y'all. I'm in pain.
Oh,
But yeah,
good.
I don't want to take up your time. So if I got a job, I'm a job. I don't want to stay up here too long.
No worries. But just as it relates to like those first 2 points, I actually like really missed the days when I could have like full length discussions as it related to like the LGBT plus community. In fact, I think that the fact that TikTok straight up like silences anybody's ability from being able to advocate whatsoever is just like
Criminal.
fucking, like disgusting,
Terrible.
And then as it relates to like God debates, I mean those somewhat come up in conversations as it relates to politics, but like at the same time, I've honestly just gotten to a point where having conversations with theists about their religious beliefs insofar as why they hold them and why I may disagree, is becomes just so
It's, like, so
insufferable
exhausting.
for me.
Oh, okay.
You know,
That's a good word
it's
for
I probably spent like a collective of like 5 months focused on God debates. And at this point, hearing like the same thing over and over and over again is, it's,
Which is crazy, because I would have expected on TikTok they would have solved, stuff like God by now. But geez,
it rattles my brain because I don't think that for like the average theist, the average individual that believes in a God, that there's much like logic and or rational reason behind said belief. Even less than like maybe a support for Trump, which is.
Could you imagine if she was like, "You do know that most black people are Christian, right?" Do you think his mind would shatter?
It's like crazy to say, and
Just kidding.
it like
Video
honestly,
games.
the theist debates just
Only
kinda,
video
like,
games here.
lost their interest for me.
Yeah, I feel you.
I feel you, bro.
But
And now it's like I've kind of like reshifted them around from saying, well, I believe that your religion is false, to rather saying, okay, you believe that your religion is true. How could we adequately consolidate the belief that your belief in religion is justified while also not infringing upon like the lives of others?
Okay.
all right.
Yeah.
Ooh,
But
she's not
hey,
happy with that answer.
I really appreciate you for your
Ooh,
time.
She's
thanks for being
hella
respectful and
triggered
voicing
with
your
that
opinions.
No problem. Have a good day, y'all.
Have a good one.
He's
Have
like,
a good
"Fuck
one.
this white boy.
Um,
Get me the fuck out."
Okay.
True.
All right. I
What?
really have to use the restroom.
Okay. 10303. What's this?
Couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, I mean,
Did he really set his thing to only accept calls from black women today? For how many days has he been doing this? Days.
Like, perpetually try to be the very best version of myself off live. And I think I see that, like, most exemplified like within my relationship with my girlfriend, for instance. And
What
just,
race
like,
is she?
locally in my community?
Just asking.
But I still do think that I kind of dropped the ball as it related to the things that I've taken accountability for with the tour, and couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's all I got for you right now.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up.
So thank you. Yeah, thank you for bringing me up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right.
Okay. do we
Somebody
got?
in the chat says, "Do you think that Trump is a fascist?" Yes, I do.
Is he talking
Somebody in
about?
the chat says Dean wants this. That's also true. I've seen a lot of people saying that I'm kind of like genuflecting to the radical left, and I'm just trying to appease to as many groups as possible.
Come on.
I disagree.
Yeah.
It's not what I'm doing. And in fact, if that is kind of your perspective on things, like you don't really think that this matters, and
You're the
you
real
think that, like, I'm
racist.
doing something wrong by like entertaining these conversations. From like my perspective, like I think that these conversations are meaningful, and I think that these conversations help make myself a better person. So that just may be a disagreement that you and I have.
Okay.
Like there is like a sect of the left that votes for the right candidate, supports the right economic policy, and has like progressive leaning social views of.
Oh my God! Is he about to give the tanky take? Did he become a tanky? Did he get that? Did he do the full transition? There's a group of people who might seem like they're your friend, but in reality,
It's not wrong to be gay, trans women are women, etc., etc.
But
as it relates to like conversations against microaggressions, maybe
they're not quite
that's
there
just
yet.
Something that you don't understand because you haven't been exposed to enough education on it.
You haven't done deconstruction.
So, like, hopefully, even if you disagree with me here and you think that I'm too far left for entertaining the idea that this is serious, hear me out. Hear the guests out. Hear the critiques out. You know what I mean? It's worthwhile. It's meaningful. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite.
Somebody in the chat says it's a bit much.
No. Ban.
I mean, like, I think that, like...
Ban.
The points where it's gotten a bit much haven't related to, like, racism.
Yeah, not black
and
people.
have rather, like, related to... Like, I think... I saw somebody, like, just absolutely, like, shitting on me, acting as if I'm, like, the worst person in the world for, like, the Starbucks gate. Even after like acknowledging that they listen to my perspective, like I think that's a bit much, for sure. Okay. I'll state my controversial opinion there, but as it relates to like, claims about racism, I do disagree with that.
Based.
Whatever about Starbucks. Well, here's my take. Starbucks, I'm not aware.
This is what I'm supposed to listen to?
Of, like the specific inclinations that they've had towards being pro-Israel. I have heard that they had an old CEO that was very pro-Israel, but that CEO left or got fired. And
the CEO is
like the other half of the coin is not Palestine and Israel, but is rather like being anti-union.
Ooh.
And I just stopped drinking Starbucks because of that. Not to mention that local coffee places definitely have better coffee than Starbucks. Like Starbucks doesn't really use real espresso machines, if that makes any sense. And their coffee's kind of shit. Buy local anyways. It's likely that you're going to be paying less money for better coffee.
That definitely sounds true.
Starbucks today. Just try to buy local. Try it out. Okay. You'll likely learn that you're gonna be getting a better bang for your buck with better coffee.
True.
Especially if like you're you're somebody that likes matcha. They put their fucking matcha with water in a blender And you get those
Jesus.
clumps.
It's a
You're gonna have to
fucking
take it out
crime.
and fix it if you want a good quality matcha.
Fucking gross.
And you're paying like $7 for it. Go somewhere else. Because that's nasty.
True.
And something
And
else.
one
something
more,
else
one more.
Is that a lot of like coffee places that have fixation on efficiency and getting you your coffee quick?
They abuse their employees, and that's racist because schedules and doing things on time is a microaggression. Did you know that? Bet you didn't know that. Bet you didn't know that these places mistreat their employees. I like when people mosey along.
Have fixation on efficiency and getting you your coffee quick.
Fixation.
Burn the fuck out of their milk.
Oh, fuck. Okay, he went a different way. My bad.
Okay? Listen. Coffee is my hyperfixation outside of politics. Okay? I go to bed watching videos about espresso. I don't know why I'm so interested in coffee and espresso, but I am. Okay? Listen. Okay? Milk for your latte, for your macchiato, for your cappuccino, for your cortado, for any espresso drink with milk in it. Okay? You're only supposed to heat.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about this. Apparently they had some nice things to say about me in the Discord. I don't know who Jet is. That better not be a black woman. Destiny is very good at political debate, which in my opinion is just being bad faith intentionally to make your opponent look dumb. Destiny mastered that because he's effectively a political rage baiter for the left. I don't know, man. I think I cooked harder on Jubilee than he did, edited. Have a debate with him, Dean, winky face. Let's make it happen. Left, no. Like Joe Biden, Destiny love Joe Biden. Left, no. Like Israel, Destiny love Israel. But most of all, Destiny love watching other men W his wife. Give her W's, like high fives. What do you think she meant by that? Look, I don't kink shame, but Destiny gets the exception. That's exactly how I feel about racism and black people. Generally, I'm not, but... What do you mean by you facilitate? Also, I want Dean to debate Ethan Klein, ICL. What does ICL mean? If... I can't even... Oh, I can't lie. Okay. I don't know, man. I will agree with this. But here's the thing. He doesn't want to even have a debate, but a conversation about this cancel culture / microaggression / left infighting, and try to find a common ground. But you also want more good faith with it than he did. It'd be extremely unproductive, TBH. Agreed. It's crazy that like the micro debater guys, the TikTok debater guys, who I think all like were very clearly spawned from watching my content, who all were obviously huge fans of me. I had dinner with both of these guys when I was in LA. They both told me as much. Are now like, actually, I don't think a debate with that person would be very productive because I don't think they argue in good faith. Oh, really? Just to be clear, for anybody that doubts, I am the master debater. Okay, I am the world's top, the #1. There's a reason why on every platform, every age group, every race, every demographic, every place in time and space, these people will cower in fear, okay? Don't forget it, all right? Okay, one more quick meme. What is this?
Today is May 9th of 20.
Jesus.
25, and the Trump administration has just arrested a Democratic elected official from the state of New Jersey.
Don't care. We've got drama.
It appears as if we're one step closer to declaring martial law, but the real question still remains. Who the fuck is Z Cohen Sanchez, and where is this $100,000? Now, typically speaking, when people try to tear down leftist movements, I simply ignore them because our goal is to organize electorally and win elections, and their goal is to profit off your outrage through clicks and views. But I've decided today that I'm actually going to respond because Peyton has decided to get on this app and accuse me of money laundering, which is a crime. First, I want to address the $95,000 because clearly it's really cute that you don't know how businesses and PACs work, but that is actually a very typical practice that businesses process reimbursements because it's a lot easier to do it through business than through a PAC. The $95,000 specifically was for our deep canvassing program and our voter registration program, where we hired over 30 canvassers that worked for over 8 8 weeks. Plus also we had a phone banking program as well, which was very successful. And if you want to see the receipts from that too, I'm happy to share those. So let's take a look at all of the receipts. Every single transaction that was done for the Unfuck America tour, which by the way, will be available on the FEC's website this time next week as we are completing our filings. However, since you guys are so concerned about that, wanted to show it to you. Now let's go through the breakdown of every single transaction and what they came out to. Dean and Parker, $7,500 each for their speakers' fees.
Okay. They don't know their value yet because they could have charged more, but you go Kings. All right, $7,500 each. Nice.
That came to $15,000. Very typical, and they worked very hard for that money.
Damn, they got paid together. Those two almost as much, $15,000 versus the entirety of the staff got $24.4K based.
Staff, $24,401. We had some staff come in early, stay through the whole event, and leave late because there was a lot of things that we had to do on the front and the back end. The creative team. So those are the amazing people that filmed, that edited all of the clips that you saw, including Dean's videos he put out. That was $11,372.72. The hotel, which by the way was for almost 50 people, which was our influencers and our staff, was $21,031. Awesome deal. Meals came out to quite a bit, even though we really cut corners on as many meals as we could. It was $23,356.98. The car rentals, including your car, Peyton, which was over $500, came out to $3,421.74. And the flights came out to $42,606.93. Then we had our transportation. So we needed van rentals because we were quite a distance from College Station. Where we were at the hotel was not walkable. And we also had to drive people an hour and a half from the airport to College Station. I was actually one of the van drivers because we were short-staffed. Came out to $4,645.02. The merch, which was given to the influencers and people that purchased it, was $7,404.42. The Texas A&M fees for the event, which included our original spot that we got canceled on last minute, included the amphitheater that we rented last minute to get around the problems that we had, and also included the 6-person team that were the police that were watching everybody and monitoring, was $10,060.50. And then the event use, which means that we had extra fees that had to go to Texas A&M.
What is your speaker fee? Well, I'm a fucking cuck. So ordinarily, if I'm working with people like this, usually I just don't charge. And I tell people as long as you let me make YouTube content or something off of it, I'll do it for free. Because I feel like I make enough money, and I don't know why. Sometimes it feels weird getting paid like $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for a speaker fee when I'm working with people who might make $50,000 annually. It feels kind of strange, but
was $3,077.97. And then the gas was $402.05. The reason why this was so high is because, one, when you're taking 50 people out of state anywhere, it's going to be high, but also because this was a launch event. This is not the intention for us to spend this much at every single stop. The intention of this was to have a big splash so that we could get the material that we needed to continue to fundraise and continue this tour successfully. This is normal. Almost all organizations do this. And also, we had a lot of one-time expenses, like things like...
One thing I don't like about this person, and I can't tell if she's trying to like go fucking stealth or some bullshit, I feel like she's like Australian or British and she's trying really hard to hide it. Does anybody else get that vibe? Like every now and then I feel like she's about to slip in like a bongerism, or like she's got just that accent. Is something going on there? Something is happening here.
Material that we needed to continue to fundraise and continue this tour successfully. This is normal. Almost all organizations do this. And also we had a
like that. Do this? Like that's like Australian or some shit. I can hear it.
Big splash so that we could get the material that we needed to continue to fundraise and continue this tour successfully. This is normal. Almost all organizations do this. And also we had a lot of one-time expenses, like things like tents and graphic fees and website fees and all of those things as well. So now your hypothesis is that now after you've gone through all of these transactions and you see that I didn't get paid $1, that I must have hid the money through giving it to my firm. Oh, that's so interesting because that's also a lie. And let me show you actually how much money I made from my firm last year. This part is going to be very embarrassing to show you guys because clearly it shows that I'm not a very good businesswoman and probably like way
Are we going to see tax forms? Jesus.
too much of a democratic socialist. But I want to be very clear before I show you guys how much my business makes, is that I started this business on $0.00. Here's what we made at my business, Soul Strategies, in the year 2024. We made $1.7 million in sales, which is very impressive considering that's an off-year election and really shows our team's hustle. However, we spent almost the entire thing, as you can see in this line, which is kind of ironic because you claim that I don't pay employees and contractors, right? Well, then where did that money go? Where did that line item go? Because it looks like to me that we spent almost the entirety of our sales on our employees, which is good. That's what we want. That's literally what we want, because when we invest in our employees, when we invest in people, they stay with us and they want to continue this work. So that's a good thing. But at the end of the year, we ended up with $185,000, which we had to keep in our account because our lowest level that we can hit in our account for payroll safety is $200,000. So after working every single week of last year, I worked a total of 3,120 hours, which I worked 52 weeks. I worked every single day, including Christmas Day. And by the way, including the day that I actually gave birth to my child. Ended up working for $68,536.07, which totaled out to $21.96 per hour. That's how much I made last year. So Payne, I think that there's a really good life lesson in this. And the life lesson is, don't accuse people online of crimes unless you have fucking evidence and receipts. And on top of that, because of all of this, your harassment has led to people actually doxing me and my family. So on top of the fact that we started this organization to combat Charlie Kirk and this misinformation and try to defeat MAGA, it has ended with leftists literally doxing us where we now have to live in fear. So that's insane. And the problem is that people like you are the reason why so many leftist operatives leave the movement and join MAGA. And that's what a lot of people are hoping that I do. But trust me, I will not be doing that. I've been dealing with people like you for the past almost 15 years, and you're not going to stop anything. The Unfuck America tour is continuing. And for all of you guys who support it, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. And I'm really excited for what this next chapter is going to bring. Today is May 9th of 2025, and the Trump administration...
Jeez. Well... She could have faked all those screenshots, to be fair, okay? Don't ever be fooled by... by white women. Okay, well, I love you. I'll be back. I'll only stream tomorrow. Like I probably will, right? Yeah, have fun. We're gonna cappuccino, cappuccino, my dude. Let's connect. Let's connect with each other real fast. Okay, boss, goose, tickle, suit, duck, health, shake, skirt, duck, shake, skirt, dodge. Please, may I superior level dodge, delight, earth, power up. Like things in video games. Boss, health, level, power up. May I and please. Goose. Earth, delight. Please, may I? What sounds formal? Fuck, one away. God damn it, I have no idea. I don't even know what the connection is here. On the other side, we've got superior, goose, earth, and tickle. to switch one of these to make them work. Superior. Earth. Tickle. And goose. May I? Oh my God, I'm so big-brained. This pleases me. I'm delighted. I'm tickled. This suits me. Something. Yes. God. What is this? Mother Earth, Mother Goose, Mother May I? What the fuck is that? And Mother Superior? Okay. Be careful, don't die.